I raise dinosaurs in the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Plan Step 2. It turned out that the banana peel was thrown into the trash can before. The banana peel and the bitten red apple were both attached to Lin Kong. Lin Kong ate the red apple, but when he jumped out of the trash can, he took the banana peel with him. So, the banana peel fell on the ground, and he accidentally stepped on it. The philosophy teacher in the university said, "It doesn't matter if you fall down, just get up and it's alright." After getting up, Lin Kong threw the banana peel on the ground back into the trash can, because protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Then, Lin Kong continued his original plan. Act in the ventilation duct. The window of the ventilation duct was blocked by iron windows. Lin Kong did not want to demolish it by force, just to prevent the water of the future from discovering the broken window and suspecting that Lin Kong had hidden in the ventilation duct. Therefore, he needed a screwdriver. But this is a garbage room. Where should he find a screwdriver? The small 7 black balls in the palm of his hand, after sensing Lin Kong's thoughts, silently turned into a small screwdriver. Then, in a few seconds, all the screws on the window were removed. Good job! Lin Kong successfully entered the ventilation duct from the window. Then, the 7 black balls took the initiative to lock the window again from the outside. This way, there is nothing unusual. The first step is to enter the ventilation duct and avoid the surveillance of water of the future. Lin Kong has succeeded. So, the next step is the second step is to go to the laboratory and steal the zombie virus. There is really nothing to say about the second step, because for Lin Kong, it is really not challenging. It was also mentioned in the previous chapter that Lin Kong had already inspected this underground laboratory and had basically figured out the situation inside. The forest pterosaur had also long since investigated the ventilation ducts of the entire scientific research building, so Lin Kong found the room where the zombie virus was stored with almost no effort. He lay in the ventilation duct and looked down through the window. In the transparent refrigerator, dozens of tubes of zombie viruses were quietly placed in different categories and in an orderly manner. These zombie viruses were all items used by Professor Wang Hui for experiments. Therefore, they were guarded very closely, and there was a password lock on the transparent refrigerator. However, now is a special period. Huang Kun and his men have already made a big fuss in the fortress base. The researchers who were originally responsible for guarding the transparent refrigerator have disappeared at this moment. Therefore, Lin Kong only needs to solve the password lock on the transparent refrigerator. This is even simpler. Lin Kong had thought of this step a long time ago. He once asked the forest pterosaur to pay attention to the steps of pressing the password when other people opened the password lock. Although the forest pterosaur cannot count, it can remember the position and order of the buttons pressed by those researchers. In this way, Lin Kong naturally obtained the password of the password lock. In order to prevent being seen by the super camera, future water, Lin Kong gave the glorious task of stealing the zombie virus to Chihikyu. Chihikyu rushed out through the gap without saying a word. Enter the password. Take 7 or 8 tubes of zombie virus. Finally, close the door of the transparent refrigerator. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. The action of stealing things is as smooth as flowing water, without any drag. In this way, Lin Kong obtained 7 or 8 tubes of high-level zombie virus. After getting the zombie virus, Lin Kong looked at the labels on it. They are all a combination of English and numbers. For example, the label of one of the tubes is SB438. Most people can't understand it at all, but Lin Kong can understand it. This is because when Lin Kong was chatting with Professor Wang Hui, he specifically pointed to those bottles and jars and asked what the labels on them meant. The English part of the string of SB438 represents the level of zombies, and the number part behind it represents the type of zombies. Lin Kong was also quite puzzled. Wouldn't it be better if you use numbers to represent the level? Professor Wang Hui's explanation was that he was happy. Anyway, he is the boss of the entire underground laboratory, and he can do whatever he wants. Because Professor Wang whose label settings are more complicated, Lin Kong remembered two keywords. The first one is SP, which means that the level of the zombie virus in this tube is level 6 inches. For example, the test tube SP438 in Lin Kong's hand now means that this is a tube of zombie virus extracted from the body of a level 6 zombie. The original text is in Liu number 9 /. The second one is DSP, which means that the level of the zombie virus in this tube is level 7 inches, or in other words, second-generation zombie virus, according to the explanation of Professor Wang Hu. After the zombies evolve to level 6, they are at the top. Once they continue to evolve, they will degenerate into second-generation poisonous zombies. In other words, the so-called level 7 zombies usually refer to second-generation poisonous zombies. However, these messy introductions are nothing important. In short, Lin Kong now has several tubes of level 6 zombie viruses and a tube of level 7 second-generation poisonous zombie viruses. So far, the first and second steps of Lin Kong's first set of counterattack plans have been completed. Then, we can proceed to the third step now. Now that we have the virus, we can kill Huang Kun. Lin Kong whispered to himself. The 7 black balls in his palm felt cold. Huang Kun beat the 7 black balls into this state. Lin Kong must kill him. Lin Kong did not stay in the underground laboratory any longer. He crawled along the ventilation duct to the ground. There is nothing much to say about stealing the zombie virus, but the way Lin Kong moved in the ventilation duct can be described in detail. The ventilation duct is relatively narrow. It can just accommodate Lin Kong's body. That is to say, because it is too narrow, Lin Kong cannot turn around in the ventilation duct. He can only move forward. He originally moved slowly by lying on the passage with his hands. Because he was afraid that the movement would make too much noise, he could only move forward at a very slow speed. But Lin Kong's dinosaurs and teammates all disappeared, and he did not have time to move slowly in this ventilation duct like a caterpillar. He had to think of a new way. The first thought was to let the 7 black balls pull him forward, but Lin Kong found that after the 7 black balls became smaller, they had lost most of their strength. Its flying speed became about the same as that of a sparrow. Its strength also became about the same as that of a sparrow. It couldn't pull the heavy Lin Kong at all. In other words, the 7 black balls had become a weak chicken with a combat power of only 5. Don't worry. I will definitely find a way to make you recover. Lin Kong stroked the body of the 7 black balls. Since the 7 black balls were useless, Lin Kong could only think of other ways. With a turn of his eyes, he noticed the long horn on his forehead. He associated the long horn with a triceratops, and then associated it with liquid dragon armor. Got it. A method to move quickly in the ventilation duct instantly came to his mind. Chapter 452. Become a zombie. Young man, the liquid dragon armor attached to Lin Kong's body can be moved. In other words, Lin Kong can use the liquid dragon armor on his body as movable muscles. Well, just like the muscles of a snake, Lin Kong simulated the movement of a snake and stuck it on the ventilation duct. He carefully controlled the creeping of the liquid dragon armor and quickly moved forward in the ventilation duct. The sound was small and the speed was fast. This method is very good. Lin Kong showed a trace of pride on his face. Due to the greatly improved movement speed, Lin Kong quickly came to the basement of the scientific research building and climbed up. He came to an exit somewhere in the ventilation ducts on the 2nd floor. However, he was not in a hurry to go out. First, he had to observe the situation outside. At this time, Lin Kong missed the time when the forest pterosaur and the Tyrannosaurus rex were by his side. Both of them could pass on effective information to Lin Kong. But now, Lin Kong only has the triceratops as armor and the 7 black balls that can't speak at all and can only send arrows and dots. And the 7 black balls have also been severely damaged and have become the size of green beans. That is to say, now Lin Kong can only rely on his own eyes to detect the situation outside. But fortunately, after Lin Kong was possessed by the triceratops, the overall quality of his body has reached the level of a level 5 new human. The eyes of a level 5 new human can no longer be called ordinary eyes, but should be called kilometer eyes. The so-called kilometer eyes can see a blade of grass, a small flower, or even a bee collecting honey 1,000 meters away. No, it's autumn now, and you can basically not see a bee collecting honey. Anyway, you just need to understand that Lin Kong's eyes can see very far, even if it is night now. He can use the not-so-bright moonlight in the sky to see the overall situation of the fortress base. The fortress base is now much more lively. More and more people are constantly rushing in from outside. There are level 6 venerables who fly in, and level 5 new humans who take helicopters. Some drive sports cars, and some ride motorcycles. But Lin Kong didn't see tanks and other vehicles. He estimated that the tanks were too slow, and Huang Kun's men should not have had time to drive them over. If you look more carefully, you can find that these people in the fortress base basically have a wanted order for Lin Kong. The content of these wanted orders is exactly the same as the one that the Tyrannosaurus Rex grabbed before. Once Lin Kong goes out, as long as he is discovered by one person, the people below will definitely start to explode immediately. Well, so it's better to stay in this ventilation duct honestly. Of course, there is another very important reason why Lin Kong hides in this ventilation duct, that is, waiting for the meteorite fragments from the sky to fall. Since the meteorite from outer space has been broken by the missile, Lin Kong can only wait for the meteorite fragments as a second choice. In fact, it's not a big problem. Even if the meteorite from outer space is broken, the red energy contained in it will not disappear easily. Friends who have seen this must have understood Lin Kong's plan. That's right, his first set of counterattack plans is, transform into a zombie. The red energy in the meteorite from outer space cannot be seen by the new humans, and they cannot absorb it. Only mutant zombies can use this thing to quickly become stronger. When Lin Kong first discovered this information, his first reaction was to upgrade his huge corpse to become stronger and then become his powerful fighter. But now, his huge corpse suddenly disappeared. Lin Kong could roughly guess the answer in his heart, that he should have been killed by the president and his men. Although Lin Kong did not completely guess it, it was not far off. Since the only zombie brother was missing, Lin Kong could only go out in person. This go out in person means that he would turn into a zombie himself. He told. When Lin Kong thought of this crazy plan, he couldn't help but let out a low and sinister laugh. He decided to summon a lot of meteorites and gather them all in one place. Then, he would turn himself into a zombie. Finally, he would absorb all the red energy in the meteorites. Lin Kong estimated that after he turned into a zombie and absorbed the red energy, he could at least evolve into a level 7 zombie in one breath. That is, the second generation of poisonous corpse. However, the only weakness of this plan is that he would hurt other innocent people after he turned into a zombie. Unfortunately, Lin Kong is not a good person. He doesn't care about hurting innocent people. It's a question whether he can survive this night. The original text can be read in Liu number 9 as / It's better to wait until the next life to think about hurting innocent people. If there is a hell in this world, then let me go to hell. Who is afraid of who? It just so happens that when Lin Kong goes to hell, he can also ask the king of hell. The humans on the earth are almost dead, and this king of hell who sleeps all day doesn't know how to take action. Turning his eyes, Lin Kong took another look at the humans on the ground. This time, he saw a familiar face, Huang Kun. However, Huang Kun looked expressionless, and there was no joy of revenge at all. He walked aimlessly on the ground. In his hand, he held a pair of twisted glasses without lenses. Looking at this pair of glasses, Lin Kong found that he felt a little familiar. Oh, it was the glasses worn by the man with glasses. At that time, Lin Kong was still very surprised. As a new human of level 5, the man with glasses should have restored his vision to normal. But why did he still wear a pair of glasses? Lin Kong took a closer look at that time and found the reason. The glasses worn by the man with glasses did not have lenses. Therefore, Lin Kong could roughly guess that the man with glasses wore glasses because he was used to wearing them. After figuring out the reason, Lin Kong at that time directly let the meteorite fragments falling at high speed shoot the man with glasses into a sieve. Although after killing the man with glasses, he accidentally offended the level 6 headshot king, Huang Kun. However, until now, Lin Kong did not regret killing the man with glasses, because if Lin Kong did not kill the man with glasses at that time, he would probably be killed by the man with glasses. Since the man with glasses could come up with the vicious idea of 5 eagles dismembering the corpse, it was enough to prove that he was not a good person. When Lin Kong killed the man with glasses, he had no psychological burden at all. Now, since Huang Kun wanted to avenge the man with glasses as his younger brother, Huang Kun must be prepared to be killed by Lin Kong. After watching for a while, Lin Kong immediately retracted his gaze. He could not stare for too long, because the senses of the level 6 new humans are too sharp. If you stare too long, you will be discovered. Lin Kong closed his eyes, and his thoughts instantly reached the vast outer space. Without saying a word, he started to move the meteorites. He used up all his spiritual energy and moved nearly 100 large and small meteorites again. These meteorites all entered the atmosphere and began to fall down at an accelerated speed. Lin Kong knew that these meteorites would be shattered by the missiles of the president. But it didn't matter, as long as the meteorite fragments landed successfully. What he needed was not the falling power of the meteorites, but the red energy contained in the meteorites. This was something the president could not have thought of. Chapter 453, Meteorite Fragments Are Being Delivered. Lin Kong had been paying attention to the changes in Huang Kun's expression. When he found a strange guy in a black tights approaching Huang Kun, Lin Kong immediately became alert. Although he could not hear the conversation between Huang Kun and Wu Yuan clearly, Lin Kong looked at the expressionless Huang Kun and regained his spirit. With such an obvious change, Lin Kong could understand that Huang Kun knew some good news even if he thought about it. So what was the good news? Lin Kong naturally thought of his own resurrection. Assuming that Huang Kun knew that Lin Kong was still alive, would Huang Kun be happy? Lin Kong guessed casually and guessed that Huang Kun's expression changed because he learned that he was still alive. So Lin Kong continued to sort out his findings. Obviously, it was the one named Wu Yuan who told Huang Kun the information. Moreover, he asked Huang Kun to take him to the direction of the number 3 disinfection elevator. Could it be that they were going to the underground laboratory? Sure enough, Lin Kong continued to look and found that Wu Yuan and Huang Kun had indeed entered the number 3 disinfection elevator. There is no doubt that they are going to the basement. So, what are they doing in the basement? Lin Kong continued to guess. What else could they do? They must be looking for me. That weird guy in black must be the president's men. According to the information provided by Professor Wang Hu, although Huang Kun, the king of headshots, is quite powerful, his men can't guess that Lin Kong is still alive, let alone think of going to the underground laboratory to find their own methods. So the only explanation is that the weird guy in black must be the president's men. Then, Lin Kong made further guesses. The president should have figured out his resurrection method at this moment. Lin Kong estimated that Water of the Future must not have noticed the whereabouts of his left arm. If Water of the Future noticed the left arm thrown into the trash can, then the president would be able to quickly lock onto the trash can. Once the trash can is locked, the president will quickly guess that Lin Kong's escape route is the ventilation duct. In this way, Lin Kong is now probably caught by the president's men. And now, Lin Kong is still safe and sound. So, it is obvious that Water of the Future does not know where his left arm is. In other words, if he wants to find the left arm that was cut off by Professor Wang Hu, the president will have to send someone to the underground laboratory to ask people, or check the monitoring equipment. Since he guessed this step, Lin Kong was a little nervous, because he knew very well that as long as Huang Kun and the man in black found Professor Wang Hu, or checked the monitoring equipment, then Huang Kun and the man in black would soon know the important intelligence that the left arm was thrown into the trash can. Once the trash can is locked by the enemy, the time for Lin Kong to be exposed will not be far away. However, Lin Kong estimated the time. Well, it should be in time. The first and second waves of meteorite fragments in the sky will fall down in about 3 or 4 minutes. And after Lin Kong was resurrected, the third wave of meteorites that were blown into pieces and summoned by him will only have 6 or 7 minutes left before they fall into this fortress base. Looking up, Lin Kong looked at the glass on the top of the fortress base. This transparent bulletproof glass, under the impact of meteorite fragments falling at a speed of 10,000 meters per second, is no different from a piece of fragile tofu. Lin Kong estimated the total number of meteorite fragments in the first and second waves. About 400,000 or 500,000. As for the third wave of meteorite fragments summoned by Lin Kong also silently estimated it. About more than 1 million. Let's do the math. The total number of meteorite fragments in the first, second and third waves is… I can't figure it out. Anyway, it's a lot. This originally solid fortress base is expected to be blasted into a pile of ruins made of steel and cement by these more than 1 million meteorite fragments. What a pity. What a good fortress base. It's built round, as beautiful as a big bun with chive and pork filling. Lin Kong shook his head and whispered to himself. He felt a little pity in his heart, but he had to do it. When it comes to the big bun stuffed with scallions and pork, Lin Kong thinks of his mother Liu Hong. It has been a long time since he had the pork buns made by his mother Liu Hong. The original text can be read in Liu number 9 at book. Dad Lin Das Han can actually make buns. However, the pork buns made by his father and the pork buns made by his mother Liu Hong are not at the same level. The difference between the two is equivalent to that of a level 5 new human and a level 6 venerable. You have seen the result. Lin Kong, who is a level 5, was killed instantly by Huang Kun, a level 6 venerable, in a direct encounter. Now, Lin Kong has nothing to do. He just needs to wait quietly. He just needs to let the meteorite fragments in the sky fly for a while. Look up. Lin Kong looked at the dark sky. No, it is not completely dark. If you look carefully, you can still see a little bit of starlight. Lin Kong looked up, of course not to appreciate the beauty of the night sky. He wanted to see where the meteorite fragments fell. However, even though Lin Kong's eyes were wide open, he still couldn't see the location of the meteorite fragments. If his mind could not remotely control the meteorite fragments, he would even think that in 3 or 4 minutes, no meteorite fragments would fall. When thinking of this, Lin Kong couldn't help but have a question in his mind. Since human eyes can't penetrate this distant void and see the meteorites in the atmosphere, how did the president's men see it? How did he use missiles to accurately smash my big meteorite? Lin Kong didn't quite understand. He could only attribute this to the superpowers of some powerful guy. He didn't think about the situation of satellites. He was just an ordinary boy from the countryside. Satellites in the sky, such high-tech cutting-edge equipment, were still relatively unfamiliar to Lin Kong. Therefore, he didn't guess it. 188 seconds. 187 seconds. 186 seconds. Lin Kong counted down quietly. This number of seconds is the time when the first wave of meteorite fragments will arrive. Lin Kong was counting down precisely while guessing the actions of Huang Kun and the man in black. He knew that Huang Kun and the man in black must be searching for him meticulously and attentively. Thinking of this, Lin Kong continued to count down with a sly delight. 166 seconds. 165 seconds. 164 seconds. Lin Kong was so happy because he was going to give Huang Kun and the man in black a big, special surprise. This surprise would definitely scare them. Chapter 454. After being kidnapped, he became the emperor. This is a shopping mall building. The straight line distance from the shopping mall building to the fortress base is 3 kilometers. After all the subordinates arrived, the president transformed the shopping mall building into a temporary headquarters. At this moment, Linian and the Ghost Cavalry had already kidnapped Lin Kong's family and girlfriend Yi Xiago here. These people were knocked unconscious and locked in separate cages. In other rooms, Wu Fei, Li Minutes, Fang Guonan, Old Man Qin and others were imprisoned. As for the other giant eagles, Quetzalcoatlus, and tornado pterosaurs, they were too big, so they were all tied up in the open space outside the shopping mall building. They were specially guarded by the level 6 venerable, Dragon Tamer, Radar. This, Dragon Tamer, Radar was relatively timid. Once the situation was not right, he would immediately choose to surrender and then hand over all the prey at hand. So he did not abuse the kidnapped dinosaurs. On the contrary, the life of the forest pterosaur and the Tyrannosaurus rex is quite comfortable. They not only have delicious beef jerky, pork jerky, mutton jerky and other kinds of jerky to eat, but also have the massage master radar from time to time to give them massages. At this moment, their lives are like the treatment of emperors. The forest pterosaur and the Tyrannosaurus rex are always responsible for scouting this thing and that thing when they stay by Lin Kong's side. They also have to ambush this enemy and sneak attack that bad guy carefully. It's really super tiring. Under Lin Kong's hands, the two of them are just two poor, unpaid laborers, but in the hands of Radar, they become emperors who will have delicious jerky actively delivered into their mouths as soon as they open their mouths. Of course, the premise of all this is that Lin Kong himself is strong. If Lin Kong is a weak chicken, if Radar is not afraid of Lin Kong, Humphrey, what will be given to the forest pterosaurs and Tyrannosaurus rex will not be all kinds of delicious dried meat, but bloody iron whips with barbs. On the top floor of the shopping mall building, it was the president in a white coat, a Linian with ripped jeans and red hair, the pink-clad cannon man, water of the future, leaning on the bed, and the meteorite cracking expert, typing on the computer keyboard. The young and confident meteorite cracking expert turned the laptop in his hand and turned the screen to the president's direction. President, all the meteorites from outer space have been shattered, but there are still a lot of meteorite fragments falling at a high speed. Should we stop them? The president looked at the picture displayed on the computer screen. According to the calculation of the program above, there are about 100 seconds left before the first wave of meteorite fragments will bombard the fortress base. He looked up and asked, "Do you have any ideas to stop it?" Meteorite cracking expert smiled confidently and answered confidently, "Of course we do. We only need to send 7 or 8 level 6 new humans to the sky above the fortress base, and then launch the feather-type suppression force against the falling meteorite fragments together." The president did not immediately approve the plan, but instead asked, "Do you know what 7 or 8 new humans mean?" Meteorite cracking expert was not a fool. After hearing the president's question, he quickly reacted. The total number of level 6 masters in the entire northern group was only 16. On the president's side, meteorite cracking expert did not know the exact number of people, but he knew that the number of level 6 masters should not exceed 10 people. In other words, the 7 or 8 level 6 new humans he just said casually was actually not easy at all. If 7 or 8 level 6 new humans were sent out at once to deal with the first wave of meteorite fragments, it would mean wasting most of our strength. If that Lin Kong suddenly appeared near the mall building and attacked here, then the president would probably be in a disadvantageous situation immediately. Of course, it is basically impossible for Lin Kong to attack. Unless this guy is crazy, he would make such a mad move. In summary, it would be an unwise decision for the president to send people to deal with the meteorite fragments falling from the sky. Besides, even if they successfully deal with the first wave of meteorite fragments, what about the second and third waves? According to the calculation of the meteorite cracking expert, the number of meteorite fragments in the third wave is even greater, probably exceeding 1 million. Such a terrifying number. Even if all the level 6 venerables of the entire Northern Force Group and the level 6 subordinates of the president are all united, they may not be able to deal with it. So, it is better not to block it, just let those meteorite fragments fall. Anyway, these meteorite fragments can't hit the level 6 venerables. As for the new humans of level 5 and level 4, if they dodge in time, they will be seriously injured at most. The reason why the man with glasses was shot into a sieve by the meteorite fragments was completely the result of Lin Kong's deliberate manipulation. If no one deliberately manipulated it, the new humans of level 5 and level 4 would not be killed by the meteorite fragments. The original text is available at LU number 9/. However, the remaining lower-level new humans do not have such great abilities. Facing the meteorite fragments falling at high speed, they are likely to be killed on the spot. Okay, then I won't care about the meteorite fragments. After the meteorite cracking expert finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the picture in the water mirror. It was full of people who were in a hurry in the fortress base. When the meteorite fragments fall later, these new humans of lower levels will probably be killed. When thinking of this, there was some reluctance in the eyes of the meteorite cracking expert. The president next to him glanced at the change in the Meteorite cracking expert's expression inside in his heart. This person must have an IQ problem. Although the bodies of the new humans at level 2 and 3 cannot escape the bombardment of meteorite fragments, they can hide inside buildings and basements. When meteorite fragments hit the buildings outside, they will lose a lot of impact force. The new humans inside the buildings will basically not be threatened. It is precisely because of this step that the president did not show any panic expression. He pressed the button of the Bluetooth headset and connected to the call of Ghostface Wu Yuan. Meteorite fragments are about to fall. You should ask Huang Kun's men to move to the building to hide. Yes, Wu Yuan immediately told Huang Kun as instructed. Huang Kun immediately notified his men through the radio. Since the people who came to the fortress base were all new humans who came to kill Lin Kong, they were very strong and fast. In less than 10 seconds, they all ran into the interior of the building and hid. The square, streets, and alleys of the entire fortress base became empty in an instant. Only the cool autumn wind blew the fine dust on the ground and the light yellow leaves. Lin Kong, who was hiding in the ventilation duct, naturally noticed the scene of the crowd dispersing. He was not surprised but happy, because the avoidance of the crowd just proved that they had no intention of stopping the meteorite fragments falling from the sky. And Lin Kong never thought of using meteorite fragments to hit people. He just wanted to absorb the red energy in the meteorite fragments. In this way, the first set of counterattack plans implemented by Lin Kong progressed almost as expected, and it can be said that it was quite smooth. Chapter 455 Death of Wang Hu. After notifying his men, Huang Kun continued to track down the whereabouts of Lin Kong's severed left hand. He and Wu Yuan acted separately. Wu Yuan was responsible for checking the surveillance to see where the left hand was thrown after the operation. Huang Kun went straight to Professor Wang Hu, who was doing experiments. After sending Lin Kong into the secret passage, Professor Wang Hu returned to the laboratory to continue the experiment. He pretended that nothing had happened and was concentrating on the experiment at hand. However, Wang Hu pretended that nothing had happened. But Huang Kun had something to find him. He strode forward and pushed the door open. The researchers nearby saw Huang Kun's ferocious look and retreated. Huang Kun walked forward and said nothing. He pulled Professor Wang Hu's collar and punched him hard in the stomach. Ah! Wang Hu screamed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Huang Kun is a strong, tall man with rich combat experience and his spiritual energy flows freely. Although Professor Wang Hu is also a level 6 new human venerable, he has been staying in the laboratory for many years and has hardly fought. With Huang Kun grabbing his collar, the circulation of Wang Hu's spiritual energy in his body was a little blocked. He could only control the spiritual energy to strengthen his body's defense. As for counterattack, Wang Hu didn't dare to think about it. When he thought of the name of Huang Kun, the Headshot King, and the various deeds he had done, Wang Hu could no longer raise the idea of resistance. However, one of Wang Hu's subordinates stood up loyally, pointed at Huang Kun and courageously warned, What do you want to do to Professor Wang? Professor Wang is the professor who has made the greatest contribution to our entire Northern Power Group. But before this subordinate could finish his words, he saw Huang Kun disappear on the spot. The next moment, bang! His head was blown up. The broken bone fragments burst out in the laboratory room, hitting the transparent bulletproof glass with a bang bang bang, bang. The headless body of this subordinate slowly fell down. In front of him, Huang Kun slowly retracted his bloody fist. The other researchers and Wang Hu's subordinates, seeing their companion's head being blown up, fell silent and dared not speak again. Although Professor Wang Hu felt sorry for this loyal subordinate, for the sake of his own life, he still moved his eyes away from the headless body with difficulty. Huang Kun stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his fist. Old man, I ask you questions and you answer them. If you just tell a lie, I will immediately make you end up like him. Okay. Okay. Professor Wang Hu's little heart trembled. Fortunately, he is now a level 6 new human venerable. Otherwise, he would definitely be frightened by Huang Kun's words and have a heart attack, and then die on the spot. Did you replace the zombie arm for a person named Lin Kong? This was Huang Kun's first question. It was also one of the intelligence he got from Wu Yuan. He knew the answer to this question, but the reason he asked was to see if Wang Hui was honest. Gulp tilde ... Yes, Professor Wang Hui swallowed hard and admitted it honestly. He didn't know that Lin Kong had been beaten to death at the exit of the secret passage. He still thought then Lin Kong had escaped, although he took Lin Kong's 2 poisonous corpse spirit cores, since he had sent Lin Kong to the secret passage. So, in Wang Hui's view, they should be considered even before. Therefore, in the following questioning, Professor Wang Hui said whatever Huang Kun asked. He said everything without any concealment. Wang Hui's words, of course, also included the whereabouts of Lin Kong's left arm and the fact that he sent Lin Kong to the secret passage. Huang Kun silently noted the whereabouts of the left arm. However, Huang Kun didn't want to let go of Wang Hui's escape with Lin Kong easily. He approached Wang Hui, lowered his head, smiled and said, "Old man, you are good." "Yeah." Wang Hui showed an apologetic smile on his face. He looked up and looked at Huang Kun's tough face, which was as hard as a knife and an axe. He was about to say something else. Suddenly, bang! Wang Hui's head exploded. Huang Kun's quick punch at close range blew up Wang Hui's head. Wang Hui had no time to react, and his soul left his body and ascended to heaven on the spot. The people around, who were already terrified, couldn't help but screamed when they saw the sudden death of old Professor Wang Hui. Run, run! They didn't dare to stay in this laboratory anymore, and rushed out with horror. At this time, at the exit of disinfection elevator number 3 inches, 3 figures flew over here. Read the original text in Liu number 9 /. As they flew, they shouted loudly, "Have mercy, Huang Kun, have mercy." But when the 3 flew to the laboratory and saw Wang Hui's headless body, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Huang Kun shrugged and asked as if nothing had happened, show mercy? What mercy?" It's okay, it's okay." The 3 flying level 6 venerables were all people who had a good relationship with Huang Kun. When they heard Huang Kun ran to the basement angrily, they had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. They also heard from their subordinates that Huang Kun was holding Professor Wang Hui and began to torture him, so they rushed over as fast as they could. However, in the end, they still failed to catch up and save Professor Wang Hui's life. Professor Wang Hui made great contributions to the Northern Power Group and was the only technical talent among the 16 leaders who was good at scientific research. When everyone is a fighting warrior, then a technical talent in scientific research is a very valuable asset. The 3 of them were reluctant to see Professor Wang Hui die. However, since he was already dead, the 3 of them did not want to say anything more. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. It was gone. If the 3 of them dared to talk more, Huang Kun might get angry and even blow up their heads. In order to prevent such a terrible thing from happening, they all asked Huang Kun about his progress in a flattering manner. "I heard that the murderer has the superpower of resurrection. Is this true? How is it? Did you get any valuable information from Professor Wang Hui?" "Brother Huang Kun, if you need anything, just tell me. And you can call my men. I've called helicopters, armored vehicles and so on." Huang Kun pushed them away. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with these 3 people. He had to find the resurrection place of the brother killer as soon as possible. He had been to this underground laboratory before, so he naturally knew the location of the garbage room mentioned by Wang Hui. Huang Kun ran towards the garbage room while opening his cell phone and dialing Wu Yuan's number. "Come on, I've already found out where the left arm is." "Yes, I also found it from the surveillance video. It's in the garbage room, right?" "Yes." The call was hung up. The 2 of them ran quickly towards the garbage room along different routes. However, they had just taken a step when they heard a burst of heavy objects falling from outside. Bang, bang. At first, the sound of falling was relatively sporadic. Bang bang bang. Then, the sound became more and more dense. Bang 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 bang. Finally, the sound of falling became one. The bulletproof glass installed in the underground laboratory was shaking constantly. The fluorescent lights above the corridor shattered one after another, and the power lines were still crackling with sparks. The first wave of meteorite fragments fell. Lin Kong, who was in the ventilation duct, kicked open the iron window at the exit. The Triceratops was left in the ventilation duct. Lin Kong's naked body jumped down from the sky. "The time has come. Start working. Chapter 456 Kick the Moon to Pieces. Lin Kong was always on guard against the surveillance of water of the future, and never relaxed. Therefore, when he jumped down from the ventilation duct, he specially chose an appropriate time. He controlled some of the meteorite fragments to hit the ground in front of him in advance, stirring up a lot of dust. He also controlled some fragments to collapse the building above, causing a lot of cement splashing. In this way, when Lin Kong came out of the ventilation duct, he would be blocked by a lot of obstacles. No matter how powerful this super camera of water of the future is, it can't capture Lin Kong's figure after all. But this time, Lin Kong didn't even wear clothes. When Fire of Life resurrected him, it didn't revive his clothes. Moreover, Lin Kong didn't have time to find clothes to cover his body. Even if he had time, Lin Kong probably wouldn't look for clothes to wear, because the more he moved, the more likely he would be discovered by the camera of water of the future. It is worth noting that Lin Kong has lifted the dinosaur possession. The Triceratops will temporarily leave him for a while. This is to prevent the Triceratops from dying again. Although the Fire of Life can also revive the possessed Triceratops when resurrecting Lin Kong, it is better to be safe than sorry. Lin Kong was worried that the Triceratops would be freed from the possession when he died. If that happened, the Triceratops would probably die permanently. This was definitely not what Lin Kong wanted to see. When the Triceratops came out of the Orange Village, it had been silently protecting his life. Lin Kong could not bear to let such a loyal dinosaur die. Lin Kong not only left the Triceratops, but also the 7 black balls the size of mung bins. The ability of the 7 black balls was severely damaged, and even the 7 black frost could not be released. To be precise, not even a trace of cold air could be ejected. Before jumping out of the ventilation duct, the Triceratops also sent a message to Lin Kong: safety. Although it was only 2 short syllables, Lin Kong already understood what the Triceratops meant. It was reminding Lin Kong to pay attention to safety, because, without the protection of the Triceratops, Lin Kong's strength was only level 2. Yes, up to now, Lin Kong is still a level 2 new human. Don't worry, I must have set up a resurrection location. The plan is ready. I will be fine. Lin Kong touched the top of the Triceratops' head, smiled and promised confidently. After that, he turned around and jumped down. This naked level 2 new human fell from the air to the ground. Under his control, most of the meteorite fragments slightly adjusted their angles and fell towards him. The volume of these meteorite fragments is about the same as an adult's fist. Although they are called fragments, they are actually very fast. Once Lin Kong, a level 2 new human, is shot in the vitals, he will be finished. No, Lin Kong has the Fire of Life in his right eye. It's okay if he is shot, he can still be resurrected. However, when those meteorite fragments burning with flames fell in front of him, Lin Kong was still a little scared. Hutilda. Lin Kong quickly activated the Overlord Flame in his left eye, and his spirit became fearless again. Come on, let the fragments come more violently. Lin Kong even opened his hands to welcome the meteorite fragments that were whoosh whoosh shooting towards him. Bang 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 bang. The meteorite fragments, one by one, were like a rainstorm, all pouring around Lin Kong's body. 10, 20, 50, 100, 500, 1000, 5000, 10,000. In the end, there were tens of thousands of meteorite fragments. These tens of thousands of meteorite fragments smashed around Lin Kong, forming a meteorite hill of several meters. The first wave of meteorite fragments also had hundreds of thousands of them. There were only tens of thousands of them around Lin Kong, and even if they formed a meteorite hill, it was actually not noticeable, because the other buildings in the fortress base collapsed one after another under the bombardment of meteorite fragments, especially the top protective cover of the fortress base. It fell down in large pieces, among them, some iron frames that were originally suspended in the air, and the bright headlights that were powered on, were all smashed and exploded with crackling and rumbling. In short, 4 words: a mess. All kinds of buildings in the entire fortress base were smashed into ruins that could not be seen in their original shape. The new humans hiding in the buildings, with high levels, would naturally not be harmed by the cement bricks of the buildings. However, some new humans with low levels and weak strength were directly crushed to death by things like cement ceilings or stone pillars. Those who were not crushed to death, or those who only had one leg crushed, wailed in pain and asked for help. However, most of these people followed Huang Kun to kill Lin Kong. Since they were going to kill Lin Kong, they must be prepared to be killed. So, in such a tragic situation, who would care about a meteorite hill several meters high? Lin Kong was hiding in the meteorite hill, quietly preparing for the big surprise that he was about to give to Huang Kun. He had drunk the virus of the level 6 zombie and began to transform into a zombie. Lin Kong understood that his strength was too weak. His close combat skills were also terrible. From the fight in Orange Village to now, Lin Kong didn't even have a handy weapon. In summary, he, a weak chicken with a combat power of 5, couldn't fight the enemy head-on. He could only use strategies. He could only risk his life to kill his opponent. Although the cost of this method was relatively high, fortunately, he had a lot of lives. When Lin Kong was transforming into a zombie, on the top floor of the shopping mall building, Water of the Future was using a water mirror to monitor every corner of the fortress base, while constantly predicting various futures, and also guiding the coquettish woman in the clothing store to write an apology letter. Although Water of the Future had used her greatest ability to search the houses inside and outside the fortress base, she didn't find Lin Kong at all. She didn't realize her weakness of not wanting to drill into the wall, not wanting to drill into the ground for surveillance. In fact, even if she realized it in time, she probably wouldn't drill into the wall or drill into the ground for observation, because the workload is too heavy. Observing in the wall and observing in the air are two completely different concepts. In the wall, the effective distance that future water can observe is less than 10 centimeters. In the air, future water can record all the people and animals within a range of nearly 100 meters with just a glance. The difference between the two working methods is nearly 1,000 times. If future water drills into the ground for a large-scale search, then she will be so tired that white smoke comes out of her body. So, in summary, this weakness of future water is almost inevitable. Of course, if you have determined that the enemy is in a certain building, she will definitely drill into the wall for observation. But the problem is that the president has no idea where Lin Kong ran to after his resurrection. It is unknown whether Lin Kong is in the underground building of the fortress base, in the building on the ground, or outside the fortress base. God knows where this cunning guy has gone. Maybe he might suddenly come to the shopping mall. It is precisely to prevent such an attack on the headquarters from happening that the president has specially ordered Water of the Future to use a water mirror to monitor the surroundings of the shopping mall. In response to the president's cautious performance, Water of the Future silently connected to the coquettish woman who was writing an apology letter in the clothing store. Water of the Future's intuition told her that the president's apparent strength looked very strong, but it was estimated that he would lose. From the county town to Zhejiang City, all the way, Water of the Future deeply understood the cunningness of Lin Kong. Moreover, as time went by, Water of the Future found that the scene in the death prophecy where Lin Kong killed the president became clearer and clearer. The original text is available at Liu number 9 at book/bar. The president is probably going to die. I'd better think of other ways to please the big devil Lin Kong. Water of the Future planned in her mind. The reason why she planned to please Lin Kong more instead of trying to escape as soon as possible was because she had predicted with her own ability. In the future, the entire Earth will be ruled by Lin Kong alone. If she escapes now, she will still be caught by Lin Kong in the future, unless she can hide on the moon. No, even if she hides on the moon, it won't work. According to her own prediction, Lin Kong's future strength seems to be able to directly kick the moon to pieces. Therefore, Water of the Future knows that she can't escape from Lin Kong's palm, and Lin Kong is a person who holds grudges. Once caught, Water of the Future will definitely not have an easy life. While Future Water was thinking, the coquettish woman at the clothing store sent her a message. Future sister. In this apology letter, how should I address Lin Kong? Should I use Lin Kong brother, Lin Kong little brother, or Lin Kong old lady. Although the coquettish woman had received the apology letter format that future water found in the database, she was still struggling with a very important issue. That is, how to address Lin Kong in the apology letter. Calling him Lin Kong brother would bring them closer. Calling him Lin Kong little brother would make them seem sweeter. Calling Lin Kong old lady or something like that would make them seem very fashionable. The coquettish woman was undecided for a moment, so she asked, "Future water, about it, you think Lin Kong is your boyfriend? He is quite introverted, and calling him brother or something like that will make him feel uncomfortable." Future water used to observe Lin Kong's every move day and night, so he naturally knew Lin Kong's personality a long time ago. Lin Kong is different from the pink-clad men who are surrounded by women. He is very loyal to women, and his personality is relatively introverted and gentle. Under normal circumstances, as long as you don't push Lin Kong too far, and you scold him for no reason, Lin Kong won't care at all. For this kind of boy, calling him little brother or something like that will be counterproductive and make him feel uncomfortable. Then what should I call him? Well, Mr. Lin, future water, thought for a moment and answered. Calling him Lin Kong directly would seem too strange. Calling him Mr. Lin just expresses respect and equality. Future water knows Lin Kong's psychological needs. Although this guy was nicknamed Big Devil by future water knows Lin Kong's real goal very well. This guy has no ideals, let alone ambitions. The family education he received since childhood is just normal standard morality, such as being polite to others and respecting the elderly and loving the young. From Orange Village to now, Lin Kong's only goal has always been only one, that is to save his mother Liu Hong and reunite the family. Lin Kong's ideas are just different from those of the president. Lin Kong only thinks that his family is safe, and it doesn't matter if all humans die. The president is completely different. He hopes to save the world and save all mankind from water and fire, even if he sacrifices his own life. Therefore, the two have very different requirements for addressing. Treat Lin Kong, you can call him Sabi, call him Old Yinbi, and scold him Country Bumpkin. It doesn't matter. Lin Kong doesn't care about these unimportant things at all. But treat the president, it's completely different. You have to call him adult. Yes, the president believes that his mission is to save all mankind. Driven by such a great goal, the president believes that he is qualified to be called sir by others. Okay, then I will call Lin Kong Mr. Lin. The coquettish woman finally decided on Lin Kong's title. Then, it was the first sentence. But, she had another question. By the way, future sister, my first sentence should be, respected Mr. Lin, but what about dear Mr. Lin? Should I draw a little heart or something? Should I leave a kiss on it? Get lost, future water, scolded coldly. She was too lazy to deal with the coquettish woman in the clothing store. Then, future water came to her senses and looked around. The president was still talking to Wu Yuan and the others. They were looking for Lin Kong's whereabouts. Meteorite cracking expert was still staring at his laptop to prevent large pieces of meteorites from entering the atmosphere. These people were very busy. Lin Kong's disappearance cast a dark shadow over the minds of these level 6 venerables. Water of the future turned her head and looked at the open space outside the shopping mall. She found that the dragon tamer, named Radar, was giving Lin Kong's Tyrannosaurus a bath. This Tyrannosaurus has only been bathed once by Lin Kong's sister Lin Kiao since its birth. Following Lin Kong, this unclean master, the Tyrannosaurus has been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Water of the future complained in her heart. Wait, a flash of inspiration came to her mind, and she suddenly thought of a good idea to please Lin Kong. According to Lin Kong's family status ranking and the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young that Lin Kong has always adhered to, it can be found that sister Lin Kiao is the most important existence in the family. Although Lin Kiao is just a super scum, super weak chicken, super with zero combat power, but once Lin Kiao has any accident, Lin Kong will probably fall into a terrifying rampage state immediately. Things like destroying all mankind, blowing up the earth, kicking the moon, etc. Lin Kong, who is in a rampage state, may do it! If future water can save Lin Kiao, then Lin Kong will definitely be happy. Maybe Lin Kong will no longer care about stealing dinosaur eggs. After Future Water made up his mind, he decisively started the action of saving Lin Kong. Chapter 457 Lin Kong is rescued. Water of the Future wants to save Lin Kong, but the prerequisite is that the president must not find out. Once the president finds out, she will not have a good ending. Lin Kong is indeed not easy to mess with, but the president is not a pushover either. Although the president is wearing a ridiculous Monkey King mask, this guy is known as the strongest man among level 6 inches. Such a powerful person only needs one finger to kill. Water of the Future. If the president is not Lin Kong, then Water of the Future will definitely stand on the president's side decisively. But there is no way. Who asked the president to kidnap anyone else, but to kidnap Lin Kong's mother? The president is also unlucky. If a person like him does not make an enemy of Lin Kong, he will definitely do a lot in the end times. Water of the Future glanced at the president, who was looking for Lin Kong's trace with sympathetic eyes. Then, she continued to plan the action to rescue Lin Kong. Known, Lin Kong, Wu Fei, Fang Guonan and others are being held in different rooms in the shopping mall. In the corridor outside the room, there are several level 5 new humans guarding them. Since Lin Kong and others are tied up with special iron chains and remote-controlled bombs are installed, there is no need for a level 6 venerable to guard them. As the 10-year-old Lin Kong is the weakest among the crowd, the guards outside her room are the most lax. After all, Lin Kong is an ordinary person who doesn't even have superpowers. Anyone in this shopping mall building can beat up 1,000 Lin Kong. Fortunately, the president didn't know that Lin Kong was the most important person in Lin Kong's family. The president thought that Lin Kong's mother was the most important, and deliberately imprisoned Lin Kong's mother in a mysterious place that even Future Water didn't know. In short, Future Water felt that it shouldn't be a difficult thing to rescue a Lin Kong, so she made a prediction. Well, it turned out to be true. The method to save Lin Kong is quite simple. Water of the Future only needs to do 2 steps. The first step is to throw a stone out of the window. The second step is to let Lin Kong run away openly. Although these 2 steps are simple, they must be done at the right time. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to save a little girl in 2 steps. But Water of the Future is different. She is proficient in the power of coincidence and can always grasp the most effective possibility among the countless possibilities. After counting silently for a few seconds, Water of the Future picked up a small stone in the corner and threw it out of the window casually. Swish tilde. The small stone hit the dragon tamer, who was giving the Tyrannosaurus Rex a bath. He screamed ah, then, he raised his head and cursed loudly. Who is it? So wicked. At the same time, outside Lin Kong's room, a level 5 new human in charge of guarding was closing the door of the room. He had just given Lin Kong some boiled water to drink, because he found that the little girl's face was very pale, probably because she was scared. After drinking the boiled water, Lin Kong's face turned a little red. Just now, Lin Kong begged the guard to let her go. She missed her father and brother and wanted to go home. Although the guard was soft-hearted, he couldn't let Lin Kong go. This was the person who was caught by the president's sister, Dao Linian. If he let Lin Kong go, Dao Linian would burn him to ashes. The president was very reasonable, but his sister Dao Linian was not reasonable at all. Therefore, the guard would never let Lin Kong go. He closed the door and was about to lock it by turning the key. Just at this moment, he saw an object falling rapidly outside the window. Then, he heard the scream of Dragon Tamer. So, his attention was easily diverted, and the hand that was about to turn the key forgot to turn it. He pulled out the key directly and put it in his trouser pocket. Yes, the door was not locked. Lin Kong, who was inside the room, noticed some water balls suddenly appearing on the door handle, so she happened to notice this. Moreover, the water ball turned into a mouth and whispered a short word to her, "Run." Lin Kong, who had been thinking about escaping, was encouraged by this magical water ball and immediately opened the door. However, as soon as she opened the door, Lin Kong immediately regretted it. because the guard just stood at the door. The guard only needed to turn his head to easily find Lin Kong behind him. However, at this moment, Dragon Trainer came in with his head covered. The original text is available at 6:9. He asked the guards about the stone throwing, wanting to know if the guard saw which bastard threw the stone. So, the guard in front of Lin Kong naturally took a step, wanting to hear what Dragon Trainer was asking. Run! Lin Kong was startled. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time and did not scream, because, at some point, the magical water ball suddenly ran to her ear and said the word run. Lin Kong hesitated for a second, and then she rushed out decisively. The guard was looking towards the hall, and Lin Kong ran directly in the direction the guard was facing. She didn't know where that direction led to, but she just had to run. Her heart was beating non-stop. She was very nervous, and her mind was blank. She stepped hard on the ground with both feet and ran hard. However, when she ran, there was no sound of footsteps, because there was a layer of water ball on the soles of her feet. That was the silencer made by water of the future. After running for a while, Lin Kong stopped. Someone. Lin Kong was frightened and didn't know what to do. Run! A slight whisper came from her ear again. This time, Lin Kong did not hesitate at all. After hearing the word run, she began to move her feet reflexively. At this time, a strong wind happened to pass through the hall. The strong wind mixed with dust rushed in. The people next to her immediately turned their heads away. As a result, they just didn't see Lin Kong running. At the same time, the strong wind that came through the hall also slammed the door of Lin Kong tightly. The guard who was in charge of imprisoning Lin Kong was startled. He turned his head and was a little puzzled. But he didn't care, and went to chat with the dragon tamer, who was hit by the stone. Because he knew the clue of the stone, he saw the stone fall from the window with his own eyes. In this way, Lin Kong escaped from the shopping mall building easily with just a stone and the word run. She kept running and stumbling away. She was just a 10-year-old girl. She didn't know where she was going. Anyway, running would be the end of it. Although she was worried about her father and sister Xiago, she couldn't think of an effective solution. She could only run forward desperately to prevent herself from being caught by the hateful bad guys again. On the top floor of the shopping mall building, Future Water leaned against the window, watching Lin Kong running farther and farther away. She showed a satisfied smile. Just at this time, the pink-clothed man next to her pointed at the picture in the water mirror and exclaimed, "Look, Lin Kong." It's Lin Kong. In the picture, Lin Kong, who was naked, was slowly crawling out of the meteorite hill. His teeth turned into fangs like a beast. Moreover, on the fangs, there was a faint flash of green virus light. Chapter 458. Lin Kong is transforming into a corpse. Lin Kong's first counterattack plan is very simple, that is, to transform into a zombie and kill people. However, this counterattack plan involves a very critical knowledge point. That is the entire corpse transformation process after a person is infected with the virus. Lin Kong learned from the information provided by Ma Wuti that there are a total of 3 different viruses on this earth. That is, 3rd generation zombie virus, 2nd generation poisonous corpse virus, and 1st generation demon corpse virus. Maybe you don't quite understand which of these messy viruses is the most powerful. Let's change the name, and you will understand immediately. In layman's terms, 1st generation demon corpse virus is equivalent to grandfather, 2nd generation poisonous corpse virus is father, and 3rd generation zombie virus is the weakest grandson, grandfather, father, grandson. The 3 levels are very vivid and easy to remember. According to Ma Wuti's narration, Lin Kong knew that the grandson level zombie virus is the most garbage virus. For example, suppose you are bitten by a zombie. If you have the physique of a pure person like Lin Kong, then you don't have to worry about the zombie turning into a zombie. You can even bite back with confidence. Well, you can bite the zombie and see whose teeth are harder. But what if you don't have the aura of a protagonist and are just an ordinary person? Don't panic. Please quickly pick up the kitchen knife beside you. If this damn zombie bites your finger, you should quickly cut off your palm. If this damn zombie bites your palm, you should quickly cut off your arm. If this pit zombie bites your neck, you should quickly cut off. Ahem. You don't have to cut it now. Please put down a kitchen knife in your hand, quickly open the drawer, and find the white paper and the black center marker. Let's start. You can start thinking about the outline of the suicide note. Remember, you must write an outline when writing a suicide note, so that when you write, you can write like a god, without getting stuck, and not writing off topic while writing. My Chinese teacher once did a very professional statistics on suicide notes. Statistics show that the relatives of people who have made an outline can more easily understand the suicide notes they wrote, and there are fewer conflicts when dividing the inheritance. However, you don't have much time left to write a suicide note, only 10 minutes. Here, it is recommended that you spend 9 minutes writing a suicide note, and use the last minute to comb your hair and make a nice hairstyle. You may have questions. Why do you have to do a hairstyle? The reason is very simple. Because after you are bitten by a zombie, you will enter the corpse transformation process. The corpse transformation process will last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you will completely turn into a bloodthirsty zombie who has lost his mind. Then, in order to achieve the original goal of eating meat and drinking blood, you will work tirelessly day and night. In this way, you will have no time to take care of your hairstyle. Therefore, I suggest that you should comb a good hairstyle within the last minute of the corpse transformation. After becoming a zombie, you will be more handsome. The above is an example of the third-generation virus at the grandson level. Next is an example of second-generation virus and first-generation virus. However, I can't think of a suitable example at the moment. So I suggest you stay away from second-generation poisonous corpse and first-generation demon corpse as soon as possible. When I think of an example, you can go to compete with this more advanced monster. To sum up, third-generation virus. The virus runs slowly, and after infection, it takes about 10 minutes to transform into a corpse. Countermeasure. You can prevent the transformation by cutting off the limbs. Second-generation virus. The virus runs faster than Liu Xiang. After infection, it takes about 10 seconds to transform into a corpse. Countermeasure. Wait for death. First-generation virus. The virus runs faster than lightning. After infection, it takes about 0.0001 seconds to transform into a corpse. Countermeasure. Wait for death. Earlier, Lin Kong had taken a tube of second-generation virus and several tubes of third-generation virus from the freezer where the virus was stored. However, at this moment, Lin Kong only had 2 tubes of third-generation virus in his hand. The remaining viruses were temporarily handed over to the 7 black balls for safekeeping. According to the knowledge points mentioned above, we can easily find that the third-generation virus in Lin Kong's hand is a grandson-level virus. And Lin Kong has the physique of a pure person, and a little grandson virus will not affect him at all. However, if he takes it internally, even if he is a pure person, he will be infected. Although the third-generation virus is a useless grandson, if you drink a tube directly, how can you not be infected? What's more, Lin Kong drank 2 tubes directly. To give an example, then Lin Kong's pure body is equivalent to a bathtub of clear water. Of course, there is no problem if you drop a drop of ink. If you pour 2 large buckets of ink directly into it, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The 2 tubes of third-generation zombie virus in Lin Kong's hand are equivalent to 2 large buckets of black ink. When he dared to drink it in one gulp, he immediately entered the corpse state. It still tastes like watermelon. Quite delicious. Lin Kong licked his lips and found that this green third-generation virus actually tasted like watermelon, sweet, refreshing and delicious. It made Lin Kong want to have another tube. 599 seconds. 598 seconds. 597 seconds. After drinking the third-generation zombie virus, Lin Kong immediately counted down silently. According to the information Lin Kong obtained from various channels, he will lose all his reason in 10 minutes. The desires in his mind will change dramatically. He will no longer think about the bun stuffed with scallions and pork, nor will he think about the body of his girlfriend Yiziago, nor will he worry about the disappearing Tyrannosaurus Rex. His desire, after 10 minutes, will only become one: eating meat. Human meat, animal meat, fish meat, any meat is fine. Therefore, Lin Kong must calculate the time well. He must kill Huang Kun before he completely loses his mind. It is worth noting that the process of zombie transformation does not change in an instant. The 10-minute corpse transformation process is divided into 2 stages. The first 5 minutes are corpse transformation of the body, and the last 5 minutes are corpse transformation of the brain. After drinking the 2 tubes of virus, Lin Kong's body has entered the first stage. The first thing to change is Lin Kong's arm. He is now inside the meteorite hill. This hill is made up of tens of thousands of meteorite fragments. When these meteorite fragments passed through the atmosphere, they had intense friction. Therefore, when they fell, they were burning with flames. After falling to the ground, although the flames on them disappeared, the inside of these meteorite fragments still contained very high temperatures. Lin Kong was in the meteorite hill as if he was in a boiler. It was very hot. The skin on his arms was burned. Waves of intense burning sensations continued to enter Lin Kong's mind. However, when he began to transform into a corpse, the burning sensation on his arms was slowly weakening. To be precise, all the sense of touch was slowly weakening. As the corpse transformation continued, Lin Kong found that he could no longer feel pain in his body. Without the pain coming from his skin, Lin Kong, who was hiding inside the meteorite hill, felt much better. After the pain in his body was greatly weakened, the next thing was the change in his teeth. A large amount of salty liquid began to be secreted in his mouth. The original text is in Liu number 9/. He spat it out with a poo sound and took a look. It was blood. When Lin Kong was a little puzzled, he found that his teeth began to loosen. This loosening process was quite fast. In a short while, all the teeth in Lin Kong's mouth fell out. With a wow, Lin Kong spat them all out. Looking at the white teeth on the ground, Lin Kong then remembered the detailed process of the corpse transformation. He knew that this was changing teeth. Sure enough, when the original teeth fell out, he found that he felt an itchy feeling in his gums. Lin Kong touched it with his finger and found that there were pointed and sharp beast fangs growing out. When the teeth were growing, Lin Kong also felt a trace of green liquid. This is the virus of the 3rd generation zombies. If he went out to bite people at this moment, he would have the ability to turn other people into zombies. When the teeth were growing, Lin Kong did not feel severe pain, because the pain sensation of Lin Kong's body had been greatly weakened just now. After the teeth were grown, Lin Kong's body began to show a change that made him happy. That is the change in vision. His eyeballs were originally white with black pupils. When the corpse transformation progressed, the whites of his eyes began to become turbid, and his black pupils began to fade. Gradually, Lin Kong's eyes were like a patient with cataracts. After the eyes changed, Lin Kong's vision also changed. In his original vision, the meteorite was black, and his palm was white with red. Now, in his eyes, the meteorite turned grayish-white, and his palms also turned grayish-white. Not only that, even the ground, fingernails, and all other insignificant things turned grayish-white. In the zombie's vision, it seemed that the whole world had turned into a grayish-white color without any nostalgia. But, the next second, a stunning red color appeared in Lin Kong's vision. It was the red energy emitted from the meteorite fragments. These red energies, like light and elegant smoke, slowly floated on the surface of the meteorite fragments. As the 3rd generation zombie virus continued to transform Lin Kong's body, Lin Kong found that he could see more and more red energy. There was a large piece of red smoke in front, a large piece of red smoke on the left, and the same on the right and behind. Wherever he looked, it was all elegant and agile red smoke. Lin Kong's vision was completely filled with the red smoke emitted by the meteorite fragments. Ho ho, so good. Ahem, I can finally see this red energy. Lin Kong happily reached out his hand to touch the floating red smoke. He had eaten the 3rd generation zombie virus and was waiting for this moment. However, when he spoke, he accidentally made a zombie cry. Obviously, his throat began to change gradually. Perhaps when the change reached a later stage, he would no longer be able to speak Mandarin. But Lin Kong didn't care about this side effect at all. Next, it was the project that Lin Kong was most looking forward to, crazy sucking. After Lin Kong could see the red energy, He had a strong desire for this mysterious red energy. It was like a wolf that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights and saw delicious barbecue. Lin Kong couldn't wait to pounce on it. Hiss! Just like a handful of noodles, Lin Kong sucked hard and sucked up all the nearby red energy. After sucking the front, Lin Kong immediately turned around and sucked the left. After sucking the left one, Lin Kong quickly turned around and sucked the one behind. After sucking the meteorite fragments behind, Lin Kong turned again and sucked all the meteorite fragments on the right. As he sucked more and more red energy, Lin Kong's level was also changing rapidly. He was originally a new human at level 2. However, after taking the 3rd generation zombie virus, he turned into an ordinary zombie again. After absorbing some red energy, Lin Kong, a rookie zombie, evolved from an ordinary zombie to a mutated zombie. As we all know, mutant zombies are divided into 3 categories: power type, intelligence type, and agility type. Each category is subdivided into various types of zombies. For example, the representative of the power type is the giant hand zombie, whose palm is particularly huge. For example, the representative of the intelligence type is Lin Kong's younger brother One-Eyed Boy, Zhuge Corpse, who can control other zombies. For example, the representative of the agility type is the jumping zombie that was chopped to death by Lin Kong with a hatchet in Orange Village. At that time, Lin Kong was just an ordinary person. So, what kind of zombie will Lin Kong become after the mutation? What special abilities will this newly mutated zombie have? However, the result of the mutation disappointed Lin Kong a little, because he found that his physical strength was growing rapidly, which meant that he was mutating into a power-type zombie. Among these 3 types of zombies, the one that Lin Kong wanted to change the most was naturally the most powerful intelligence type. The second most powerful one was the agility type, but what he didn't expect was that he just turned into the most clumsy power-type zombie. But since he had changed, Lin Kong couldn't start over. The power-type zombie was still good, at least with Lin Kong's sinister mind. It just happened to be smart and brave. What will my ability be? After determining the type, Lin Kong began to be curious about his own abilities. Due to the abilities of mutant zombies, there are only a few types in total. The first type is the giant hand zombie, with big arms. The second type is the Bigfoot zombie, with thick thighs. And the third type is the fat belly zombie, who is good at smelling sweet words and has a big belly. Lin Kong became the first type, giant hand zombie. He found that as long as he wanted, he could make his palms huge at any time. Therefore, now, we have to call Lin Kong, giant hand zombie Lin Kong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Level 6. Lin Kong makes a brilliant appearance. As mentioned above, there were 3 waves of meteorite fragments falling from the sky. The first and second waves were summoned by Lin Kong before he died, and the total number was several 100,000. The third wave was summoned by Lin Kong with all his strength after he was resurrected, and there were at least more than 1 million. Therefore, after the first wave of meteorite fragments fell, Lin Kong immediately controlled the second wave of meteorite fragments to fall towards him. The first wave of meteorite fragments formed a meteorite hill around Lin Kong. Lin Kong happily absorbed the red energy inside the meteorite hill. He mutated from a newly promoted ordinary zombie to a powerful, giant hand zombie. As he continued to absorb the red energy, his level changed rapidly at a super speed like a rocket taking off. Early stage of level 1, middle stage of level 1, late stage of level 1. When he broke through to level 2, Lin Kong felt that his whole body's strength had almost doubled. This was really cool. The level growth has not ended yet, and it is still changing. Early stage of level 2, middle stage of level 2, late stage of level 2, buzz tilde. With a wave of air, Lin Kong found that he had the power of suppression. This power of suppression can make creatures with lower levels than himself feel great fear, and make them terrified. Power of suppression is definitely a super weapon for cutting leaks and killing weak chickens. However, level 3 is still not the end of Lin Kong's level. He continued to absorb red energy and continued to level up. Early stage of level 3, middle stage of level 3, late stage of level 3, level 4, level 5. Lin Kong reached level 5 in one breath. The power of suppression he just obtained immediately changed as the level increased. The terrifying ordinary power of suppression evolved into a Taishan-type power of suppression that can make objects heavy. After level 5, it is the level 6 venerable zombie. Lin Kong felt that the red energy he just absorbed was still constantly transforming him and his body. He can still level up. Early stage of level 5, middle stage of level 5, late stage of level 5, late stage of level 5. After level 5, 55,555. Oops, ho ho, I can't go any higher. Lin Kong's body was just one breath away from touching the thigh of level 6, but he just couldn't touch it. He was stuck at the late stage of level 5, unable to move at all. This is not good. If it's only the late stage of level 5, I might be killed by Huang Kun again. Hey, wait. Lin Kong absorbed the red energy of all the meteorite fragments nearby, but he still didn't succeed in reaching level 6. He was a little disappointed with this result, but a loud sound of boom 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 reminded him. It was the second wave of meteorite fragments. They had successfully arrived next to Lin Kong. Hey, keep sucking. Lin Kong licked his lips. He couldn't wait to push aside the meteorite fragments in front of him and move towards a position above. Freshly fallen meteorite fragments fell beside him in waves. When all the meteorite fragments had fallen, he rushed over impatiently. His gray and turbid eyeballs exuded a bloodthirsty red light. He opened his big mouth full of beast fangs, and then sucked with all his strength. Hiss, like a whale swallowing water. Lin Kong sucked in a lot of red energy from the second wave of falling meteorite fragments. His zombie level, which was stuck tightly, finally loosened. Level 5, level 5, level 5, puff tilde. It was as if an invisible and intangible film was pierced. Lin Kong's zombie body finally reached early level 6. Like the clouds and fog were cleared, Lin Kong found that his upgrade speed had become faster again. Early level 6, middle level 6. This rapid upgrade speed continued until the final, late level 6. There was another huge gulf between late level 6 and level 7. Lin Kong found that in order to fill this huge ditch, he had to absorb at least 2 or 3 million more meteorite fragments. But it was too late. He no longer had extra time to absorb meteorite energy to become stronger, because, up to now, Lin Kong's corpse transformation process has lasted for a full 5 minutes. Next, he only has 5 minutes left. After these 5 minutes, he will completely lose his mind, and completely, from a copycat zombie to a serious authentic zombie. The first 5 minutes are the corpse transformation process of the body stage. The last 5 minutes are the corpse transformation process of the brain stage. A feeling of irritability began to slowly emerge from Lin Kong's mind. Lin Kong gradually became impatient. He climbed to the top of the meteorite hill with his hands and feet. Then, he slowly stood up. At the same time, on the top floor of the shopping mall building, the pink-coated cannon man also saw Lin Kong's figure through the picture on the water mirror. He immediately reported to the president with great joy. "Look, Lin Kong, it's Lin Kong, President. We finally found this guy." The president suddenly looked up, and a trace of relief finally appeared on his solemn face. He quickly pressed the Bluetooth headset and contacted Wu Yuan in the underground laboratory. "No need to look for him. We found him." The original text is in the 6-9 book. Bar. He is standing on the ruins outside. He is naked, and he doesn't even have the protection of a triceratops. Quick, rush up and kill him. The president immediately gave the order to attack. However, he immediately realized his mistake. Wu Yuan, don't kill him. He can be resurrected. So you'd better catch him alive. Wu Yuan, who was in the garbage room, heard the president's slightly excited order, and he just replied with a short yes. Although Wu Yuan wanted to kill Lin Kong, the annoying fly, in his heart. However, since the president had spoken, He had no choice but to spare Lin Kong's life for the time being. It is worth mentioning that the elevator leading to the underground laboratory had been smashed, and the backup exit was also collapsed by the meteorite fragments falling from the sky. Therefore, if Wu Yuan wanted to get out, he had to break through the ceiling and rush out with brute force. He was a level 6 new human, and the concrete ceiling could not stop him. Therefore, rushing out of the underground laboratory was just a piece of cake for Wu Yuan. He kicked the ground with his legs and shot his body directly to the ceiling. The head of the level 6 new human was very hard, and Wu Yuan could use his head to rush out a path directly and savagely. However, he had just broken through the ceiling of the first floor when he found that the president's new order came from the headset. Don't catch him. Wu Yuan, you'd better run quickly. This guy seems to be holding back a big move. Question mark. When Wu Yuan heard this, his head was just stuck in the ceiling. He was full of question marks. Lin Kong is just an annoying fly. Why do you want me to run? And what does holding back a big move mean? Although Wu Yuan was very confused, but since the president had spoken, he had to let Lin Kong go for the time being. However, when Wu Yuan was about to smash the ceiling with a punch, suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. The owner of this voice was none other than Lin Kong. After Lin Kong climbed to the top of the meteorite hill, he took an exaggerated deep breath. The president at that time happened to see Lin Kong's action through the water mirror. He observed carefully for a while and found that Lin Kong's eyes turned gray and white like cataracts. Moreover, the president also saw Lin Kong's beast fangs. At that moment, the president realized Lin Kong's conspiracy. This guy turned into a zombie. Then, the president immediately associated the zombies with the red energy and the meteorite. The red energy was associated with upgrading. The increase in level means terrible power. The president finally understood Lin Kong's plan. This guy must want to become a zombie, so that he can evolve quickly and then go on a killing spree. Thinking of Lin Kong's character, the president knew that this guy would never appear in front of everyone without full confidence. Then, there is only one truth. Lin Kong already has enough strength. Therefore, the president, who understood everything, immediately changed the order and asked Wu Yuan to run away quickly, and not rush out to give Lin Kong a head. This is a wise decision. However, the president guessed wrong a little. Lin Kong was not holding back a big move. Standing on the top of the meteorite hill, Lin Kong took a very exaggerated deep breath. This action made the president mistakenly think that Lin Kong was doing some weird big moves. Therefore, he warned Wu Yuan that Lin Kong was holding back a big move and never get close to Lin Kong. But the real situation surprised the president. It turned out that Lin Kong's deep breathing was not holding back a big move. Instead, he wanted to inhale enough air. Why inhale air? Could it be that he was going to make an air bomb? No. The reason why Lin Kong inhaled air was simply to prepare for speaking loudly. When Lin Kong's lungs had inhaled enough air, he raised his hands to his mouth, making the shape of a loudspeaker. Then, he opened his mouth full of beastly fangs. Then, he shouted loudly, "Huang Kun, come out and die." At the end of the shouting, Lin Kong couldn't help but ho-ho a few times. After shouting, he stood quietly on the top of the meteorite hill. This guy without clothes, with his hands on his waist and his chin facing the sky, had an arrogant expression on his face that said, "I am the strongest in the world." Chapter 460, 13th and 14th Kill with One Punch. Huang Kun had previously called Lin Kong out to die, and now it was Lin Kong's turn to call Huang Kun out to die. Lin Kong's shout was full of energy, and it really resounded throughout all corners of the fortress base. The eardrums of those who were close, the new humans of a lower level, were directly broken. Even though Huang Kun and Wu Yuan and others were in the underground laboratory, they could clearly hear Lin Kong's shouting. Wu Yuan received the retreat order from the president, so he had to temporarily let Lin Kong go. But Huang Kun and his three venerable friends would not give up so easily. Especially Huang Kun. He had been searching for a long time, but Lin Kong, the murderer of his brother, actually jumped out on his own initiative. It didn't matter that he came out, but he even dared to openly provoke him. "You are looking for death." Huang Kun's eyes flashed with brilliance. This time, he would never kill Lin Kong easily. He must capture Lin Kong alive and then torture him again and again, until Lin Kong was tortured to the point of mental collapse. Thinking of this, Huang Kun couldn't wait to rush out and kill Lin Kong. However, before Huang Kun made a move, one of his 3 friends stood up indignantly. "Brother Huang Kun, this guy is so arrogant and doesn't take our Northern Forces group seriously at all. How about this, Brother Huang Kun, you take a break first, I'll go and catch him back." After saying that, without waiting for Huang Kun's consent, he had already rushed out. This man had 2 machetes in his hands, and he was also a new human of level 6. However, Huang Kun was in the middle stage of level 6, and this double knife man was in the early stage of level 6, and his strength was not as good as Huang Kun. He took the initiative to attack this time just to please Huang Kun. The double knife man jumped directly on the spot. Bang bang bang, his strong body broke through the ceiling, broke through the solid soil layer, broke through the collapsed obstacles, and came to the ground in an instant. Seeing the double knife man so eager, Huang Kun also acquiesced to his flattery. "Let's go out too, to prevent that guy from running away," Huang Kun said to the other 2 friends. "Okay." The 3 of them also flew out from the hole opened by the double blade man. Above the ground, Lin Kong was silently counting down the time in his heart. 278 seconds. 277 seconds. 276 seconds. He only had so much time left. As long as the time returned to 0, he would completely lose his mind. Therefore, he had to kill Huang Kun within this 276 seconds. Fortunately, Huang Kun did not let Lin Kong wait for a long time. Just after Lin Kong finished shouting, about 10 seconds later, he saw the first double blade man rushing out from the ground. Then came Huang Kun and the other 2 people. These 2 people, one wore a golden brass knuckles, and the other carried a silver spear. Added together, that's 4 level 6 venerables. Lin Kong glanced at them, and he already had a preliminary tactic in his mind. That was to defeat them one by one. However, what Lin Kong did not expect was that Huang Kun and the other 4 took the initiative to disperse. Huang Kun, the headshot king, with a sinister look, came to the back of Lin Kong. The golden knuckles man came to the left of Lin Kong, and the silver spear man silently flew to the right of Lin Kong. The people in the back, left, and right directions had no intention of attacking. Only the watermelon double knife man in front of Lin Kong walked forward with a grim smile. Lin Kong raised his eyebrows happily. Because the enemy was numerous and we were few, Lin Kong had originally thought of defeating and killing them one by one, but he did not expect Huang Kun and the other 4 to take the initiative to separate so far. In fact, it was not Huang Kun's fault that he was stupid. After all, the impression that Lin Kong had left on Huang Kun and the others was that he was powerless and killed instantly in one encounter. How could Huang Kun and the others rush at a rookie like Lin Kong? So, they formed a 4-sided formation to prevent Lin Kong from escaping. When the watermelon double knife man slowly walked towards Lin Kong, he did not intend to make a real move. He wanted to play a trick on Lin Kong to make Huang Kun happy. First, the watermelon double blade man planned to use the verbal attack tactic to humiliate Lin Kong. "I say, you are really a kid who overestimates your own abilities." But, he didn't finish his words. Standing on the top of the meteorite hill, Lin Kong suddenly turned into a residual image. Swish! His strong body, like a cannonball, shot directly at the watermelon double blade man. The air along the way was whistling. The next moment, bang! With a bang, the head of the watermelon double blade man was blown up, directly killed. Read the original text in Liu number 9 at book/bar. No suspense, no surprise. When masters fight, the victory or defeat is often in a flash. Just now, Lin Kong directly used the strength of the middle stage of level 6. The strength of the watermelon double blade man is only the early stage of level 6. In terms of hard power, the watermelon double blade man is at a disadvantage. But, Lin Kong's fighting skills are very poor. Theoretically, even if Lin Kong launched a surprise attack, the watermelon double blade man could rely on his rich combat experience to block Lin Kong's attack. So, why was the watermelon double blade man still killed by Lin Kong's punch? The reason is simple. The watermelon double-blade man was careless. He thought Lin Kong was still that weak chicken, and he could never have imagined that Lin Kong's strength had suddenly increased to level 6. This unprecedented upgrade speed can only be done by gods. Even if the watermelon double-blade man racked his brains, he could not have expected that Lin Kong would become so awesome. Moreover, the straight line distance between Lin Kong and the watermelon double-blade man was only 10 meters. 10 meters, for an ordinary person, seems far away. However, for a new human at level 6, crossing 10 meters is a matter of a moment. The unprepared watermelon double-blade man found that Lin Kong rushed towards him, and he only had time to raise his hands. Even before his hands were fully raised, Lin Kong had already rushed in front of him. His head only had time to slightly move back a centimeter, and then, bang, the skull of the watermelon double-knife man was like a piece of tofu. It was smashed to pieces by Lin Kong's fist full of spiritual energy. God has its own way, and no one can escape. Since this watermelon double-knife man insisted on interfering in Lin Kong's affairs, he had to be prepared to face death. After beating the watermelon double-knife man, Lin Kong did not stop for a moment. Time was ticking. 256 seconds. 255 seconds. 254 seconds. Lin Kong had no time to waste. When the headless body of the watermelon double-knife man slowly fell, when his watermelon knife slipped from his hand and fell in the air, Lin Kong's body once again turned into a residual image. Swish. This time, he rushed to the Golden Knuckles man on the left. The Golden Knuckles man was more than 30 meters away from Lin Kong. Just a blink of an eye. Lin Kong's fist, which was emitting intense white light, had already carried the terrifying pressure of the middle stage of level 6, and hit the head of the Golden Knuckle man. But, bang! Lin Kong's first punch was blocked by the Golden Knuckle man. But, the next moment, the situation suddenly changed. Bang! The head of the Golden Knuckle man was smashed by Lin Kong's other fist. In a flash, Lin Kong met again and killed a level 6 venerable in seconds. The onlookers were in an uproar. What on earth was going on? Chapter 461 I'm not cheating. From the moment of the official fight, the total time Lin Kong spent to kill 2 level 6 masters was 3 seconds. It only took Lin Kong 3 seconds to kill 2 masters. The total number of level 6 masters under the chairman would not exceed 10. If the people fighting Lin Kong at this moment were the chairman's subordinates, wouldn't it mean that Lin Kong destroyed 1/5 of the chairman's forces in 3 seconds? This record is simply incredible. On the top floor of the shopping mall building, the young and confident, meteorite-cracking expert, the plump woman, and the pink-clothed cannon man, they all stared at the picture in the water mirror in amazement, especially the pink-clothed cannon man. His shocked expression was still firmly displayed on his face. After Lin Kong shouted Huang Kun, "Come out and die!" The pink-clothed cannon man immediately asked, "Future Water," to predict Lin Kong's result. Future Water shrugged and indicated, "Huang Kun and others are all level 6. And Lin Kong has also risen to level 6. Such a high-level battle is unpredictable, and it is difficult for her, who is only level 5, to predict the correct result." Hearing this conclusion, the pink-coated cannon man expressed his understanding. However, although Water of the Future cannot predict the exact result, the pink-coated cannon man can basically guess the whole process of the battle. The arrogant Lin Kong must have been beaten up by Huang Kun and the other 4 at the beginning. Then, Lin Kong used some strange moves to kill Huang Kun and the other 4 in one go. Well, that's the routine. Lin Kong used to do this often. If he was not beaten up by the enemy, Lin Kong would not use his ultimate move at all. However, the actual result was very different from the pink-coated cannon man's guess, and it was completely different and opposite. After the fight, Lin Kong only threw 3 punches and took only 3 seconds to kill 2 level 6 venerables. This record made the pink-coated cannon man doubt his life. Are all level 6 new human venerables cabbages? How come they are gone all of a sudden? At the beginning, when Lin Kong was level 5, he was killed instantly by Huang Kun, who was level 6. The pink-coated cannon man could understand it, but now, Lin Kong is level 6. And his opponents are also 2 level 6. This This can also be killed instantly. This is too ridiculous, right? Did Lin Kong use the invincible instant kill hack? Are you kidding me? The pink-coated cannon man was full of doubts, but he didn't have time to ask the questions in his mind, because after Lin Kong killed the Golden Knuckle Man, a fierce battle broke out in the picture in the water mirror. He could only lock his eyes firmly on Lin Kong's figure, although the pink-coated cannon man didn't quite understand how Lin Kong managed to suddenly kill the watermelon double sword man and the golden knuckle man. Future Water knew it clearly. When Lin Kong came out from the inside of the meteorite hill, Future Water paid close attention to him. She made a 360-degree, no dead angle and detailed observation of Lin Kong's body. She was surprised to find that Lin Kong was actually turning into a zombie. Soon, she understood Lin Kong's battle plan just like the president. Anyway, Lin Kong's fire of life can revive him. So, he can turn into a zombie as much as he wants. Because after turning into a zombie, Lin Kong is equivalent to death, and he will be resurrected in another place. As we all know, there will be a 10-minute zombie transformation process in the middle of a human turning into a brutal zombie. During this zombie transformation process, your skin will harden, your teeth will be replaced with new ones, your eyes will become cataracts, your brain will begin to become irritable, your spirit will begin to be trance, and so on. When the 10 minutes are over, the original you will be completely swallowed up by the third-generation virus and become a zombie that only wants to eat people. And Lin Kong's battle plan is to use this precious 10 minutes. Water of the Future calculated the comprehensive values of Lin Kong's aura brightness, aura concentration, body muscle hardness, etc. Lin Kong's strength has reached the terrifying level of late level 6. This level is already the same level of strength as the president. After getting this result, Future Water couldn't help but say FCK. Lin Kong is indeed the big devil in her mind. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine, but once he makes a move, it's earth-shattering and shocking. Too fierce, really too fierce. Suddenly, Future Water remembered the death prophecy of the president's murder. At this moment, she would no longer doubt the authenticity of the prophecy. Sure enough, her behavior of secretly rescuing her sister Lin Kiokia was very correct. So, how did Lin Kong kill the Golden Knuckle Man in seconds? Future Water, who had been observing Lin Kong, naturally quickly understood the principle. In fact, Lin Kong didn't cheat, he just played a little conspiracy. This little conspiracy is to hide his strength so as to cause the enemy's cognitive error. This sentence is a bit difficult to understand, so I will explain it to you slowly. First, when Lin Kong fought against the watermelon man with 2 blades, he suppressed his speed and strength to the level of the middle stage of level 6. This point was also specifically explained when the fight started in the previous chapter. So, why did Lin Kong suppress it to the middle stage of level 6? He was just laying the groundwork for killing the Golden Knuckle Man. After seeing the speed and strength displayed by Lin Kong, the Golden Knuckle Man would naturally subconsciously think that Lin Kong was only at the middle stage of level 6. Then, in order to strengthen this effect, Lin Kong continued to use the strength and speed of the middle stage of level 6 to rush towards the Golden Knuckle Man. The Golden Knuckle Man and the Watermelon Man with 2 blades are different. In terms of strength, the Golden Knuckle Man is at the middle stage of level 6. In terms of vigilance, the Golden Knuckle Man has no pride at all, because he saw that the Watermelon Man with 2 blades was killed in seconds. The original text is available at Liu number 9/. He was shocked by Lin Kong's performance. In his eyes, Lin Kong was already a dangerous and powerful enemy. In addition, in terms of combat experience, the Golden Knuckle Man is also very rich, far ahead of Lin Kong. In terms of close combat, the Golden Knuckle Man can beat Lin Kong with his fists. In summary, when Lin Kong's first punch was thrown at the Golden Knuckle Man, it was easily blocked by the latter. But at this moment, Lin Kong directly burst out with all his strength. The strength and speed displayed on his body instantly soared from the middle stage of level 6 to the late stage of level 6. It's like you and Lin Kong are playing basketball on the court together. As you play, Lin Kong suddenly grows taller and becomes Yao Ming. Who can stand this? ! The Golden Knuckle Man was stunned. He was shocked to find that the power of Lin Kong's fists suddenly became irresistible, and he could no longer catch up with Lin Kong's speed. However, although Lin Kong's strength has been improved to the late stage of level 6 inches, but the combat experience, fighting skills, etc. of the Golden Knuckle Man are far ahead of Lin Kong. With this advantage, the Golden Knuckle Man could actually fight the fighting noob Lin Kong to a draw. But it happened again. But Lin Kong, the old pervert, didn't give the Golden Knuckle Man any chance. He started to burst out with all his strength after getting close to him. In other words, the Golden Knuckle Man didn't have time to distance himself, get ready, and fight Lin Kong seriously. No matter how experienced he was or how good his fighting skills were, it wouldn't work. Lin Kong's fist had already hit his nose. The Golden Knuckle Man didn't have time to do anything else. He didn't even have the chance to open his mouth and scream. In the moment before his head was blown up, the Golden Knuckle Man could only curse Lin Kong unwillingly in his mind. Fuck. He wanted to curse fuck in his mind, but unfortunately, the next moment, his mind shut down and the screen went black because of the brain shattering. To sum up, Lin Kong did not use the invincible instant kill cheat. He just used his brain and exerted his own strength to the extreme. He played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses, and killed 2 level 6 masters at once. Future Water knew this, and the president, who was known as invincible among level 6 inches, knew this even more. His face became extremely solemn. At the same time, he was also grateful in his heart. He was grateful for, fortunately, he personally took action this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of horrible appearance Lin Kong would become. Fortunately, he did not let his men rush up in a swarm, otherwise it would not be Huang Kun and others who died at this moment. Fortunately, what the hell, I will kill him quickly. Tonight, either he dies or I die. The president calmed down and began to think about the strategy to deal with Lin Kong. Everyone else had been attracted by Lin Kong's amazing performance. While they were staring at the water mirror, the president, who had been thinking, shouted, "Quick, Water of the Future, quickly predict Lin Kong's next resurrection location." Lin Kong has Fire of Life, and after he completely turns into a zombie, he can also be resurrected in other places. So, the president figured it out. If he continues to pay attention to the battle between Lin Kong and Huang Kun and others, it will be meaningless. He must find Lin Kong's next resurrection location as soon as possible. Then, he will directly take action himself and catch Lin Kong with the force of thunder. Okay. Water of the Future was frightened by the president shouting at first. She wanted to continue watching Lin Kong fight, but since the president ordered her to survive, she had to do it. Although she already thought that the president was dead, but the president was still a terrifying existence that could easily kill her. She could secretly do some tricks to help Lin Kong, but she didn't dare to be negligent in the real matter. So, after she tried her best to predict, this prediction directly raised her body temperature by 6 percentage points. But in the end, Water of the Future replied awkwardly, "Ahem, I didn't predict it." Chapter 462 I don't interfere, I shoot. Although, Water of the Future has secretly decided to betray the president and follow the big devil Lin Kong, however, she really did not lie. She really could not predict the resurrection location of Lin Kong. For example, suppose you are throwing dice. Water of the Future can accurately predict the points of the dice based on your mental state, muscle state, previous throwing postures, wind speed of the surrounding air, moisture, material of the dice, and other conditions. You will never bet against Water of the Future. But if you are a psychopath, you will always go crazy. Then, Water of the Future will not be able to predict successfully. In the eyes of Water of the Future, Lin Kong now is a psychopath with crazy behavior. Her level 5 strength can't predict Lin Kong's next move at all. As for the resurrection location set by Lin Kong, it is even more impossible to know. The president also understands the limitations of Water of the Future's ability, and hearing this unpredictable result is also within his expectations. Since the first move didn't work, he had to use the second move. He turned on the Bluetooth headset and connected to a subordinate who was ambushing in the gathering place of Xiong City, Daxiang. You go and tell Chen-Ling immediately that his uncle He Chinqian was killed in the fortress base. Yes. After receiving the order, Xiangzi team leader immediately went to do it. The pink-clothed cannon man on the top floor of the shopping mall heard the order of the chairman. He was a little surprised, because the He Chinqian mentioned by the chairman was the silver Longqian man among Huang Kun and others. And the name Chen-Ling seems very ordinary, but it is actually very cool, because Chen-Ling is the strongest person in the Northern Power Group! According to the chairman's words, it can be known that the silver Longqian man is Chen-Ling's uncle. Then, once Chen-Ling learned that the silver Longqian man was killed, he would definitely be furious and kill directly to the fortress base. But, this silver Longqian man is still alive. How can the chairman say that the silver Longqian man is dead? Wait. Oh tilde. That's it. I understand. The pink-coated cannon man's eyes rolled, and he immediately understood the president's strategy. This was a borrowing a knife to kill someone plan. Lin Kong was too powerful, so the president decided to retain his strength and let the unlucky guy from the Northern Power Group give Lin Kong a head first. As for the life and death of the Silver Spear Man, according to Lin Kong's record of killing 2 people within 3 seconds, the pink-coated cannon man estimated that this mere Silver Spear Man would not be able to last too long. At most 7 or 8 seconds, he would definitely die. The pink-coated cannon man mistakenly thought that Lin Kong had activated the invincible instant kill plug-in, and at this moment he already thought that Lin Kong was omnipotent. However, the pink-coated cannon man guessed wrong again, because Lin Kong did not activate the invincible instant kill plugin at all. Although Lin Kong's level is late level 6, but this Silver Spear Man is also late level 6. If the levels of the 2 fighting parties are similar, then the key points that affect the outcome are combat experience, fighting skills, psychological quality, weapon strength and other factors. Let's compare them one by one. In terms of combat experience, as the uncle of Chen-Ling, the leader of the Northern Powers Group, the Silver Spear Man naturally has extremely rich combat experience. He is probably 100 blocks ahead of Lin Kong. In terms of fighting skills, there is no need to explain in detail. Lin Kong is a weak one, and the Silver Spear Man is 1,000 blocks ahead of Lin Kong. In terms of psychological quality, the two are equal, running in the same alley. In terms of weapon strength, Lin Kong is a karate without weapons, and was left 10 blocks behind by the silver-white spear of the Silver Spear Man. In summary, we can count how many blocks Lin Kong was left behind by the Silver Spear Man. 100 blocks, plus 1,000 streets, plus 10 streets. How much is it? No need to count. Anyway, it's a lot. Lin Kong knew that he didn't have the invincible instant kill cheat on him, so when facing the powerful Silver Spear Man, he didn't act immediately. On the ruins of the fortress base, the headless corpse of the Golden Knuckle Man just fell straight down. Lin Kong bent down and picked up a piece of cloth to wipe the blood off his fist. Then, he tied the cloth around his waist to cover the unspeakable parts. 188 seconds, 187 seconds, 186 seconds. In his heart, while silently counting the remaining time of the corpse transformation, Lin Kong said to the Silver Spear Man who was 60 meters away, "This is a feud between me and Headshot King, Huang Kun. Please don't interfere." Lin Kong thought he would have to spend some time talking, but he didn't expect that the Silver Spear Man would answer calmly, "Okay, I won't interfere." Huang Kun's face immediately turned pale after hearing this. He swallowed hard, because his level is mid-level 6, although his overall combat strength is stronger than the mid-level 6 Golden Knuckle Man. But the Golden Knuckle Man was defeated by Lin Kong in one encounter. Such a swift and terrifying killing behavior directly shocked the famous Headshot King, Huang Kun. At this moment, he was panicking. At this moment, although he still wanted to avenge his brother, he wanted to save his precious life more. At this moment, he was no longer the Headshot King, who could blow up other people's heads casually. Now, Huang Kun should be called Coward King. Huang Kun couldn't help but look at Lin Kong with his beastly fangs, and then looked at Lin Kong's fist. He suddenly felt his scalp a little cold. Now, Lin Kong, who killed the Watermelon Double Sword Man and the Golden Knuckle Man, is the real Headshot King. Huang Kun doesn't want the title of Headshot King anymore. He just wants a way to get out safely. If he wants to get out safely, read the original text in Liu number 9/. He has to rely on the Heilong spear in the late stage of level 6. Huang Kun could not help but turn his head towards the silver spear man. His face became pitiful, however, just when Huang Kun wanted to beg the silver spear man to help. The silver spear man with a solemn face took off the silver-white spear from his back. He held the silver-white spear with both hands, shook it in his hands, and took the starting position for fighting. Then, the silver spear man continued what he had not finished saying just now. I don't interfere, I pierce the spear. Hearing this, Lin Kong's face became unfriendly. The bloodthirsty red light in his eyes was also flashing. Lin Kong's eyes were no longer looking straight at the silver spear man. He raised his chin and asked fiercely, so there is no room for negotiation? Unexpectedly, the silver spear man said again, no, there is room for negotiation. Huang Kun's heart, as if riding a roller coaster, immediately became nervous again. Lin Kong frowned. He looked at the silver spear man's formation, and it was obvious that he would start a fight if he disagreed with me. However, the other party said that there was room for negotiation. This made Lin Kong quite puzzled and asked, what to negotiate? Negotiate conditions? At this time, the silver spear man had already regarded Lin Kong as an extremely dangerous opponent. Therefore, even when talking, he did not relax for a moment. He tightly grasped the silver-white spear in his hand and replied to Lin Kong, I don't know what has happened to you, but I just need to delay time. That's why I said there is room for negotiation. As long as you continue to chat with me and don't rush to fight with me, then, the balance of victory will slowly tilt towards me. Huang Kun listened to the silver spear man's story and suddenly realized it. It turned out that the silver spear man was using a delaying tactic. Indeed, Lin Kong's turbid eyes and beast-like fangs were obviously not in the state of a normal person. He should have used some strange superpowers. Huang Kun didn't study zombies and the like, so he didn't know that Lin Kong was in the process of transformation. However, he knew that Lin Kong's state would not last for too long, otherwise, it would be too abnormal. Lin Kong was a weakling just now, but he turned into a macho man in an instant. As the saying goes, there is gain and loss, and now Lin Kong, who is now a zombie macho man, must have to pay a huge price. The silver spearman also knew the weakness of Lin Kong's state that could not last too long, so he came up with the tactic of using chatting to delay time. But, wait, Huang Kun immediately found something wrong. Since you're a delaying tactic, you shouldn't say it out. Once you say it out, Lin Kong will know it. After knowing it, Lin Kong will immediately kill him. Then the delaying tactic will fail directly. Therefore, when Lin Kong heard what the silver spear man said, he couldn't help but laugh. You are too ridiculous. You actually directly said the tactical strategy of delaying time. Haha, so funny. After laughing for a while, Lin Kong stopped laughing, because the expression of the silver spear man was still very serious and solemn. He didn't show any intention of relaxing, and he was not angry at Lin Kong's laughter. This guy is quite serious. Since the opponent is so serious, Lin Kong also stopped laughing. In fact, there are two reasons why Lin Kong didn't laugh. One is out of respect for the opponent. The other is, the time has come. Get ready to act. At this moment, the third wave of meteorite fragments has appeared within the visible range of human eyes. In about 3 seconds, they will block the battlefield. The silver spear man is using the tactic of delaying time against Lin Kong, and Lin Kong is also delaying time. Chapter 463, Death of He Chinkian. 155 seconds, 154 seconds, 153 seconds. The time for the transformation was counting down. Lin Kong felt that his mood was getting more and more irritable. He even had some hallucinations. These hallucinations were neither beautiful women with curvy bodies nor dinosaurs fighting side by side. They were food. There were all kinds of food, including hamburgers with delicious pork chunks, freshly baked chive pork stuffing buns, and bleeding arms. Scarlet blood was like iced cola to zombies. Elastic human arms were like freshly grilled lamb skewers to zombies. so fragrant and delicious. Thinking of this, transparent saliva slowly flowed down from the corners of Lin Kong's mouth. There was a little green zombie virus in his transparent saliva. At this moment, Lin Kong's eating habits were almost the same as those of zombies. He liked the big chive pork stuffing buns, and the thumping beating of the human chest. A fresh heart. Fortunately, Lin Kong's mind still maintained a trace of clarity. He did not directly rush towards the silver spear man with his mouth wide open, because, Lin Kong knew very well, according to his current strength, it is impossible to successfully eat the silver spear man. No. Not eat, but defeat. Lin Kong knew that he could not defeat the silver spear man who was 1,110 streets ahead of him. As long as the silver spear man held the majestic spear and rushed directly towards Lin Kong, then Lin Kong would be dead. But fortunately, the silver spear man had been frightened by Lin Kong's super record of killing 2 people in 3 seconds just now. He felt that Lin Kong must be a super master. He felt that if he rushed over without authorization, he would definitely be caught and beaten by Lin Kong. Therefore, he could not act rashly. He had to observe carefully and understand all the details of Lin Kong before launching an attack. Experienced hunters all do this. Lin Kong had figured out the silver spear man's mentality, so he spoke to him with his chin pointed at him with an arrogant look on his face. Such an arrogant attitude really made the silver spear man dare not attack without authorization. He even took the initiative to adopt the delaying tactics. Unexpectedly, Lin Kong was also using the method of delaying time. So, why did Lin Kong delay time? Didn't he have enough time? In another 153 seconds, Lin Kong would completely lose his mind and become a zombie. Yes, Lin Kong's time is really running out, but he must wait a little longer before he can officially fight with the silver spear man, because, now he can't beat the silver spear man who is experienced, skilled in fighting, and well-equipped at the same level. What to do? Lin Kong can only wait for the third wave of meteorite fragments to fall. This third wave of meteorite fragments was summoned immediately after Lin Kong was resurrected. To be precise, he summoned a large meteorite, but it was smashed into meteorite fragments by the meteorite destruction expert with a missile. It is worth mentioning that the number of meteorite fragments in this third wave is more than 1 million. It is more than all the meteorite fragments in the first and second waves combined. When such a terrifying number of meteorite fragments appeared in the sky, it was densely packed. 3 densely packed must be used to describe the number of these 1 million fragments. Originally, the night sky was pitch black. However, when the overwhelming meteorite fragments appeared within the visible range of people's naked eyes, wow, it was very bright. It was as if someone had pulled the sleeping sun up to the sky. The dark night instantly turned into daytime. The survivors who had just carefully crawled out of the ruins found that it was dawn outside. They were very surprised at first. Then they looked up. Oh my God, there are so many little suns. In an instant, their souls were scared out. Run, the devils are coming into the village. Here they come again. Oh my God, there are more meteors this time. Let's hide deeper. Zombies are nothing. This is the real doomsday. The survivors who just ran out turned from surprise to fear. They scrambled to turn around and go back, and then hurriedly looked for cover. When they spoke, they were all incoherent. Some guys directly regarded the meteorite fragments falling from the sky as the evil devil. Some new humans with lower levels stopped resisting directly, because there were too many meteorite fragments falling. There was no place to hide. They stood there, intending to wait for death. Who cares? I don't want to live anymore. These poor survivors finally survived the bloody mouths of various mutant zombies. As a result, now they are about to be killed by meteorite fragments that suddenly fell from the sky. They closed their eyes. Despite this, they could still vaguely see through their eyelids that the fiery red light outside was getting brighter and brighter. Their ears could not hear any sound. This was because the speed of these meteorite fragments was faster than the speed of sound. Originally, these lower-level new humans who had given up struggling would be killed silently by the meteorite fragments that fell at high speed. However, boom, 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 some meteorite fragments that flew fast had already touched the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the sound of these heavy objects hitting the ground became one, boom, 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 boom. Then, countless earth-shaking noises exploded dozens of meters away from them. They were not killed by the meteorite fragments, their bodies were just blown over by the strong shock wave caused by the meteorite falling. They were blown into the air and fell heavily to the ground. They opened their eyes. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of fear, confusion, and joy of surviving a disaster. The reason they were afraid was because of the terrible number of meteorite fragments that made them feel desperate. The reason why they were confused was that the meteorite fragments that fell from the sky had a range that was enough to smash the entire fortress base into tofu dregs, and they should have been smashed to death. However, these meteorite fragments seemed to have deviated from their original trajectory. They all smashed towards the location of the Silver Spear Man. This is simply incredible. The overwhelming, densely packed, millions of meteorite fragments that covered the sky and blocked the sun, actually all deviated from their original trajectory at the same time. Damn, what kind of powerful force and magical means are needed to do all this? Although it is unclear which godman did all this, however, the only thing they can know is that they are still alive. They just gave up their lives, but life did not abandon them. They actually survived miraculously. This kind of joy of surviving a disaster made them very happy and grateful. Suddenly, these spectators who escaped the disaster thought of a key issue. The wanted Lin Kong just now seemed to be fighting with the Silver Spear Man of the late level 6. By the way, is the Silver Spear Man who was bombarded by the million-level meteorite still alive? And are Lin Kong and Huang Kun still alive? Let's go back to the 3 seconds before the third wave of meteorite fragments fell. At that time, Huang Kun knew that he could not beat Lin Kong, who killed 2 people in 3 seconds. So he was terrified and stayed away from the Silver Spear Man and Lin Kong, because he felt that Lin Kong was really too powerful. To be on the safe side, he retreated further and further, just thinking that if the Silver Spear Man was killed by Lin Kong in seconds, he would turn around and run away without looking back. What revenge for killing his brother? Let him go to hell. This troublemaker brother always brings me super perverted enemies. It's his bad luck if he dies. As a brother, I'd better save my own life first. Huang Kun thought so. He no longer thought about revenge. Survival was his truest desire. In summary, Huang Kun was standing far away from the information provided by Professor Wang Hu. Lin Kong knew that the strength of Headshot King Huang Kun was mid-level 6. Now, Huang Kun was scared by Lin Kong's record of killing 2 people in 3 seconds. So Lin Kong didn't plan to deal with Huang Kun in a hurry. Let him escape for a while. Killing this late level 6 Silver Spear Man first was the real thing. Lin Kong's idea was very simple. He wanted to control more than 1 million meteorite fragments and directly kill the Silver Spear Man. This plan is feasible. Maybe 1 or 2,000 meteorite fragments can't kill a level 6 new human, but more than 1 million meteorite fragments can definitely do it. The only problem is that Lin Kong, a level 2 new human, can't control more than 1 million meteorite fragments at the same time. What can I do? Wait. Lin Kong's level at this time is late level 6. His full name is Giant Hand Zombie Lin Kong. The powerful strength of the late 6th level is enough for Giant Hand Zombie Lin Kong to control more than 1 million meteorite fragments at the same time. So, densely packed X3, overwhelming, turning night into day, with a speed of 10,000 meters per second, burning with raging flames, and clearly breaking through the air, but you can't hear any flying sound. Millions of meteorite fragments, all shot at the Silver Spear Man, who was holding the spear in his hand and looking ready for battle. As a 6th level venerable, he certainly discovered the many meteorite fragments falling from the sky. The original text is in the 6th number 9 at book bar. But, don't panic. Don't panic at all. Others can't see it clearly, can he? This is not a meteor. It's clearly a fist-sized meteorite fragment. It looks huge and scary. In fact, for him in the late 6th level, it's just a drizzle. He could just swing his gun 2 or 3 times and knock away the meteorite fragments that were hitting him. The idea of the Silver Spear Man was actually not wrong at all. From his point of view, Lin Kong, who killed 2 people in 3 seconds, was the real super big boss. He had to do his best to deal with the extremely threatening Lin Kong. However, who could have expected that the dense X3 meteorite fragments in the night sky actually gathered together? Looking at the location where they gathered, it seemed that, this is coming for me. It's really a thunder mother. The serious-looking silver spearman suddenly panicked. While cursing, he hurriedly retreated. While retreating, he also pointed the spearhead of the spear at Lin Kong. It was to prevent this super big boss Lin Kong from catching up and taking the opportunity to kill him. However, he was very surprised. The super big boss Lin Kong didn't come over. Nonsense. Of course Lin Kong wouldn't go over, as long as Lin Kong gets close to the silver spearman. The silver spearman only needs 2 or 3 random strikes to kill Lin Kong in seconds. Lin Kong absolutely dares not get close to the big boss silver spearman. Yes, in Lin Kong's eyes, the silver spearman is the real boss level monster. In short, the silver spearman was on guard against Lin Kong's sneak attack while quickly leaving the range of the meteorite fragments. But, strange things happened again. As he moved, these meteorite fragments were also changing their trajectories at the same time. The speed of meteorite fragments is more than 10,000 meters per second. The maximum speed of the silver spearman is about 380 meters per second. He is only a little faster than the speed of sound, but meteorite fragments are dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. Therefore, if the meteorite fragments will change their falling trajectory, then the silver spearman will be unable to dodge, fly, run, or fall to the ground and roll. The silver spearman could not escape the bombardment of these millions of meteorite fragments. His face turned pale as paper in an instant. What should I do? What should I do? Am I going to be crushed to death by this drizzle? The silver spearman could no longer maintain his previous serious expression. Now, his heart was filled with panic. In the face of death, no matter how experienced you are, how skilled you are in fighting, and how well equipped you are, you will also be unable to help but tremble with fear. The silver spearman felt his neck was a little cold. It was as if the sickle of the god of death was already on his neck. The meteorite fragments that filled the night sky before were just a drizzle that he could easily deal with. But now, the drizzle gathered together and became a terrifying force that he could not resist. He couldn't stop it. 2 seconds. There was probably less than 2 seconds left, and these strange meteorite fragments would smash him into a pile of slag. The silver spearman held his spear in despair. But, buzz 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 tilde. His silver-white spear seemed to sense the despair of its master, so it began to shake violently. At the same time, 7 or 8 sharp spikes emerged from the grip of the spear. Puff puff puff. The palm of the silver spearman was pierced directly. The intense pain of the piercing made his mind temporarily escape from the despair. At this time, the vibrating spear quickly turned and pointed at Lin Kong in the distance. It seemed to remind the owner to pay attention to the sky. It is worth mentioning that the spear of the silver spearman was a psychic spear specially made for him by Chen Ling, the leader of the Northern Power Group. The psychic spear has a certain spirituality. In this desperate situation, this psychic spear pointed at Lin Kong. So, it must not be a useless effort. The eyes of the silver spearman lit up, and his thoughts started to work rapidly. Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Are all these meteorite fragments controlled by Lin Kong? That's right, it was Lin Kong who controlled them. Such a large number of meteorite fragments were about to fall, but Lin Kong's expression did not change much. Unless there was something wrong with Lin Kong's facial muscles, he would definitely show a look of fear. Then, there was only one real reason why Lin Kong was so calm. Lin Kong was the owner of the meteorite fragments. It was he who controlled these huge number of meteorite fragments to hit him. The silver spearman figured it all out. So, the way out of the desperate situation was about to come out. With his experience, he directly banged and blew up the solid concrete floor with his feet. His body shot towards Lin Kong rapidly. If Lin Kong was the master, then as long as he stayed with Lin Kong, he would not be hit by the meteorite fragments. Wonderful. Seconds. It was really seconds. The silver spearman was delighted with his strategy. However, he didn't have time to be happy for too long. He saw Lin Kong slap him from a distance. When he slapped, Lin Kong's palm was shining with dazzling white light. Seeing this, The Silver Spear Man was very puzzled. What's wrong with his brain? He actually slapped me from dozens of meters away. If I can hit it, I don't want the psychic spear in my hand anymore. I'll give it to you, the Silver Spear Man thought disdainfully. But, the next moment, Lin Kong's palm suddenly expanded by dozens of meters. The originally ordinary small palm turned into a terrifying palm like the Buddha in an instant, facing Lin Kong's huge palm. The Silver Spear Man trembled in his heart. He was surprised. He was shocked. But, he could dodge it. Although this palm suddenly became bigger, Lin Kong's fighting skills were really bad. When he slapped the Silver Spear Man with a palm, a big flaw was revealed. The flaw was that Lin Kong raised his palm too high. The Silver Spear Man only needed to roll on the ground to easily avoid this palm. As an experienced and first-class level 6 venerable, the Silver Spear Man certainly would not miss this flaw. So, swish, the Silver Spear Man rolled very skillfully and successfully avoided Lin Kong's huge palm. But, the next moment, bang! Lin Kong's other palm suddenly appeared from behind and slapped He Chinkian from top to bottom. He Chinkian, who had just dodged a palm, was immediately hit by Lin Kong before he had time to be happy for a while. This guy is so insidious, he actually hides a hand. I'm really a mother of thunder. He Chinkian was quite depressed. But fortunately, before being hit, He Chinkian used the spiritual spear across his chest to resist most of the power. In addition, he also circulated a large amount of spiritual energy to defend against the remaining power. In short, don't panic. Don't panic at all. Wait until I stand up and continue fighting with Lin Kong. I must use the psychic spear to beat this old pervert to his knees and beg for mercy. Just when He Chinkian wanted to fight Lin Kong for 300 rounds, suddenly, there was nothing in front of him. Lin Kong's huge palm had been quickly withdrawn, and Lin Kong was still running away. Huh? He Chinkian suddenly felt puzzled. Why did this guy run away? He just exchanged one move. Why didn't he fight anymore? Wait. He Chinkian raised his head suddenly. Boom, boom, boom boom boom, boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom. The meteorite fragments burning with flames rushed down like a flood that had been opened. He Chinkian only had time to swing his spear to knock away 2 or 3 meteorite fragments that fell first, and then, just gone. The powerful body of the late level 6 was smashed into slag by countless meteorite fragments. At this point, He Chinkian, dead. Chapter 464, Headshot King, Death of Huang Kun. Although the strongest enemy Silver Spear Man had been killed by the meteorite fragments, Lin Kong's current state was not optimistic. The countdown to the transformation was still going on second by second. 39 seconds, 38 seconds, 37 seconds. The saliva secreted in the mouth was getting more and more. Gurgle tilde. The stomach was calling non-stop, and waves of hunger rushed into Lin Kong's mind. Lin Kong's mind was now occupied by countless delicious foods. As for the thoughts of killing Huang Kun, killing the president, and rescuing his mother, they were getting weaker and weaker. Oh no, I'm about to completely transform into a corpse. Lin Kong realized that his physical condition was not good. He activated the live fire in his right eye, trying to dispel the various food hallucinations in his mind. But there was no response. Not only did he not respond, Lin Kong also found that his control over the live fire was becoming weak. Moreover, not only the live fire, but even the overlord flame in the other eye was gradually dissipating. Lin Kong was no longer able to control these two flames with different abilities. However, Lin Kong was not surprised. This was a normal behavior. He knew that his brain was about to be completely occupied by the third-generation zombie virus. He would no longer be the same person. After completely turning into a zombie, Lin Kong was equivalent to death. Death, for Lin Kong, was a good thing. He would be resurrected by the fire of life at the next prepared resurrection location. When he was resurrected, the overlord flame would also appear. In short, at this moment, Lin Kong had nothing to help him. His state of corpse transformation was irreversible. He had to kill Huang Kun, who was fleeing, in the remaining 36 seconds. 35 seconds. 34 seconds. When the Silver Spear Man was killed by Lin Kong, Huang Kun, who was already terrified, immediately chose to turn around and run away. Even the late level 6 He-Long spear was killed by Lin Kong. Huang Kun felt that he, a mere mid-level 6 person, could not beat Lin Kong at all. If you don't run now, when will you run, Pa? While running away, Huang Kun also threw away the glasses without lenses on his nose that were twisted and deformed. Those were his brother's glasses. At the beginning, Huang Kun put on this pair of twisted and deformed myopic glasses to avenge his brother. Now, he threw them away casually. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you avenge, it's just that the enemy is too fierce and I can't beat them. Have a good journey in the underground, and I will burn more paper money for you during the New Year and other festivals in the future. Huang Kun apologized to his only brother in his heart, while violently circulating the spiritual energy in his body to make himself fly faster. While running away, Huang Kun also took the time to look back. He was surprised to find that Lin Kong's face seemed to be in pain, as if he was being tortured by something. Huang Kun saw that Lin Kong did not catch up with him immediately, and he was full of luck. This guy must have entered a special weak period. I will definitely take the opportunity to run away. When Huang Kun thought he could escape, Lin Kong was trying his best to overcome the hallucinations in his mind, as well as the strong desire. The desire to eat meat. Lin Kong looked at the survivors watching from a distance, and found that he particularly wanted to tear them apart with his hands, chew them with his teeth, and then swallow them down with a corpse poison that tasted like watermelon. The desire to eat meat was actually relatively easy to overcome. The most difficult thing to overcome was the desire to fall on the meteorite fragments and absorb the red energy. The third wave of meteorite fragments had already smashed a large area of meteorite mountains in front of Lin Kong. The red energy was so rich that it intoxicated the zombies. I really want to take a sip. I really want to take a sip. Just take a sip. I will take a sip. Really, I promise. I will just take a light sip. Absolutely not more. The strong desire bewitched Lin Kong's will. Lin Kong clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. His fingernails had sunk deeply into his palms. Lin Kong knew that if he took even a small sip of the red energy, he would be out of control. If that happened, he would not have time to chase Huang Kun, who was fleeing. Therefore, he must not take even a sip, not even half a sip. Facing the dual temptations of human flesh and blood and red energy, Lin Kong used the old method again. It was the trick he used to deal with Zhu Linyun, the most beautiful woman in the universe. Hold your breath. Don't smell. Close your eyes. Don't look. Concentrate and listen. Pinching your nose, closing your mouth, and closing your eyes. Lin Kong was basically able to resist the temptation of red energy and fresh flesh and blood. After concentrating and calming his mind, Lin Kong's thoughts gained a moment of calm. The so-called moment, according to Lin Kong's estimation, was about 2 or 3 seconds. No more. He couldn't hold on for too long. Fortunately, 2 or 3 seconds, killing a mid-level 6 Huang Kun, is enough. After his thoughts calmed down, Lin Kong took a second to quickly sort out his thoughts. In the second, swish, he opened his eyes again. He leaned forward. Then, he rushed towards Huang Kun, but he did not activate the feather-type suppression force to make himself fly. Instead, he released the feather-type suppression force next to the corpse ash of He Chinkyung in front of him. Next to that person, there was a psychic spear that was completely silver-white, wrapped with wisps of spiritual energy, and was only slightly bent even after being hit by a large number of meteorite fragments. Lin Kong was sure that the spear was definitely not an ordinary weapon. It was a good thing. It just happened that it could be put to great use at this time. Bend down, stretch out your hand, and grab it. Stand up, run up, aim, and shoot. Lin Kong aimed at Huang Kun's figure and directly threw the psychic spear out. Because Lin Kong was a giant hand zombie, his hand strength was extremely strong. Therefore, swish. When the psychic spear was thrown out, it did not make a swoosh sound, but a swish sound. That was the tearing sound of the air. From this, we can see how fast this spear is. In just a blink of an eye, the psychic spear flew behind Huang Kun. Huang Kun just reacted, but he had no time to dodge. Oops, he cried out in his heart. He never expected that Lin Kong would pick up He Chinkyung's psychic spear and shoot him. This psychic spear is a super weapon created by Chen Ling, the strongest of the Northern Power Group. Its power is so amazing that even if Huang Kun used all his spiritual energy to defend himself, he could not resist it at all. So, puff, Huang Kun, who had no time to dodge and could not resist the attack of the psychic spear, could only be shot. But fortunately, Lin Kong was not born a javelin athlete. His aim is not very accurate. The spiritual spear did not explode Huang Kun's head, but only shot Huang Kun's stomach. It made a big hole in it. It almost pierced the entire stomach. But it doesn't matter. Huang Kun is a level 6 new human venerable. He can grow a stomach again in less than half an hour. Moreover, this newly grown stomach is healthier than the original one. The ability to digest food is also stronger. Huang Kun, who was running away, became very clear-headed under the influence of the fear of death. The original text is available at Liu number 9 at book/bar. Although his abdomen was severely injured, there was still a lot of spiritual energy in his body, enough to support him to continue flying. Looking back at Lin Kong, after throwing a shot, Lin Kong had already knelt on his knees. Humphrey, as expected, the shot just now looked fierce, but it was just a spent force. Huang Kun was particularly calm in his heart. He knew that if Lin Kong could maintain his strength, he could just fly over and kill him. But Lin Kong didn't do that. He actually used a cheap trick of throwing a spear to attack. So, there is only one truth, that is, this guy is no longer able to fight. Then, when Huang Kun saw Lin Kong kneeling on the ground, scratching his head and shaking his body, a very bold idea suddenly came to Huang Kun's mind. Otherwise, I fly back to kill him? This is definitely a very risky idea. According to the means Lin Kong just showed, Huang Kun knew that if he got close to this guy, he would probably be killed immediately. So, he suppressed the bold idea in his heart. Huang Kun planned to fly a little further away first, and then send a man to test Lin Kong's background. Hee, perfect. Huang Kun's mouth curled up a smug smile. He was very proud and satisfied with the bold and rational strategy in his heart. Indeed, Huang Kun was not wrong. At this time, Lin Kong was indeed no longer able to fight. 25 seconds. 24 seconds. 23 seconds. Although the countdown did not reach 0, Lin Kong could no longer hold on, because the 10 minutes mentioned in the corpse transformation process were not very accurate. It would fluctuate slightly according to the different physiques of each person. In Lin Kong's case, at this moment, time had already returned to 0. He had completely changed. The live fire in his right eye completely disappeared. The overlord flame in his left eye had also completely disappeared. The memories in Lin Kong's mind, those about the big bunch stuffed with scallions and pork, those about his sister Lin Kyokiao, those about his girlfriend Yiziago, and those about the Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, forest pterosaurs, and so on. All the memory fragments were completely devoured by the third-generation zombie virus from Lin Kong's mind. From this moment on, he was no longer called Lin Kong. Instead, he was a genuine and pure, giant hand zombie. Well, if he is called giant hand zombie Lin Kong, it is also possible, then, Lin Kong has completely turned into a zombie. Can he still kill Huang Kun who is running away quickly? The answer is, yes. As we all know, as a qualified old cunt, Lin Kong will prepare two plans whether he is fighting or running away. So, he just prepared two plans to kill Huang Kun. Obviously, the first plan to use the psychic spear to shoot Huang Kun failed because of his lack of accuracy. Since the first plan to kill Huang Kun failed, Lin Kong had to start the second plan to kill Huang Kun. This plan is actually very simple. The principle is, to use the zombie's intelligence. It was mentioned in the previous article that when an ordinary zombie evolves to the third level, it will have some intelligence. For example, the Zhuge corpse that attacked the gathering place in the county town at the beginning had the intelligence of an elementary school student. Another example is the level 6 zombie, three-eyed zombie, that enslaved humans in Xiong City, trapped them in a football field, and made them kill each other. It also has intelligence that is not inferior to normal humans. Similarly, giant hand zombie Lin Kong is already in the late level 6, so it also has intelligence. Please note that there is a detail here. I use it here, not the word he that represents humans. Therefore, after Lin Kong completely transformed into giant hand zombie Lin Kong, its turbid eyes instantly became clear. Raising its head suddenly, giant hand zombie Lin Kong looked at Huang Kun flying in the distance. Giant hand zombie Lin Kong had just been born with intelligence, and it was still a little confused about the situation. However, although it was confused, it had a very clear idea that was deeply imprinted in its mind. That was, eat the flying guy. This was the idea left by the original owner Lin Kong. In fact, most of Lin Kong's thoughts and memories were devoured by the third-generation zombie virus. However, the only thought that eat the guy who is flying was not cleared. So, why is this? The reason is very simple. Because the zombies originally wanted to eat fresh flesh and blood. In the process of corpse transformation, Lin Kong was surprised to find that only the thoughts that had nothing to do with eating meat and eating red energy in his mind would be cleared. It was this discovery that made him immediately formulate the second plan to kill Huang Kun. That is to leave a thought for giant hand zombie Lin Kong, leave a thought of eat the guy who is flying. It was this thought that was not cleared that giant hand zombie Lin Kong suddenly looked at Huang Kun who was running away. Although it didn't understand the current situation, it first followed the thought in its mind and ate the guy who was flying and whose abdomen was constantly dripping with blood and looked delicious. Swoosh! Giant hand zombie Lin Kong's body disappeared on the spot. 10 seconds later, the late level 6 it caught up with the mid-level 6 Huang Kun, who had his abdomen pierced. Huang Kun was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Wasn't this guy weak just now? Why is he so fierce again now? Huang Kun only uttered one word. He wanted to say something. But, crack, giant hand zombie Lin Kong bit down on Huang Kun's head without hesitation. Thus, headshot king, Huang Kun died. At the same time, in a hidden corner, Lin Kong himself, who had been resurrected by fire of life, was secretly watching giant hand zombie Lin Kong bite Huang Kun to death. For this, Lin Kong couldn't help but clap his hands. He praised with great satisfaction, "Well done." On his face, a signature, sinister smile appeared. Chapter 465, Looking for Book Dragon. Accelerated hatching. Yes, President, what should I do now? After seeing Lin Kong kill Huang Kun and the other 4 in a few minutes, Wu Yuan, with a pale face, quickly connected to the president's mobile phone. The president frowned. Didn't I tell you just now? You don't have to deal with it, Lin Kong. Just retreat to a safe place and wait for follow-up orders. Oh, yes. Sorry, President, I forgot for a moment. I will retreat now. Retreat immediately. Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then remembered the president's previous order. When Lin Kong shouted Huang Kun, "Come out and die," Wu Yuan was originally planning to go out and beat Lin Kong himself. At that time, the president ordered Wu Yuan to retreat quickly. At that time, Wu Yuan was still unconvinced in his heart, thinking that the president's tactics and strategies were too conservative. Lin Kong was obviously just a weak chicken. Through the intelligence obtained, it can be analyzed that Lin Kong's close combat skills are particularly poor. In previous battles, Lin Kong relied on some strange tricks to win, so Wu Yuan thought that Lin Kong was just a piece of trash with better luck. Wu Yuan thought that he could deal with this kind of person with one hand. However, since the president ordered him to retreat at that time, therefore, Wu Yuan did not rush out to fight with Lin Kong directly, but secretly broke through the ruins from the corner in the distance and flew up. He did not go far immediately, because at that time Huang Kun, the Silver Spearman and other 4 people came out one after another. He stopped in place, hugged his arms, and prepared to see how Lin Kong died. But, unexpectedly, the final result of the battle between Lin Kong and Huang Kun made him directly confused. It is worth mentioning that Wu Yuan's level is also mid-level 6. He is 1 level stronger than the Watermelon Double Sword Man and is about the same as the Golden Knuckle Tiger Man, who is also mid-level 6. However, in just 3 seconds, Lin Kong directly killed the Watermelon Double Sword Man and the Golden Knuckle Tiger Man. This amazing record made Wu Yuan feel astonished. This Isn't this guy only level 2? Even if the Triceratops activated dinosaur possession, this guy's strength can only be raised to level 5 at most. But how can this guy be so powerful? Am I dazzled? When Lin Kong killed the watermelon double sword man and the golden knuckle man in seconds, he was not possessed by the Triceratops. Therefore, Wu Yuan was quite surprised to see the amazing strength displayed by Lin Kong. Then, something happened that surprised him even more and shocked him even more. Lin Kong killed the silver spear man holding the psychic spear. This silver spear man is in the late stage of level 6. His level is the same as that of the president. Such a terrible person was killed by Lin Kong in less than a minute. Abnormal. Too abnormal. When the overwhelming meteorite fragments of more than 1 million fell, Wu Yuan watched with his mouth wide open. The scene at that time gave Wu Yuan the feeling that Lin Kong was no longer a human being, but a god. Wu Yuan felt that only the level of a god could stir up the countless meteorite fragments in the sky. Only the power of a god could make those meteorite fragments burning with flames rumble to the same place together. After the silver spear man was smashed into slag, Lin Kong's position in Wu Yuan's mind immediately changed from an ant on the ground to a god as powerful as the chairman. No wonder the chairman asked him to retreat quickly and not to confront Lin Kong head-on. It turned out that the chairman had seen through Lin Kong's true strength. Wu Yuan felt very fortunate. Fortunately, the chairman reminded himself, otherwise, he would now be a headless corpse like the golden knuckle man. In short, the death of Huang Kun and the other four gave Wu Yuan a great shock. He finally saw Lin Kong's power with his own eyes. It was precisely because of the shock that Wu Yuan subconsciously asked the chairman about the next action. The president also understood Wu Yuan's shock. He deeply understood that Lin Kong had fought all the way from the county to Xiong City, and every battle could surprise the surrounding spectators. In every battle, Lin Kong's opponents had a huge advantage, but Lin Kong could always turn the tables at a critical moment and reverse the situation in an instant. To be honest, the president still admired Lin Kong's strength, but now, he is Lin Kong's opponent. The president used to be a bystander, but now he has become a participant. Although the president already has a lot of information, a lot of helpers, and Lin Kong's dinosaurs, relatives, girlfriends, teammates and other things in his hands. However, the president's heart is still not very stable, because Lin Kong's turnaround attribute is too big. The president remembered the death prophecy of future water. What made him uneasy was that he was worried that he would be turned over by Lin Kong. Future water, who was leaning against the window, saw the president with a frown on his face. Originally, she still had some expectations for the president, but when Lin Kong killed Huang Kun and 4 others with thunderous means, she felt that the president was completely dead. Water of the future knew very well that the 3 pens of different colors of the president were indeed very powerful, and the president was indeed the strongest man among level 6 inches. However, Water of the future still felt that Lin Kong would eventually kill the president. The president was a powerful person, but Lin Kong was a person who was good at creating miracles. At this moment, although Lin Kong's teammates were tied up, the dinosaurs were enslaved, and his relatives were captured, he was already at a huge disadvantage in front of the president. But, Water of the future believed in the death prophecy she had drawn, so she had to think of some ways to make up for the damage caused to Lin Kong in the early stage. This was the only way to prevent Lin Kong from killing her. So, how to please Lin Kong? Obviously, from the analysis of Lin Kong's personality, Lin Kong is a person who values family and friendship, and has no great ambition for power, money, women and the like. So the answer is obvious. Future Water quickly came up with several ways to please Lin Kong. 1. Ensure that the captured Lin Das-han and Yi Xiago will not be abused. 2. The apology letter for stealing the dinosaur egg should not only be written by the spoiled woman, but she should also write one. After all, it was planned by herself. 3. Lin Qiao is the baby of Lin Kong's family. Future Water can make Lin Qiao awaken into a new human. Although Lin Qiao will gain superpowers after becoming a new human, Future Water thinks that this 10-year-old girl should be useless. In addition to these 3 ideas, Future Water also thought of a better idea. which is to let the fossil egg of the book-seeking dragon that is about to hatch come out as soon as possible. According to her prediction, this book-seeking dragon will take more than an hour to successfully jump out of the stone. Therefore, if he could be brought out in advance and come out to help Lin Kong, then Lin Kong would definitely be grateful to him. The plan worked. Let's start. Water of the future quietly separated several fist-sized water masses from the inside of his body. These water masses flew out from the window secretly. No one noticed. 2 or 3 water masses flew to the room where Lin Das-han, Yi Xiaogo, Wu Fei and others were imprisoned. One of the water masses flew in the direction where Lin Qiuqiao escaped. Lin Qiuqiao actually already had a water mass from Water of the Future. The reason why she had to get another water mass over was because the water mass that was flying over contained an awakening potion made by the president. This awakening potion can turn an ordinary person into a new human of level 1 and have magical superpowers. In fact, Water of the Future admires the president very much. Because the president is so powerful, the abilities of the 3 pens are all very amazing. Moreover, the president's research ability is also first class. Read the original text in Liu number 9/. For example, the old Professor Wang Hu in the fortress base who was killed by Huang Kun with 1 punch. This old Professor Wang Hu is also engaged in scientific research. However, when Wang Hu is compared with the president, the gap between the two is as big as the mud on the ground and the white clouds in the sky. The potion that the president casually researched can beat old Professor Wang Hu by 18 streets. If you have to use a word to describe the president, future water, will use intelligent and courageous. This word absolutely fits the president's strength. But it's a pity that the intelligent and courageous president met the big devil Lin Kong. Judging from Lin Kong's performance at this moment, the president should not see the sun tomorrow. No longer thinking about the tragic ending of the president, future water continued to control the water groups she had just separated and performed their respective tasks. Some water groups went to the room where Lin Kong's relatives and friends were imprisoned, and some took the awakening potion to Lin Qiuqiao. As for the remaining water masses, they went to the side of the spoiled woman. The task of the remaining water masses is to hatch the book-seeking dragon as soon as possible. To be honest, future water doesn't know what this book-seeking dragon is. To be precise, it is all the dinosaur eggs. Future water, which is only level 5, can't see through them at all. These fossil eggs reveal a mysterious atmosphere from the prehistoric continent. Future water only knows that the dinosaur cubs hidden inside are all extraordinary. However, although it doesn't know what these dinosaur eggs are, future water can deduce a method to quickly hatch dinosaur eggs through the performance of dinosaur eggs in different environments. Based on her long-term observation of Lin Kong and those dinosaur eggs, she came up with 2 ways to change the hatching speed. Method 1. Kill Lin Kong. Keep killing until Lin Kong's resurrection times are exhausted. According to Lin Kong's performance when he died in the county, as long as Lin Kong is in danger of life, those dinosaur eggs will send violent life fluctuations. It seems that dinosaur cubs will jump out of them at any time. This method 1 has the fastest hatching speed. But obviously, Water of the Future doesn't dare to use method 1. Then, there is only one last method left. This second method is also very simple. Just heat it at high temperature and rotate it continuously. Water of the Future doesn't know the real principle behind it. Anyway, when the dinosaur egg is heated, she can clearly feel that the signs of life in the dinosaur egg will become more active, as if a dinosaur cub will break out of the shell at any time. If it rotates, it will also achieve the same effect of accelerating the awakening of the dinosaur cub. If it is heated at high temperature and rotated continuously, then the hatching speed of this dinosaur egg will definitely be greatly enhanced. This is a really good idea. Water of the Future is very proud of her method. The water group she just sent out carried diesel, lighters, iron pots and other objects. It was used to heat the dinosaur eggs. Not long after, the water group of Water of the Future had arrived beside the coquettish woman. At this time, the coquettish woman finally finished writing her apology letter. She wrote the blood apology letter in blood. Due to the rapid recovery ability of the new humans, after biting off the finger, The wound on the finger will heal quickly before writing 3 or 4 words. After healing, no more blood will flow out. Without blood, it is impossible to write the blood apology letter. Therefore, the coquettish woman can only write 3 or 4 words, and then bite her finger again. Alas, my poor finger, I'm sorry for you. But don't worry, I swear, I will never hurt you again. The coquettish woman gently swore to the index finger on her right hand that had been bitten almost 100 times. However, the next second, the water ball of future water arrived at the side of the coquettish woman and ordered her in an unquestionable tone, "You, quickly help me write an apology letter, also written in blood." By the way, don't repeat your content. Future water was too lazy to write an apology letter, so she decided to force the coquettish woman to write it for her. The coquettish woman who had just sworn an oath turned pale as paper in an instant after hearing the order from future water. The coquettish woman resisted a few words at first, but it did not ease the tough attitude of future water. She had no choice but to open her mouth again with tears in her eyes and bite the poor index finger that had been destroyed more than 100 times. Future water was very satisfied to see that the coquettish woman began to write the blood apology letter for herself. So she used the stones she got nearby to set up the iron pot and ignited the diesel with a lighter. Then, she put the dinosaur egg in the iron pot and added ordinary water. Finally, she heated the dinosaur egg while controlling the water mass to rotate the dinosaur egg. Sure enough, it worked. Future water's eyes lit up. She could feel that the life inside the dinosaur egg was stirring. At the same time, Lin Kong, who was hiding in the dark of the fortress base, also sensed the changes in the dinosaur egg. It seems that the hatching speed of the book-seeking dragon has become faster. Although Lin Kong wanted to follow the connection between himself and book-seeking dragon and go to see what book-seeking dragon looked like. However, he suppressed this idea, because his current opponent was the president who was watching him covetously. Now, the first set of counterattack plans has been successfully implemented. Next, it is time to start implementing the second set of counterattack plans. If the name of the first set of counterattack plans is transformed into a zombie, then Lin Kong's second set of counterattack plans should be called Attack on Titan. It's time to let the president feel the fear from Attack on Titan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Attack on Titan. Although Huang Kun and the other 4 had been killed, Lin Kong knew that the situation had not completely improved. Based on the previous signs, Lin Kong understood that the president had brought powerful men to kill him. He tried to call out to the dinosaurs and the unhatched dinosaur eggs. Lin Kong could sense that the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the forest pterosaur were still alive, but he could not sense their locations. Lin Kong also could not sense the location of the dinosaur eggs placed on the giant eagle. The only thing he could sense was the fossil egg of the book-seeking dragon that was stolen by the mysterious person. Lin Kong also couldn't understand why the mysterious person didn't continue running with the fossil egg of the book-seeking dragon, but stopped somewhere more than 10 kilometers away. If he went to get the book-seeking dragon dinosaur egg, he could go. However, Lin Kong was worried that the egg was a trap. Maybe the president had already ambushed a large number of enemies more than 10 kilometers away. If he went to get the egg himself, he might fall into the trap. Therefore, the most urgent situation at the moment is to deal with the president who has not shown up. It is precisely because the president did not show up that Lin Kong only activated the first set of zombie transformation plan. Moreover, the first set of plans can also help Lin Kong warm up and practice the corpse transformation process. With the experience of the first zombie transformation, Lin Kong's second set of giant plan can be implemented better. First of all, let's sort out Lin Kong's current preparations. He has prepared a total of 3 plans for counterattack. So far, the death of Huang Kun and the other 4 has proved the success of the first set of counterattack plans. According to Lin Kong's previous expectations, when Huang Kun and others were killed, the president should have shown up with his powerful subordinates. But, The president did not show up. Therefore, what Lin Kong has to do is to activate the second set of counterattack plans. Attack on Titan. He no longer has the patience to wait for the president to take the initiative to stand up. Due to the disappearance of his teammates, the disappearance of Tyrannosaurus rex, forest pterosaur and other dinosaur eggs, Lin Kong's heart is filled with a strong sense of uneasiness. Therefore, he had to take the initiative to force the president out. So, what exactly is Lin Kong's second set of Attack on Titan? If you have watched the cartoon Attack on Titan, you will definitely know how terrible the giant is. Of course, it doesn't matter if you haven't watched it. Lin Kong's plan has nothing to do with the cartoon, it's just the word giant. Yes, giant. Lin Kong's plan is to create a giant with extremely strong combat power. As we all know, Lin Kong is an ordinary person with basically zero fighting skills. So when he was thinking about dealing with the president, he fully considered his own disadvantages. If he fought head-on, Lin Kong didn't have the absolute crushing power, and he couldn't beat the president who was known as invincible within level 6 inches. Therefore, Lin Kong thought of something with extraordinary power. Giant. It's the kind of guy who is more than 100 meters tall and has a foot bigger than your living room. After thinking of the inspiration of giant, Lin Kong began to think about how to create a giant. The answer to the question is obvious. It is to make it with meteorite fragments. When fighting with the Tao Lady and her gang, Lin Kong used the technique of meteorite armor. It is the method of attaching meteorite fragments to the body, using the mind to control the movement of meteorite fragments in the air, thus pushing Lin Kong's body, achieving the effect of flying in the air. Previously, Lin Kong only used about 100 meteorite fragments to make a simple meteorite armor. So, what if he attached thousands or tens of thousands of meteorite fragments to his body? Even hundreds of thousands or millions of meteorite fragments? If hundreds of thousands of meteorite fragments are attached to the body at the same time, then Lin Kong's meteorite armor will have to be renamed. Why not call it giant armor? This is another very bold idea, but the conditions for implementation are relatively harsh. Because the will of the level 2 new human is too weak, he can't control hundreds of thousands of meteorite fragments at the same time. So, is there a way to improve strength in a short time? Lin Kong thought about it, and then he thought of the first set of transformation into a zombie plan. You should understand it after reading this. One of the reasons why Lin Kong wanted to transform into a zombie was naturally to kill Huang Kun, the Headshot King. The second reason was more important. It was to test the control of meteorite fragments. If he still couldn't control a large number of meteorite fragments after transforming into a zombie, then Lin Kong's giant plan would probably have to declare bankruptcy. Fortunately, after transforming into a zombie reached the late stage of level 6, Lin Kong's strength increased by leaps and bounds. He could change the falling trajectory of more than 1 million meteorite fragments at the same time. It was also because Lin Kong took action to control the overwhelming meteorite fragments that he finally smashed the late stage 6 Silver Spear Man into slag. With the experience of the first transformation into a zombie, Lin Kong can start to transform into a zombie again with peace of mind, and then use meteorite fragments to make giant armor. Let's get started. The first step to make a giant armor is to summon a large number of meteorite fragments. Lin Kong activated his superpower, Summon Meteorites, as soon as he was resurrected. Large chunks of meteorites, driven by Lin Kong's thoughts, slowly entered the atmosphere and began to fall at an accelerated rate. As expected, the president's meteorite cracking expert once again discovered these large pieces of meteorites. Meteorite cracking expert was still a little hesitant about whether to launch missiles to kill these meteorites, because the scene of Lin Kong controlling the meteorite fragments to kill this Silver Spear Man was too shocking. Even if he was the Silver Spear Man, he would not be able to avoid death. This Lin Kong is really quite powerful. Meteorite cracking expert finally dared not to underestimate Lin Kong. He was worried that Lin Kong would control the meteorite fragments to do some strange moves again, so he hesitated and asked the president, "Should we stop fighting?" "Fight." The president made a decisive decision. Meteorite decryption expert was about to voice out his concerns, but he was immediately interrupted by the president, Meteorite fragments are powerful, but a complete large meteorite is even more terrifying. That's right. Yes. The president is still wise. I will send a missile to smash it. Meteorite decryption expert was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. If it were normal, he would definitely not react so slowly. It was because Lin Kong's method was too amazing that his thinking was deviated. Attack or not attack? This question is actually quite simple. If he attacks, Lin Kong may manipulate the meteorite fragments to do some strange other purposes. But if he doesn't attack, more than 10 complete meteorites from outer space will bring more help to Lin Kong. You know, when the speed is similar, the heavier the mass, the greater the power. Once Lin Kong successfully summons dozens of large meteorites from outer space, the consequences will be disastrous. As for meteorite fragments, now that Lin Kong has exposed the method of using them, the president has come up with some ways to deal with them. Following the instructions of the president, the meteorite destruction expert accurately smashed all the intact meteorites into meteorite fragments. In fact, Lin Kong also wanted to dodge. However, his strength was limited and he could not dodge the high-tech missile with a locking function. With hundreds of boom 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 bombardments, all the summoned meteorites were smashed into meteorite fragments. Fortunately, meteorites are relatively hard. Even if they are turned into meteorite fragments after being hit by missiles, their volume is mostly the size of a fist. They still have great damage. If Lin Kong operates properly, killing a few more level 6 new humans will definitely not be a problem. Of course, Lin Kong has already understood that the president must have thought of a way to deal with meteorite fragments. But Lin Kong guessed that the president should not have thought of using meteorite fragments as the giant armor, because he has only flown with fragments and has never used the giant armor. If the president guessed the plan of the giant armor one step ahead, then Lin Kong would admit defeat. Read the original text on number 9 at book/bar. Perhaps, Lin Kong would just lie on the ground. I won't fight anymore. I can't win. You can do whatever you want. I don't want to live anymore. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. Indeed, if the president guessed it, then Lin Kong would really have no chance to play. Lying down and waiting to die is a wise decision. Back to the point. What Lin Kong has to do now is to wait quietly. Only when the meteorite fragments fall, Lin Kong can start drinking the 3rd-generation zombie virus and then have the ability to control the large amount of meteorite fragments to form the giant armor. There are about 10 minutes left. During this time, Lin Kong can't do anything. He can only hide quietly. It is worth mentioning that he cut off his 5 fingers before and let the 7 black balls take them to 5 different places. Thus, 5 different resurrection locations were set up. Even if the president accidentally knew a certain resurrection location, Lin Kong could still be resurrected to other places. This second resurrection made the color of the fire of life in his right eye dim again. Lin Kong estimated that he could probably revive 7 or 8 times. If there were no major accidents, this number of resurrections would be enough. Moreover, after defeating the president and rescuing his mother Liu Hong, Lin Kong planned to return to Orange Village and have a good sleep. Now he was extremely tired. He was not a robot. Whether thinking about strategies, activating superpowers, or fighting, Lin Kong's spirit was under great pressure. Moreover, he had not slept peacefully for several days. Although the strong physique of the new humans could restore physical fatigue, but mental fatigue could not be eliminated anyway. Even the fire of life could not eliminate it. After he defeated the president, he had to have a good sleep to restore the lost mental strength. If he returned to Orange Village, Lin Kong estimated that he would never be able to use the resurrection function of the fire of life again. As long as his father, mother, sister and the whole family are together, Lin Kong will not go out to take risks and fight zombies. The end of the world is so dangerous, it is safer to hide at home. His future plan is to raise all the dinosaurs such as Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Forest Pterosaur, 7 Black Ball, etc. These dinosaurs will be responsible for guarding the house, then he can sleep peacefully. Of course, with so many powerful dinosaurs, Lin Kong is qualified to make a name for himself in this end of the world. But, He will not do such boring things. Conquering the end of the world, sweeping the world, etc. How can it be more comfortable to sleep with your wife in your arms? This is just Lin Kong's personal attitude. While hiding in the corner ruins of the fortress base, waiting for the arrival of meteorite fragments, he was thinking about all kinds of things. At the same time, Lin Kong's mind was still lingering with an uneasy feeling, because, although he has made a detailed plan for counterattack, he still cannot guarantee the safety of the dinosaurs and Wu Fei. Lin Kong was not sure whether the president would suddenly hurt his dinosaurs and his companions in desperation. Also, the most important thing was the father, sister and girlfriend Yiziago of Orange Village. Lin Kong did not know whether the president had sent anyone to hurt them. And what about Mother Liu Hong? What kind of terrible experiment did the president do to her? These questions flew around in Lin Kong's mind like flies. After a while, Lin Kong shook his head. His thoughts were once again pulled back to reality. He slowly moved forward under the ruins. Through the small hole left by the bricks, Lin Kong looked at the square of the fortress base. At this moment, the giant hand zombie Lin Kong was constantly absorbing the meteorite fragments scattered on the ground. Those were all meteorite fragments from the third wave. There was also red energy in them that could be used for evolution. After giant hand zombie Lin Kong bit Huang Kun to death with one bite, he found that he was completely motionless, so he flew back decisively. Although humans are delicious, the red energy in the meteorite fragments is obviously more tempting to it. After observing giant hand zombie Lin Kong in the ruins, Lin Kong came to a conclusion. Although this guy was transformed from his original body, he did not have any of Lin Kong's memories. Giant hand zombie Lin Kong was just a brand new zombie. The spiritual intelligence born in his brain was also a brand new spiritual intelligence. In other words, this giant hand zombie Lin Kong had basically no relationship with Lin Kong himself. There was no such messy thing as mind communication or telepathy between Lin Kong and giant hand zombie Lin Kong. Poor kid. He's going to die soon, but he's still eating there. After watching for a while, Lin Kong looked at giant hand zombie Lin Kong with sympathy. Lin Kong felt that the president would definitely not let a late level 6 zombie eat here all the time. What if this level 6 zombie evolved again and became a second-generation poisonous zombie? Therefore, Lin Kong knew that giant hand zombie Lin Kong would not live for too long. Sure enough, not long after, a group of people flew over from the sky. Seeing the appearance of this group of people, Lin Kong was a little surprised. Because he knew the guy leading this group of people, Lin Kong narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. According to the information provided by Ma Wudi, the guy flying in the front with no eyeballs seems to be the strongest leader of the Northern Power Group. Chen Ling. It's strange. Why didn't this powerful guy in the late stage of level 6 grow his eyes again? Chapter 467 Chen Ling. Lin Kong just killed 4 leaders of the Northern forces at once. This directly caused the loss of a quarter of the majestic 16 leaders. He quickly retracted his head a little, and held his breath, slowing down the frequency of his heartbeat to prevent being discovered by this blind Chen Ling. At the same time, he also ordered the Triceratops hiding in another corner to hide well and not move around to prevent his figure from being exposed. Now, the Triceratops and the 7 black balls that turned into a small ball are the last 2 dinosaurs left for Lin Kong. After Lin Kong had provided sufficient cover, he continued to secretly look at Chen Ling and others in the sky. Flying in the front was the young man Chen Ling with sunken eye sockets. There was a faint horrible spiritual power fluctuation in his body. This spiritual power fluctuation was not released, and it kept flowing on the surface of his body. Obviously, this blind Chen Ling has always been in a defensive state ready to fight at any time. Lin Kong estimated that even if a missile suddenly shot at Chen Ling from the dark, Chen Ling, who was protected by the spiritual energy, would not be injured. From this point alone, Lin Kong knew that this guy was not easy to mess with. Chen Ling was as serious as his uncle, the Silver Spear Man. According to the information provided by Ma Wudi, the relationship between this first leader Chen Ling and the Silver Spear Man was that of a nephew and an uncle. In other words, Lin Kong had provoked a big trouble again. Thinking of this, Lin Kong couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Oh, this is too fucked up." Killing the glasses man attracted the glasses man's brother Huang Kun. After killing Huang Kun, I killed the silver spear man by the way, but now I have attracted an nephew. Are you kidding me? One after another, when can I kill them all? Lin Kong knew that the reason why he was able to kill the silver spear man just now was just because he caught him by surprise. If the meteorite fragments were used again to bombard the entire group, Lin Kong estimated that it would not have much effect. Could it be, should I use the giant armor against the blind Chen Ling? The tactics of the giant armor can be specially prepared for the president and others. If it is used in advance when fighting Chen Ling and others, the president will definitely come up with a way to deal with it after seeing it. For Lin Kong, this is definitely a terrible thing. Therefore, Lin Kong is a little distressed. He can only pray in his heart that this blind Chen Ling can suddenly have a heart attack, let go of hatred, and leave quickly. But Lin Kong knows that this is almost impossible, because he thought about it from another perspective. If someone killed his uncle, then Lin Kong would definitely take revenge. Besides, if he didn't take revenge, it would be too embarrassing. Chen Ling can be the strongest man of the northern forces and a part-time first leader. Now, Lin Kong has killed 4 of the 16 leaders of the northern forces. If Chen Ling keeps quiet, how will Chen Ling lead the entire northern forces in the future? Therefore, Lin Kong feels that the battle between him and Chen Ling and others is inevitable. There is no other way. Lin Kong sighed in his heart, then I can only find a way to kill you all, the so-called 16 leaders. Let them become history tonight. Although Chen Ling and others are more difficult, Lin Kong is not without a way to deal with them. If a war must be started, if Chen Ling and others insist on seeking revenge on him, then Lin Kong can only kill them all together. After calculating in his mind, Lin Kong no longer hesitated. He began to silently plan the tactics to kill Chen Ling and others. In the air, under the silver moonlight, Chen Ling, who had just flown for a few seconds, did not know that he had been sentenced to death by Lin Kong hiding under the cement bricks. After Chen Ling flew over the fortress base, he did not rush to land. He was looking at the ruined fortress base with a serious expression. The 8 level 6 masters behind Chen Ling also followed him, looking very cautious. A little higher, there were 5 or 6 fully armed helicopters hovering nearby, ready to provide fire support at any time. The Northern Powers Group has a total of 16 level 6 masters. After 4 were killed by Lin Kong, and after Professor Wang Hui was killed by Huang Kun, there are only 11 of the 16 leaders left. Therefore, Chen Ling came this time, and the 8 level 6 masters behind him add up to 9 people. 9 of the remaining 11 came. This group of people is already the top force of the Northern Powers Group. If it was an ordinary major event, Chen Ling would never send out so many level 6 masters. However, he received a message from the president saying that his uncle He Chinqian was killed. Such a serious event. Chen Ling immediately led most of the leaders to the fortress base. According to the description of the president's subordinates, the person who killed He Chinqian was Lin Kong, the triangle-shaped man who killed the 3-eyed corpse in the Xiong City gathering place. Chen Ling also collected a lot of information about Lin Kong and knew that this guy's superpower was summoning meteorites. Are you sure it's summoning meteorites instead of summoning stones? This was Chen Ling's first reaction when he heard about Lin Kong's superpower. He suspected that he had heard it wrong, but the subordinates who collected intelligence were very sure, saying that many survivors in Xiong City had seen the scene of Lin Kong summoning meteorites from outer space with their own eyes. After the description of his subordinates, Chen Ling believed in Lin Kong's extremely perverted superpower. So, Chen Ling's first reaction was to win him over. His first reaction was actually similar to that of Professor Wang Hui, but never expected. Chen Ling found out that Huang Kun's brother was dead. Huang Kun was looking for someone all over the world, and he was almost crazy. Chen Ling knew the ability of Headshot King, Huang Kun, although he cherished Lin Kong's talent. Since Lin Kong had offended the famous Headshot King, Huang Kun, then Lin Kong had no choice but to die. Therefore, after finding Lin Kong's location, Chen Ling specially called his uncle He Chinqian to help at the fortress base to prevent any unnecessary accidents. However, he couldn't think of it even if he racked his brains. This accident turned out to be Not only was Headshot King Huang Kun killed, but even his uncle He Chinquian was killed by countless meteorite fragments. With his eyes fixed, Qianling slowly scanned the pile of meteorite fragments that killed his uncle He Chinquian, as well as the headless bodies of Headshot King Huang Kun, Watermelon Double Knife Man, and Golden Knuckle Tiger Man. His eyes became as cold as frost. The cold eyes also hid a trace of guilt. If he hadn't taken the initiative to ask his uncle He Chinquian to help, then he wouldn't have been killed by Lin Kong. The reason why the remains of Qianling's uncle He Chinquian were buried by the pile of meteorite fragments was that when Lin Kong was killing people, several people fled from the fortress base in fear. Qianling met these people and learned what happened in the fortress base after asking. When he first learned about it, Qianling was unwilling to believe it. His uncle He Chinquian was a super strong man in the late stage of level 6. What's more, Qianling also gave his uncle He Chinquian a spiritual psychic spear. This psychic spear can seek benefits and avoid disasters, and has a strong ability to save lives. Qianling felt that there were only 3 people in the world who could kill his uncle He Chinquian. One was Qianling himself, one was Chairman Zhao, the last one was Chairman Zhao's weird sister Zhao Linyan. In addition, Qianling didn't believe that there would be anyone else who could kill his uncle He Chinquian. However, the cruel reality slapped Qianling hard. Lin Kong not only killed his uncle He Chinquian, but also killed 2 level 6 masters in just 3 seconds. Even the notorious Headshot King Huang Kun was frightened and fled, but in the end, he still couldn't escape and was bitten to pieces by Lin Kong, who had completely turned into a zombie. In general, Lin Kong killed 4 of the 16 leaders in just a few minutes with his own strength. Qianling was very shocked when he heard about this record. The original text is available at Liu number 9 at book/bar. Although Qianling wanted to find Lin Kong to avenge his uncle He Chinquian as soon as possible, his habit of calm thinking curbed his impulse. He chose to contact President Zhao as soon as possible. In order to prevent Qianling from being killed by Lin Kong suddenly, the president told Lin Kong's transformation into a zombie plan and important information. Lin Kong's live fire can revive him many times. After Qianling understood Lin Kong's tactics, he roughly understood Lin Kong's overall strength, and also knew that the giant hand zombie Lin Kong, who turned into a zombie, was not the real Lin Kong at all. At this time, Lin Kong had already resurrected somewhere else. It was precisely because he knew that Lin Kong was quietly hiding in a corner. So when Qianling flew over the fortress base, he did not land immediately. The reason why he was running his spiritual energy on the surface of his body to defend was that he was worried that Lin Kong would suddenly launch a surprise attack from the dark. As for the other new human venerables behind Qianling, they didn't dare to relax. Lin Kong killed 4 venerables alone. This shocking record made all the new human venerables dare not be careless, and they all tightened their spirits and prepared for the next battle. They all guessed in their hearts that this Lin Kong who could summon meteorites from outer space might be the second President Zhao. Qianling could feel the tension and worry of the people behind him. However, Qianling was not too worried about the strength displayed by Lin Kong, because, after Qianling knew the details of Lin Kong's tactics to kill Huang Kun and the other 4, he had already come up with several ways to deal with Lin Kong. More importantly, Qianling had heard where Lin Kong was. Yes, when he just approached the fortress base, Qianling already knew where Lin Kong was. Not only Lin Kong, but also the location of the Triceratops. Qianling also heard it. You may ask, the president, who is also a late level 6 existence and is known as invincible among level 6 inches, can't hear Lin Kong's location. Why can Qianling, who is blind, find Lin Kong hidden in the ruins? The answer is very simple. The reason why Qianling was able to find Lin Kong's location is not because he has any abnormal superpowers. On the contrary, his ability is very ordinary. It is the wrath of the earth that can change the terrain. Exactly the same as Wu Fei's superpower. This superpower is nothing special. It can change the shape of the earth and create hard soil to attack the enemy. In addition, people with wrath of the earth will also greatly improve their perception of ground vibrations. In order to train his ability to sense ground vibrations, Qianling took the initiative to dig out his own eyes. Without the aid of vision, Qianling found that his ears would become more sensitive. and his perception of ground vibrations was indeed greatly enhanced. That's right, Qianling's sunken eye sockets and the pair of eyes without eyeballs were not caused by any special method used by others, but simply dug out by Qianling himself. However, the recovery ability of the late level 6 is particularly strong. He will grow new eyes within an hour. Therefore, Qianling will dig out his eyeballs every hour. When the president knew this method, he couldn't help but call him ruthless. Qianling can't help but be ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to himself. It was with the blessing of this huge courage that Qianling relied on an ordinary superpower, Rage of the Earth, to climb to the throne of the strongest in the north. In summary, Qianling can find Lin Kong, who the president can't find. Qianling did not immediately attack Lin Kong, because he knew it was meaningless. Lin Kong's live fire can revive him. Before killing Lin Kong, he must find Lin Kong's resurrection point. However, Qianling did not intend to find Lin Kong's resurrection point. In fact, he did not want to deal with Lin Kong. Qianling is not a fool. When he heard that the president sent someone to report that someone had killed his uncle He Chinkian, Qianling understood that this was to kill with a borrowed knife. The president was using him to kill Lin Kong. If it were put in a normal situation, even if Qianling knew that he was being used by the president, he would not hesitate to lead his men to hunt down Lin Kong. This damn bastard killed his uncle. If he didn't take revenge, he would still be a man. But the situation is different now. In the forest of 10,000 corpses, there are more than 10,000 level 6 zombies. In the city of poisonous corpses, there are millions of second-generation poisonous corpses. Oh my god, millions. Every time Qianling thought of this number, his scalp numbed. Moreover, there is an extremely terrifying first-generation demon corpse in the underground of Poisonous Corpse City ready to move. When thinking of the first-generation demon corpse, Qianling not only felt his scalp tingling, but also felt despair. A huge shadow loomed in his mind, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. There are only a few surviving humans in the entire Huaxia country, and there are so many terrifying zombies. Therefore, I can't fight anymore. I saw a breeze blowing through the air, and Qianling's figure was blown away. The next moment, Qianling appeared behind giant hand zombie Lin Kong. Although they are also late level 6 existences, human beings' abilities are definitely crushing zombies of the same level. Just a light wave of his hand, a thin soil column suddenly shot out from the ground. This soil column went straight to the eyes of giant hand zombie Lin Kong. Puff. The thin soil column directly pierced through the head of giant hand zombie Lin Kong. No nonsense. Directly killed. Bang. The body of giant hand zombie Lin Kong fell straight to the ground. Then, Qianling waved his hand casually. Swish. The psychic spear that fell in the distance was thrown over by a mud palm that emerged from the ground. Qianling caught the psychic spear steadily. Looking at this familiar psychic spear, his face changed several times. There was guilt and anger, reluctance and heartache, hesitation and decisiveness. Finally, Qianling sighed deeply. Then, he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, listen to my orders. You are not allowed to stay in the fortress base, and withdraw to Xiong City immediately." Chapter 468, You Dog, Come Out and Die. Everyone, listen to my order. You are not allowed to stay in the fortress base, and immediately withdraw to Xiong City. Qianling's voice was loud and clear, and it was blessed with a powerful aura. It directly made all the survivors around the fortress base hear this order very clearly. The survivors in the ruins were first shocked, and then they began to whisper. What? Withdraw immediately? Did I hear it wrong? No way. Our 4 leaders were killed. Are we going back like this? When did our leader Chen suddenly become so timid? Hush, you are crazy, and you dared to question the order of Leader Chen. Don't you want to live? Maybe Leader Chen has his own considerations. We just follow the order. Some people suspected that there was something wrong with their ears, and some people felt that Qianling's failure to make a decision for the dead Huang Kun and the other 4 was really a chilling move. But more people just talked about it, and their legs quickly retreated from the ruins of the fortress base. After all, this was the personal order of Qianling, the first leader of the Northern Power Group. Qianling's uncle He Chinkian died, and Chen-Ling himself did not investigate the matter thoroughly. Naturally, the crowd of onlookers did not want to cause trouble. However, there were still subordinates who were loyal to Headshot King, Huang Kun, and they ran to Chen-Ling angrily. "Fuck, that guy named Lin Kong killed my brother Huang Kun. We must find that bastard." That Lin Kong has a strange green flame that can revive. I guess he is hiding somewhere now. "Chief Chen, I dare to ask you." However, before this subordinate finished speaking, he was flattened by a wall of earth that emerged from the ground with a pop sound. Bright red blood flowed out from the bottom of the earth wall, a fatal blow. No mercy. This earth wall was created by Chen-Ling's Wrath of the Earth. Chen-Ling didn't want to talk more, and he was too lazy to explain. An additional order was directly added: retreat immediately. Those who disobey will die. As soon as this order was issued, the survivors who were originally whispering immediately stopped talking. They looked at Huang Kun's men who were directly beaten to death by the earth wall with sympathy, shook their heads secretly, and then quickened their pace and left quickly. Others did not dare to question Chen-Ling's order, but other leader-level figures dared to come forward to ask the real reason why Chen-Ling made this order. "Boss Chen, aren't you going to help your uncle get revenge? Even if you don't want revenge, isn't it embarrassing to retreat like this? After all, we can represent the power of the northern humans." Although other leader-level figures also knew that Lin Kong was not an easy guy to deal with, they at least had to fight a battle to pretend. But now, the first leader Chen-Ling chose to retreat without saying anything. This behavior is no different from running away with the tail between his legs. It's really embarrassing. Chen-Ling didn't want to explain to those low-level subordinates of level 5 and level 4, but for other leaders of the same level, Chen-Ling still explained calmly and carefully. "You know the strength of President Zhao, right?" Hearing the three words President Zhao, the other leaders nodded. "I know. President Zhao is the strongest new human in the south, known as the invincible existence among level 6. Chen-Ling then asked, "How many moves do you think President Zhao needs to defeat me?" The other leaders guessed, "For top strong men like you, it will take at least 3 days and 3 nights to determine the winner." Haha. Chen-Ling's mouth curled up with a bitter smile, and he shook his head. "Can a few hundred moves determine the winner? Faster. I will be defeated faster." Chen-Ling continued to shake his head. The others could only guess. "It's impossible, right? Boss Chen, you can't possibly last more than 100 moves." Although this Chairman Zhao claims to be the strongest among the 6th level, I guess he's just that. They're just bragging. Chen-Ling shook his head again. Seeing that no one could guess, he stopped keeping them in suspense. "1 move." Chen-Ling held up a finger. "1 move?" This. Everyone looked at each other, revealing expressions of disbelief. Chen-Ling nodded. "Yes, just 1 move." Although he and I are both in the late stage of level 6, he is like an insurmountable mountain in front of me. I feel tired just looking up at him. "So, you should understand why I chose to retreat immediately." Everyone nodded, then shook their heads. "We do understand the strength of this President Zhao, but what does this have to do with our immediate retreat?" Seeing that everyone's reaction was so slow, Chen-Ling realized that these people had stayed in high positions for too long and were about to lose the ability to think independently. He sighed and explained slowly, "This Chairman Zhao is so powerful, but he led me here and asked me to deal with this Lin Kong." What does this mean? This shows that Lin Kong is very powerful, so powerful that even Chairman Zhao is very afraid of him. If I drag you to fight such a strong enemy, wouldn't it be necessary to sacrifice many people? Although I can now sense the existence of this guy with the extraordinary Wrath of the Earth, he can be resurrected. Although I have several tactics to deal with this guy in my mind, I can't afford to gamble. The strength of our northern forces is still too weak. Once the top forces are sacrificed in the civil war with humans, then we can't think of surviving in this doomsday. Have you forgotten the tens of thousands of level 6 zombies in the 10,000 corpses forest? What are we going to do with the millions of second-generation poisonous zombies in the poisonous corpse city? After hearing Chen-Ling's long explanation, everyone immediately understood the desperate situation of mankind. The zombies in this world are so scary that they can not only evolve to level 6, but also become second-generation poisonous zombies when they reach level 7. Even more terrifying than second-generation poisonous zombies are first-generation demonic zombies. As for humans, although they can awaken superpowers and upgrade, so far, no new human has become a new human of level 7. Level 7, in the minds of all new humans, it is synonymous with gods. This is really a very distant level. Therefore, facing a large number of powerful zombies, these weak humans should really stop fighting among themselves. Whether it is the northern forces or the southern forces, they should unite to deal with the zombies together. In fact, the tactical strategy of joining forces to deal with zombies is also the principle that the 16 leaders have always followed. Now the reason why they want to seek revenge on Lin Kong is mainly to kill the leader level figures. Assuming that Lin Kong killed a new human of level 5 or level 4 who had no major relationship at this time, it is estimated that these 16 leaders will not only not chase Lin Kong, but will instead win over Lin Kong, because the new humans of level 5 and level 4 are not as important as a super new human who can summon meteorites from outer space. In short, after Chen Ling's explanation, everyone agreed to the decision to retreat. The reason is summarized as follows. First, the cost of hunting down Lin Kong is too high, the risk is too high, and it is not certain that he can be killed successfully. Second, it is because they want to stop the internal fighting and fight against the corpses together. So, everyone sent their men to clean up the bodies of Huang Kun and the other 4, as well as the bodies of Professor Wang Hu, and rescued some survivors buried in the ruins, and then they retreated collectively. Everyone packed up their things very quickly, and it took no more than 3 minutes. The retreat was also orderly. Lin Kong, who was hiding in the dark of the ruins, looked at the clean and neat retreat of Chen Ling and others, and he was directly confused. Lin Kong finally came up with a way to deal with Chen Ling after a careful combing based on the intelligence at hand, but in the end, Chen Ling led his men to retreat directly. Is this a tactic of pretending to retreat and then attacking back? After hearing Chen Ling's order to retreat, Lin Kong's first reaction was to think there is a trick. He thought Chen Ling might be pretending to call people away first, so as to lower his vigilance. In this way, Chen Ling can suddenly attack back when he is relaxed. Lin Kong thinks that this back-to-back tactic is very likely, because, if it were him, he would definitely do this. My uncle has been killed, it would be unreasonable not to take revenge. It is reasonable that Lin Kong can't guess the real reason for Chen Ling's retreat. He is not a god, so it is impossible for him to understand everyone's thoughts. Therefore, Lin Kong, who is full of vigilance, continues to hold his breath and hides quietly in the ruins. The meteorite fragments are still falling. Read the original text in Liu number 9/. There are about 5 or 6 minutes left. It's a bit long. Lin Kong, who holds 2 tubes of zombie virus, feels that the time for the meteorite fragments to fall is a bit long. If the meteorite fragments could fall directly from outer space to the ground, it would be much more powerful. Lin Kong was calculating the time while thinking about other uses of his superpowers. Well, the time is not right yet. Wait another 2 minutes, he muttered in a low voice. While Lin Kong continued to wait, Chen Ling was already on his way back to the gathering place in Xiong City with Huang Kun and the 4 people and the remains of Professor Wang Hu's body. Chen Ling did not have any returning tactics. He really did not want to get involved in the feud between the president and Lin Kong. Even if his uncle He Chenqiang died, Chen Ling did not plan to continue to take revenge. He found that Xiong City and Ziga City were really rich in resources, and the growth of plants was very magical. His idea now was to quickly move away from the grief of his uncle's death, and then quickly invest in the growth of strength. The shadow of the end of the world always shrouded his mind. He must speed up the pace of growth. This month, he must reach the threshold of touching the 7th level god. For example, the president is a super strong man who has touched the threshold of the 7th level god. It is precisely because the president touched a trace of the power of the 7th level that Chen Ling was defeated directly with one move. The so-called one move to defeat is not theoretical, but a real fact. Chen Ling did spar with the president before. When Chen Ling thought of the president's powerful 3 pens, suddenly, a masked man in a white coat with 3 pens in his chest pocket flew in front of Chen Ling. On the face of this masked man, there is a mask of the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Only children would wear such a ridiculous and childish mask. However, when seeing the Sun Wukong masked man, Chen Ling did not dare to laugh at him, nor did he dare to have any contempt in his heart, because this Sun Wukong masked man is the president who defeated him with one move. Of course, as the strongest man in the north, Chen Ling naturally does not need to call him sir. He just cupped his hands and greeted respectfully, "Hello, President Zhao. What can I do for you?" "Yes, I do have something to ask you." The president originally wanted Chen Ling to beat up Lin Kong, because he knew that Chen Ling's superpower, Rage of the Earth, was very good at finding enemies hidden around. Moreover, Chen Ling also had a large group of level 6 venerable companions. If he fought with Lin Kong, although he might not be able to completely kill Lin Kong, at least, he would definitely consume 3 or 4 times of Lin Kong's fire of life, resurrection. He was calculating, but unexpectedly, Chen Ling had no intention of fighting at all. This was really beyond the president's expectations. He didn't expect that Chen Ling's awareness of serving the people wholeheartedly and saving the people was even higher than his own. The president's biggest dream was to save all mankind and take the earth back from the zombies. However, when faced with an enemy that would threaten him, the president would get rid of him without hesitation. When faced with an enemy who killed his subordinates, the president will also take thunderous measures and give the enemy the most terrible punishment. If you have to use a metaphor, then Chen Ling is a Buddha who cuts meat to feed the eagle. The president is not only a Buddha who cuts meat to feed the eagle, but also a demon who, if the eagle bites him, then he will destroy the eagle's entire family. As for Lin Kong, then he is definitely not a Buddha. Even if the eagle starved to death, Lin Kong would not do the stupid thing of cutting meat to feed the eagle. Moreover, after the eagle starved to death, Lin Kong would directly wash and roast the eagle's body, sprinkle it with bright red chili powder and green chopped green onions, and then eat it happily. Let's not talk about Lin Kong, an ordinary person who has no ideals, no ambitions, and just wants to save his mother and go home to sleep. Let's continue to focus our attention on Chen Ling in the air. When Chen Ling heard that the president wanted to talk to him about something, he asked respectfully, "President Zhao, what do you want? Just tell me. If I, Chen Ling, can do it, I will never refuse." The president didn't have time to be polite with Chen Ling. "I know you have sensed Lin Kong's location. Tell me, where is he hiding?" This Lin Kong is a powerful enemy who was predicted by Water of the Future to dig out the heart of the Black Tiger. Therefore, he had to do everything he could to kill Lin Kong. The president knew that Chen Ling was concerned about the survival plan of mankind and didn't want to get involved. But the president couldn't care less. He looked at Chen Ling with a warning look. Chen Ling's words that were about to refuse immediately froze in his throat. Then, with a gulp, he swallowed them into his stomach. There was no other way. Chen Ling could only tell the president the location of Lin Kong and the location of the Triceratops. The president was also quite surprised to learn that Lin Kong and the Triceratops were still hiding in the corner of the fortress base. However, now that the exact location was known, the president could launch an effective capture operation. So, he patted Chen Ling on the shoulder, smiled and praised, "You did a good job." Chen Ling smiled awkwardly. Then, "I'm leaving." He was about to leave, but was stopped by the president. "You did a good job, so next, continue to help me monitor Lin Kong's movements." As he said that, the president showed a cunning smile. Of course, the president's face was wearing that ridiculous and childish Monkey King mask, so Chen Ling couldn't see the president's cunning smile at all. The reason why the president forced Chen Ling to stay was because the level of future water was too low and the ability was too limited. So he couldn't even do the job of finding someone. Therefore, the president could only let Chen Ling replace future water to find Lin Kong's location. The so-called strongest man in the north is now forced to become a tool for finding people for the president. President Zhao. Chen Ling didn't want to get involved, and he was about to refuse. But before he finished speaking, a ball of water suddenly slipped out of the president's sleeve. It was the water ball used by Water of the Future to communicate. The ball of water turned into a mouth. The transparent mouth opened and closed, and said a piece of news that shocked the president. "President, that Lin Kong showed up," he said. "Ahem, He said he wanted you to come out and die. Chapter 469, President, Take Action. To explain Lin Kong's words that jumped out directly, "You dog, come out and die." We have to go back a little bit in time. Go back to when Lin Kong was hiding in the ruins and thinking. First of all, let's sort out Lin Kong's enemies. There are two groups of enemies. The first group of enemies is Qianling and others who are blind because Lin Kong killed Qianling's uncle He Chinqian. The second group of enemies is the president. As for Qianling, according to the information provided by Ma Wudi, although this Qianling is the strongest man in the north, however, in terms of Lin Kong's strength after turning into a zombie, there is a great chance to defeat Qianling. Therefore, the most critical and most difficult to deal with is the president who is hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity. According to everything that happened before, it can be inferred that the president is already in an absolute intelligence advantage. For example, when they were in the library, those ghost cavalry who were supposed to gather disappeared. Moreover, there were no masters who set up an ambush on Lin Kong near the library. From this point of view, Lin Kong knew that the president would no longer send any low-level people to attack him. He must come to kill him personally. According to the various signs such as the disappeared Wu Fei, Li Minutes and others, the forest pterosaur and Tyrannosaurus Rex who had escaped but suddenly lost contact, and the guy in black, Lin Kong clearly understood that the president had been observing him secretly. The reason why he did not take action, but let Huang Kun and others deal with him, was to let Huang Kun and others, these insignificant cannon fodder, reveal his flaws. In short, the biggest crisis at present is that if the president finds out all the resurrection locations of Lin Kong, then Lin Kong will definitely die. Therefore, in order to survive this crisis, Lin Kong must stand up immediately and start fighting with the president directly. Lin Kong can no longer let the president continue to observe him secretly. He must reverse the situation and let both sides stand in the open and compete openly. So, the question is, how to find out this President Bai who is secretly observing. This is definitely a difficult problem. Lin Kong used the method of putting himself in others' shoes. If he was the President Bai, he would definitely not come out. A sneak attack is always 10,000 times stronger than a head-on battle. As long as the brain is full of water, the President Bai will suddenly run out and fight Lin Kong head-on. Oh, I must find a way to lure out the President Bai. Lin Kong grabbed his hair with both hands and racked his brains for a while. He came up with two plans. The first is to let the forest pterosaur secretly follow one of the President Bai's subordinates, and then follow the clues to find the location of the President Bai. This is a plan with higher risks and a good success rate. The only problem is that the petite and camouflaged forest pterosaur has lost contact. Now the only thing left by Lin Kong's side is the Triceratops. When I think of the huge size of the Triceratops, tracking people, haha, don't make a fuss. As long as the opponent is not a blind man like Qianling, he will definitely be able to find the conspicuous and bulky Triceratops. Wait, 7 Black Ball seems to be able to do it. Lin Kong suddenly thought of the 7 Black Ball that had turned into a Mung Bin. The original size of the 7 Black Ball was about the same as a one-story building, but after being punched by Headshot King, Huang Kun, it shrunk by 99.999%. Although after the 7 Black Ball became smaller, it could not even launch. 7 Black Freeze, its speed became slow, and its power became very small. However, its hiding ability has increased by at least 10,000 times. If the 7 Black Ball stretched its body and turned into a tiny hair and lay on the ground, even Lin Kong, the owner, would find it difficult to find it. Well, it's you, Dao Kai Hai. This great tracking task is handed over to you. Do you have any questions? After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Kong decided to let the 7 Black Ball do the tracking. So he sent a message to the 7 Black Ball in the ruins in the distance. After receiving the message, the 7 Black Balls replied with A. This black dot means that there is no problem. In addition to the black dot, the 7 Black Balls can also send out arrow-shaped symbols. In the past, every time Lin Kong received a message from the 7 Black Balls, he would feel the cold breath from the 7 Black Balls. But when the 7 Black Balls became smaller, The message they sent no longer had the abyss-like coldness. It seems that the 7 black balls were really seriously damaged. After all, Headshot King Huang Kun is a level 6 existence. The current level of the 7 black balls is only level 3. It is a blessing in disguise that it can survive. After confirming the tracking plan, Lin Kong began to implement another plan to lure out the president. This method is extremely risky and has a low success rate. However, Lin Kong can no longer think of any other way. His brain is not that of a god, so he can only adopt this extremely high risk, low success rate method, shrew scolding method. This method can also be called provocation or provocation to get beaten up, you bastard. Before Lin Kong jumped out to curse, he first recalled the curse lines of Widow Wang who lived in the east end of Orange Village. After memorizing the curse lines, Lin Kong estimated the time when the meteorite fragments fell. There are about 3 minutes left. Now, the timing is just right. I can go out. He gathered his strength and kicked hard. The body of the level 2 new human directly and violently broke the cement bricks pressing on him. Bang! With a bang like Sun Wukong jumping out of a stone, Lin Kong once again made a gorgeous appearance. This time, Lin Kong was wearing a pair of shorts. This time, he was holding a loudspeaker picked up from somewhere. After Lin Kong jumped out of the ruins, the top floor of the shopping mall building, the pink-coated cannon man and others who were concentrating on searching immediately noticed Lin Kong. Future Water, hurry up, quickly inform the president that this Lin Kong has finally appeared. Future Water was stunned for a moment. This Lin Kong was actually still hiding in the fortress base, and he jumped out so openly. Did he have some conspiracy again? When Future Water was surprised, something even more surprising happened. Lin Kong on the ruins put the loudspeaker to his mouth. After clearing his throat, he cursed rudely. Fuck you, you dog-like president. Get out of here. Damn you, you dog-like president. Are you full of shit? You dog-like president. You bastard. You eunuch without a penis. Get out of here quickly and kneel down to beg for mercy. Fuck you, you dog-like bastard who was born by your mother but not taught by her. I'm going to fuck you, you turtle bastard. You rubbish that gives birth to a child without an asshole. Well, actually, Lin Kong's cursing skills were not very good. He could only shout out all the dirty words he could think of. Finally, Lin Kong imitated Huang Kun's words and made a conclusion. Fuck, you dog-like president, come out and die. He kept calling him dog-like and dog-like bastard every time. This. After hearing Lin Kong's curse, everyone in the shopping mall looked at each other. This audacious guy actually insulted the president openly. It's fine if he insulted loudly. He also stood there with a loudspeaker and cursed. Is this guy crazy? Everyone couldn't understand Lin Kong's stupid behavior of seeking death. Only, Future Water, leaning against the window smiled. She knew that Lin Kong must be carrying out some strange conspiracy again. The pink-clothed man saw Future Water smiling strangely by the window. He hurried over and begged in a humble tone, I say, Miss Future, please inform the president quickly that Lin Kong is out again. Yeah, Future Water came back to her senses and answered coldly. She then activated her ability and told the president about Lin Kong's behavior of insulting his family with a loudspeaker. At that time, the president was forcing Chen Ling to stay. In this way, he could rely on Chen Ling's very practical superpowers to easily find Lin Kong's location. The original text is available at 6:9. Unexpectedly, Future Water actually sent a message that Lin Kong had already appeared in the ruins of the fortress base. When the president heard the news, he was stunned for 3 seconds. Since Future Water only said that Lin Kong was insulting him, but did not say the specific content of the insult, the president asked, that Lin Kong, what did he say? President, do you really want to hear it? The water mouth that Future Water conjured up was a little hesitant. Well, just say it. Tell me everything without missing a word. The president asked Future Water to repeat Lin Kong's swearing, while leading the reluctant Chen Ling to fly towards the direction of the shopping mall building. Since the president wanted to listen, Future Water had to relay all of Lin Kong's words. After the president heard it, his facial expression did not change much. This kind of shrew scolding provocation is really too low end. The president basically couldn't fall into the trap. He couldn't kill directly to the fortress base, but flew back to the top floor of the shopping mall. He wanted to use the water mirror of future water to take a closer look at what Lin Kong wanted to do. Chen Ling, who was blind, also followed the president's figure and came to the top floor. In fact, Chen Ling also wanted to see clearly what the murderer who killed his uncle He Chinqian looked like. However, there were no eyeballs in his eye sockets, and he couldn't see anything at all. When he was on the road just now, Chen Ling also relied on the vibration of the wind outside to follow the president's figure. Everyone in the shopping mall, seeing Chen Ling, the strongest man in the north, coming, couldn't help but shrink back. After all, this is a supermaster in the late stage of level 6, the same level as the president. Even future water dared not despise this blind Chen Ling. Even though Chen Ling didn't have eyeballs, water of the future felt that Chen Ling had seen through her body. After having the experience of being close to a level 6 expert, water of the future deeply understood the gap between level 5 and level 6. There was a huge gap between the two. No wonder she could never predict the exact future of level 6 experts. When water of the future understood the pressure of a level 6 expert, she couldn't help but think of that guy who was still level 2. Damn, this guy was only level 2, but he was able to cleverly kill the early and middle level 6 experts with some conspiracy and tricks. Even the late level 6 super expert He Chinqian couldn't escape from Lin Kong's hands. It's so terrifying. It's so terrifying. Water of the future finally understood it. No wonder Chen Ling, the strongest man in the north, chose to swallow his anger and didn't take revenge on Lin Kong. She estimated that Chen Ling must be afraid of Lin Kong. It must be emphasized that Lin Kong is only level 2. What if Lin Kong reaches level 6? How powerful will he be? When thinking of this, water of the future shuddered. In her mind, the scene of Lin Kong killing the death prophecy flashed again. So, she silently controlled the water ball that she had just released secretly, and continued the unfinished work, helping the book-seeking dragon to hatch as soon as possible, and helping Lin Qiao become a new human. While water of the future was doing these little actions, the president was thinking about Lin Kong's motives. He did not go directly to the fortress base as Lin Kong imagined. In the water mirror, the real-time monitoring screen showed that, after Lin Kong found that the president did not come, he picked up the loudspeaker again and cursed again. But the president, who was observing calmly behind the water mirror, remained unmoved. Although the president felt that his strength should be able to directly kill Lin Kong, the ant. However, he did not want to fall for Lin Kong's cheap and low-end provocation. Time was passing. 2 minutes. 1.5 minutes. 1 minute. This was a countdown for the meteorite fragments to fall. Lin Kong was a little anxious. He felt very uneasy. This shrew scolding method seemed to have no effect. However, the only good thing was that the 7 black balls that turned into hair had successfully found the trouser legs of a person lurking outside the fortress base. Seeing that the meteorite fragments were about to fall, Lin Kong picked up the loudspeaker and compared the dog president to a turtle and scolded him loudly. But the president was very calm. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. 2. 1. 0. Bang 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 bang. The explosions of the falling meteorite fragments rang out one after another. The poor fortress base was once again bombarded with holes by the meteorite fragments burning with blazing flames. The dust raised above the fortress base obscured the sky. The already dark night sky suddenly became even darker. When all the meteorite fragments fell, swoosh, the figure of the president disappeared on the spot. Only the sound of the whistling wind remained in the air. The president was waiting for this moment. The meteorite fragments had all fallen, and Lin Kong no longer had his biggest support. Therefore, the president decisively chose to attack. Chapter 470 Remaining number of resurrections, 7 times. As mentioned before, Lin Kong's scolding method is a very risky method with a relatively low success rate. He couldn't think of any other method, so he resorted to this desperate measure to lure out the president. It is worth explaining that the so-called great risk does not refer to Lin Kong's own death. It refers to not dying. That is, Lin Kong is very afraid that he will be caught alive by the president. Once the president doesn't let him die, he will be very embarrassed. The worst consequence is that Lin Kong, who can't die, is tortured to death by the president, and finally Lin Kong, who can't hold on, can only confess all the resurrection locations. Without the resurrection location, Lin Kong will never escape. In short, Lin Kong must ensure his own death. So, how can he ensure that he will not be caught alive by the president and 100% dead? Gulialu. Before Lin Kong came out, he had already drunk 2 tubes of third-generation zombie virus potion. As long as 10 minutes have passed, he will definitely become a zombie, and then he can use the fire of life to revive at the set resurrection location. This method is okay, but it wastes the number of times the fire of life can be resurrected. He accurately estimated that the fire of life in his right eye can revive 7 times. Lin Kong must use these 7 precious opportunities to kill the president who has the advantage. It sounds simple, but it is not very smooth when it is implemented. Lin Kong's throat is almost hoarse. Meteorite fragments are falling boom boom boom, but the president still does not appear. Moreover, the 7 black balls attached to the trouser legs of the black-clothed man Wu Yuan did not gain anything, because the 7 black balls were surprised to find that the black-clothed man did not go back to contact the president. He has been lurking in the dark and has no intention of attacking Lin Kong. The black-clothed man just uses the Bluetooth headset to report the situation here to the president from time to time. In addition, the 7 black balls also tried to climb onto another subordinate lurking in the dark, who was also in direct contact with the president through a Bluetooth headset. They would never return to the president. In other words, the tracking plan failed. The shrew scolding plan failed. Lin Kong sighed, and he angrily pooed and spit out the teeth in his mouth. He was in the process of corpse transformation, so all his teeth fell out, and then sharp canine teeth like wolf dogs grew all over Lin Kong's upper and lower gums. Not only did the teeth and eyeballs change, but even the emotions in the brain began to change. Waves of irritable emotions were continuously generated. It was obvious that Lin Kong's corpse transformation state had reached the second stage, brain corpse transformation. In about 5 minutes, a brand new, zombie Lin Kong will appear. Thinking of this, Lin Kong bent down and picked up a meteorite fragment on the ground. While absorbing the red energy in the meteorite fragment, he opened his mouth and bit the meteorite fragment fiercely. Crack! The meteorite fragments were directly bitten into pieces by Lin Kong's hard zombie teeth. Then he swallowed it into his stomach. The act of eating stones allowed him to vent the irritability in his mind. However, Lin Kong was still very clear that his tactical strategy of luring the president out this time was a complete failure. He wasted a precious resurrection opportunity. However, just when Lin Kong was depressed, suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of Lin Kong. Then, there was a violent gust of wind, blowing Lin Kong. Lin Kong was blown away without standing firmly. He flew backwards for 2 or 3 meters in the air before falling down with a bang. The wind and waves brought by the flight alone can blow people away. It can be seen how fast this white figure is. Damn it, you are looking for death. Lin Kong's mood became very irritable because of the corpse transformation. Now, after being blown away by the strong wind raised by the white figure, he stood up and cursed. While cursing, Lin Kong looked at the figure that suddenly flew over. A white coat, 3 pens on his chest, wearing a Monkey King mask on his head, like an idiot. This very silly dress. Lin Kong suddenly remembered the information of Murongjing and Ma Wudi. The person in front of him was the chairman. So, Lin Kong raised his chin and glanced at the chairman. His expression was like a street gangster who likes to collect protection fees. He asked provocatively, "Are you the one surnamed Zhao?" The dog-like chairman. After discovering that the person who came was the chairman, Lin Kong's heart surged with joy. He was worried that the chairman would stay in the dark and not come out. Just now, Lin Kong was still depressed about this shrew scolding tactics and wasted 1 resurrection number. As a result, the next second, the chairman walked into the trap. Lin Kong laughed treacherously in his heart. As long as the president showed up, Lin Kong could think of more ways to deal with him. Although Lin Kong was happy in his heart, His expression was still quite arrogant. The president was not affected by Lin Kong's behavior at all. He understood that Lin Kong wanted to lure him out. However, he was fearless, because according to the changes in Lin Kong's body, the president knew that Lin Kong would only have about 4 minutes left at most before he would completely turn into a zombie. Moreover, Lin Kong's strongest attack method, meteorite fragments, all of them have fallen to the ground. Without the super speed of 10,000 meters per second, the power of meteorite fragments is no different from that of stones. Therefore, the president chose to take the initiative to attack. He wanted to see what medicine Lin Kong had in his gourd. Besides, the president had already ambushed 90% of the strong men under his command in every corner of the fortress base. Don't panic at all. The president narrowed his eyes, took a few steps forward, and walked in front of Lin Kong. Then, he extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, my last name is Zhao. You can call me Mr. Zhao." Lin Kong slapped the president's palm away, curled his lips and cursed, "A dog, it was you, a dog, who kidnapped my mother, right?" Lin Kong's goal of luring the president out this time was to kill him. However, Lin Kong knew that the president, who was known as the invincible among the 6th level, was definitely not a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. He was an extremely hard steel plate. Lin Kong didn't want to fight him directly unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, let's try a wave of mouth cannon tactics first, to see if he can defeat the president with words, and then let him take the initiative to return his mother. If he used the mouth cannon tactics against ordinary people, Lin Kong would definitely kneel on his knees, kowtow continuously, and beg him to release his mother. However, the president is not an ordinary person. Lin Kong estimated that kneeling down and begging for mercy would not work at all. He could only do the opposite and directly confront him with the most arrogant and rude attitude. Moreover, it is said that the president's personality is particularly calm. He will not care if you scold him. Even if you insult the president's family and ancestors, he will not frown. In this case, Lin Kong will let go of the scolding. The normal words he said also contained many dirty words. Lin Kong glanced up and down at the president several times with a gangster-like look. Then, he cursed with smelly and impolitely. The original text is on Liu number 9 at book/bar. "TSK, you still want to shake hands with me? Shake shit. I advise you to put my mother back obediently, otherwise, I will make your chrysanthemums burst all over the mountain. I will let you know why pig shit tastes so sweet." Lin Kong's dirty words are really ugly. If it were a normal person, he would have just punched him. But the president chuckled twice and praised him. "You are quite interesting." Seeing this, Lin Kong complained in his heart, "Sure enough, this dog-like president is indeed a perverted guy. I scolded him like this, but he didn't get angry at all." Just when Lin Kong wanted to continue to indulge in his desire to talk, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Kong. With such a fast speed, it goes without saying that he must be another supermaster of the late level 6. The strong wind brought by the red figure whistled around Lin Kong, but this time Lin Kong was not blown away by the strong wind, because the red figure in front of him grabbed Lin Kong's neck and raised his fist, pretending to hit him. "I can only scold Jalangu, you loser. You are not qualified to scold me." Lin Kong used his cloudy eyes that had become cataracts to see the red figure in front of him clearly. It was a young girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old. The lower body of the girl was wearing a pair of blue denim shorts, revealing a pair of white and slender thighs. The upper body of the girl was wearing a black t-shirt, revealing a pair of lotus-like arms. The girl's long hair was aflame like red. A careful inspection revealed that the girl's hair color did not seem to be dyed red with hair dye. At this moment, the girl was holding a lollipop in her mouth while cursing at Lin Kong. The fist of her right hand was raised. The pink fist contained a spiritual fluctuation that distorted the air. If the red-haired girl's pink fist hit Lin Kong's head, then Lin Kong would definitely die directly. However, at this critical moment, a cold voice stopped her. "Sister, stop, don't. He can't die yet. I have a few questions to ask him." It was the president who spoke. Hearing this, Lin Kong raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Judging from the title of the president, this red-haired girl is the sobby sister of the dog-like president. Linian's reputation is basically known to many people. Even Lin Kong, a member of the lowest level soldier group, knows this female devil Linian, who is not afraid of anything. Linian often scolds the president as Legu. However, she can scold her own brother, but not others. Lin Kong, a dirty-mouthed guy, made Linian quite angry, so she flew over decisively and wanted to punch Lin Kong's stinky mouth directly, but her brother Legu behind her stopped her. Linian was unwilling. Originally, when rescuing the ghost cavalry in the library, Linian could have ambushed nearby and killed Lin Kong directly, but her brother Legu always stopped her. This made her very unhappy. Therefore, she didn't want to listen to her brother Legu. The raised fist paused for a second. He continued to hit Lin Kong's head. Bang! The fist hit Lin Kong's eye socket directly. The huge force hit Lin Kong's head. His head was knocked back. Not only his head, but also Lin Kong's body was knocked off the ground by the force contained in the fist. Then, he flew out. After flying 2 meters and rolling on the ground twice, Lin Kong finally stopped. "Humphrey, you lowly stinking loser, I'll spare your life for now." Linian bit the lollipop in her mouth fiercely. She disobeyed the order of her brother Legu, but in the end she didn't kill him. She just hit Lin Kong with a heavy punch. Lin Kong covered his purple and black eyes and stood up from the ground. His head was buzzing. Lin Kong felt as if he had a concussion from Linian's punch. Actually, Lin Kong didn't think about blocking, but Linian's skills were extraordinary and his level was too high, far exceeding Lin Kong's fighting skills and strength. Therefore, it was reasonable that Lin Kong was easily beaten. Although he couldn't beat him, Lin Kong could take advantage of him verbally. He pointed at Linian and scolded, "The adults are talking, the children should get out of the way." Linian was about to lose her temper, but the president came over, patted her on the shoulder, and ordered in an unquestionable manner, "Okay, sister, stop making trouble. I want to do business." Seeing this, Linian could only stomp her feet. She walked angrily to a stone not far away and sat down. "Damn old dog." Then, Linian scanned the president with angry eyes, took out a brand new lollipop from her trouser pocket, and began to eat it. She secretly calculated in her heart that she must beat Lin Kong's head to vent her anger later. Let him be proud for a while. Seeing that his disobedient sister Linian finally calmed down, the president was relieved. Turning his head, the president looked at Lin Kong. His eyes became calm again. "Seeing that you are about to turn into a corpse, I won't waste my words. Your family is all in my hands, so commit suicide. As long as you take the initiative to commit suicide and don't resist, I can guarantee that I will take good care of your sister, girlfriend, and those dinosaurs." Chapter 471 Ace Attack, DSP 438. After hearing the president's threatening words, Lin Kong was not very surprised. He had already guessed the president's actions before. Therefore, Lin Kong's expression did not change much. He calmly scolded the president, "You dog, when to Orange Village?" Without waiting for the president to answer, Linian, who was sitting not far away, stood up again and pointed a pink lollipop at Lin Kong's head and warned, "You loser, keep your mouth clean. If you curse again, I will punch you in the head." Lin Kong kept calling the president dog, which made Linian very unhappy because she was the president's sister. Calling the president a dog indirectly called Linian the dog's sister. Although Linian was speaking for the president raised his hand to stop her. "Sister, just sit there and watch. Don't make trouble, Humphrey." Linian sat back on the stone with an angry look on her face and continued to eat her lollipop. Seeing that Linian was quiet, the president lowered his hand and said to Lin Kong calmly, "You should understand that this kind of tactic of scolding people will not work on me." "I understand." Lin Kong nodded, then smiled contemptuously and scolded again. "You dog. Okay, call me whatever you want. Let me put out the cards in my hand first." As he said that, a ball of water slipped out of the president's sleeve. The ball of water flew directly into the air like a living thing. Wow! The ball of water separated and turned into a water mirror. As circles of water ripples appeared on it, colorful pictures emerged. The content displayed on the water mirror was exactly the pictures of independent rooms. 2 or 3 people were locked up in each separate room. There were remote-controlled bombs hanging around their necks. Their hands and feet were tied up with solid silver-white chains. Lin Kong's pupils shrank slightly. His sight moved from the upper left corner of the water mirror screen. Looking back one by one, familiar figures came into his sight one after another. There was Wu Fei, a fearless buddy, Li Minutes with a frown on his face, Fang Guonan, the vegetable-growing uncle who was moving around, Qin Latu, a serious doctor, and Zi Wang, who was temporarily acting as a doctor, and Lin Das-han, the father who looked honest and kind, and Yi Xiaogo, the girlfriend with a worried look on her face. The last one was his sister Lin Qiuqiao, who was huddled in the corner of the room. She hugged her legs and buried her head in her arms, so it was hard to see Lin Qiuqiao's expression, but Lin Kong knew very well that his sister Lin Qiuqiao must be very scared at this time. Lin Qiuqiao was only a 10-year-old girl. Her hands and feet were not tied with chains, but a remote-controlled bomb was still installed around her neck. The red signal light on the bomb flashed, so dazzling and bright. Seeing the imprisoned Lin Qiuqiao, Lin Kong couldn't help but clench his fists. But soon, he loosened his fists, and the expression on his face was suppressed as much as possible, without showing any worry or anxiety. In fact, the Lin Qiuqiao in the picture was just a fake image fabricated by Water of the Future. To be precise, the Lin Qiuqiao in the room who was hugging her legs was actually the previous picture. At this time, Lin Qiuqiao was in a very safe small supermarket, chatting with a water group separated by Water of the Future. Lin Kong didn't know all this. After showing the kidnapped family members and companions, the president showed the pictures of all pets and mounts being imprisoned, such as the forest pterosaur and Tyrannosaurus rex, the wind pterosaur, the wind god pterosaur, the giant eagle, etc., one by one. It is worth mentioning that among these dinosaurs and flying mounts, the most enjoyable ones are the forest pterosaurs and Tyrannosaurus rex. When the screen was displayed, the dragon trainer was still trimming the toenails of the forest pterosaur. The Tyrannosaurus rex also ran around a blazing bonfire like nothing happened. The president pointed to the Tyrannosaurus rex running happily in the water mirror screen and explained in a natural tone, "Look, I didn't abuse your dinosaur, although I tied up your family and companions with chains, but you can rest assured that those chains will never hurt them, including the remote-controlled bombs on them. They will never be detonated without my order." Well, the above are the cards in my hand. Now, it's your turn to play cards. On the surface, the president was chatting with Lin Kong here, but in fact, he had secretly sent his subordinates to search for the place where Lin Kong might be resurrected. Now, there are 3 reasons why he didn't do anything to Lin Kong. The first reason is that killing Lin Kong is useless. Lin Kong has already started to transform into a zombie. In about 2 minutes, Lin Kong will completely turn into a zombie, which is no different from being dead. The second reason is that the president wants to get more information from Lin Kong through the conversation. The third reason is to show his trump card so as to solve this farce as soon as possible. Lin Kong is a person who values family affection. He can give up his life for his sister Lin Qiuqiao's life. He can also risk his life for his father and mother. Therefore, the president will offer the condition of taking good care of his girlfriend and family. If Lin Kong is willing to commit suicide without resistance and willing to sacrifice the fire of life, it would be even better. 117 seconds, 116 seconds, 115 seconds. Lin Kong calculated the time for the complete transformation while thinking about the next strategy in his mind. Because of his 2-point mind, Lin Kong's thoughts did not notice the changes in his body. To be precise, it should be the changes in his brain. When dealing with Huang Kun and the other 4, when there were still 2 minutes before the corpse transformation, Lin Kong had already had many food hallucinations in his mind. They were stir-fried pork with green peppers, stewed pork ribs with radish, and dumplings stuffed with pork and chives. None of these things appeared. Only the irritability surged up one after another. Because of the kidnapping of his family and companions, Lin Kong's irritability was forcibly suppressed by him. With a very disdainful tone, he looked at the president with a sidelong glance and said, "You are a piece of trash. You have no ability, but you are very skilled in shameless acts such as kidnapping family members. However, do you think your cards can stun me? Haha, you are really a naive dog." Now, Let me tell you my trump card. It was mentioned before that Lin Kong's counterattack plan this time was called the Giant Tactics, but because all the meteorite fragments fell down, he had to temporarily suspend this plan. At this moment, he directly skipped this Giant Tactics and used another special method instead. An empty transparent bottle. Lin Kong threw the transparent bottle without anything in it to the president. The president caught it. When he caught the bottle, the president's palm was wrapped by rich spiritual energy. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual energy was constantly circulating on the surface of the president's skin. On the surface, he seemed very relaxed and indifferent, but he did not relax for a moment. He knew very well that Lin Kong was very cunning. Therefore, even if the transparent bottle that flew over was a normal and seemingly harmless one, the president did not have any contempt. He caught the transparent bottle that flew over. First, the president immediately manipulated the spiritual energy to quickly check it. After confirming that there was no danger, he carefully looked at the transparent bottle. The original text is in Liu number 9 /. The president is also a person who often does experiments, and he is very familiar with the appearance of this transparent bottle. This should be a medicine bottle containing some special solution. Turning the transparent bottle, you can see that there is a label on the bottle. On the label, a line of code consisting of English and numbers is written in black gel pen, DSP 438. Seeing this special code, the president's first reaction was that Lin Kong was scolding him in a different way. However, this time, Lin Kong did not use this special code to scold the president, because the special code on the bottle was not written by Lin Kong. It was written by Professor Wang Hu, who was good at giving people zombie arms. Lin Kong pointed at the label on the bottle and patiently explained to the president, "Come on, you dog, let me explain to you what the English letters SB mean. This DSP is not to call you a big sobby, because you are a dog. You are not even a sobby. Calling you a sobby would insult the word sobby. The meaning of this DSP is actually the meaning of the level 7 virus. Level 7, well, you should understand what the level 7 virus means. If an ordinary person drinks the level 6 virus, he will only become an ordinary zombie, not a level 6 zombie directly. But, the level 7 virus is what you call the second-generation poisonous corpse virus. This terrifying virus can directly turn an ordinary person into a powerful level 7 zombie. That is, a poisonous corpse. The president had been in a normal calm expression just now, but when he heard Lin Kong say the level 7 virus, his brows involuntarily frowned slightly. He can easily kill a level 6 zombie in seconds. However, the president could not smash the head of a level 7 zombie, or second-generation poisonous zombie with one palm. Although zombies will become extremely stupid again after evolving into poisonous zombies, the head of poisonous zombies is extremely hard. Note, level 7 zombies can also be called level 7 poisonous zombies or second-generation poisonous zombies. Anyway, they all mean the same thing. The president needs to use at least several palms with all his strength to kill a second-generation poisonous zombie. In fact, the hard head of the second-generation poisonous zombie is not a very important matter. At most, the president will work harder and kill more of them personally, but the key is that the president may not be able to kill them all even if he is exhausted to death, because the virus of the second-generation poisonous zombie is highly contagious. Catch a mouse and bite it. Squeak. The mouse becomes a level 7 mouse. The mouse then grabs the female mouse next to it and bites it. Squeak. The female mouse will become a terrible level 7 mouse within 10 seconds. Then, the mother mouse bit the other mice in the nest one by one. So, 10 seconds later, a nest of level 7 mice appeared. Not to mention how many other animals will be infected after this nest of level 7 mice goes out. If this nest of level 7 mice alone attacks the fortress base occupied by the northern forces, well, more than half of the people inside may die. By the way, this does not take into account the fact that level 7 mice bite humans. Once a human is infected by a mouse, then this human will directly become a level 7 poisonous corpse and then infect other humans. Therefore, as long as a level 7 poisonous corpse appears, as long as the level 7 poisonous corpse virus spreads, the consequences will be unbearable. The catastrophic nature of the second-generation poisonous corpse virus far exceeds the terrifying degree of the third-generation zombie virus. The third-generation zombie virus has turned the peaceful and beautiful world into a doomsday with zombies everywhere. But at least, in the doomsday, many mutant animals survived. However, the second-generation poisonous corpse virus can not only destroy humans, but also slightly larger animals. In the end, it is estimated that only small things such as cockroaches, flies, and mosquitoes will be left. Without humans, the ecology of this earth can continue to be maintained. But if there are no animals and birds in the forest, then the Earth's ecosystem will suffer a devastating trauma. In the end, the Earth will most likely become a desolate planet full of deserts. In short, in one sentence, zombies will destroy most of the human race, but poisonous zombies will destroy all humans and animals. And the president is a man who is determined to save the world. Hearing Lin Kong's words about the poisonous corpse virus, he was of course worried. However, he quickly calmed down, because the president did not believe that Lin Kong could give a poisonous corpse virus. Although the second-generation poisonous corpses carry the poisonous corpse virus, ordinary people do not have the technology to extract the virus. The president knew Lin Kong's situation. Although Lin Kong encountered two second-generation poisonous corpses when he was in Kuoning Hospital, he did not extract the virus in time. So, in order to find out whether Lin Kong's words were true, the president asked, "Where did you get this bottle of zombie virus?" You should know the one-punch professor, Wang Hui, who is good at replacing zombie arms for others. You should also have heard about Professor Wang Hui secretly going to the poisonous corpse city to kill poisonous corpses. That time, Professor Wang Hui not only obtained a precious zombie spirit core, but also extracted poison, corpse, disease, poison. The last four words in Lin Kong's words made the president's body stiffen noticeably. Chapter 472 Chapter 478 Corpse transformation is delayed. The strength of the president is invincible in the late stage of level 6. Lin Kong racked his brains to think of many ways to deal with the president. In the end, he was frustrated to find that there was no way to ensure the defeat of the president. So, he thought of this way. Use the destructive poisonous corpse virus to threaten the president. The president used Lin Kong's family, friends, and dinosaurs to threaten Lin Kong. But Lin Kong used the surviving humans in China as a threat. After the president understood Lin Kong's conspiracy, his calm heart began to shake. Pop, because of the instability in his heart, the spiritual energy in his hand fluctuated, directly shattering the potion bottle used to contain the poisonous corpse virus in his palm. A guy who is not good at doing things, but more likely to cause trouble. A hint of fierceness appeared in the president's eyes. That one-punch professor, Wang Hui, only helps humans change into zombie arms and has no other outstanding skills. The president looks down on such people. As a result, now, he was tricked by Wang Hui, the useless old man. If Wang Hui, the useless old man, had not been so smart as to extract the dangerous poisonous corpse virus, then Lin Kong would not have taken any advantage. Moreover, you extracted the poisonous corpse virus, but you didn't know that you hid it in a safe place, and Lin Kong actually got it. The president was very upset with Professor Wang Hui's behavior. He wanted to revive the dead old useless Wang Hui and kill this old guy again. In fact, Lin Kong got the virus medicine can't be blamed entirely on Professor Wang Hui. The defense of the entire basement is actually very strict. There are many security checks. Ordinary people can't enter the freezer where the virus is stored. But Lin Kong gave Professor Wang Hui 2 poisonous corpse spirit cores. For Wang Hui, who lacked zombie spirit cores for experiments, the poisonous corpse spirit core was simply a timely help and a pillow when he was sleepy. Wang Hui was very happy. Therefore, Wang Hui gave Lin Kong very wide access rights. It was this great authority that allowed Lin Kong to access the freezer where the poisonous corpse virus was stored. Under normal circumstances, even if someone got the poisonous corpse virus, they would not be able to take it out, because if you go out, you will go through many strict and detailed inspections. But, the situation at that time was that Huang Kun went crazy on the ground. The security personnel in charge of the underground laboratory were scared. Who has the time to take care of the virus? Even the security personnel in the monitoring room had already quietly slipped away through the backup passage in the basement. They were very worried that their safety would be affected by the furious Headshot King, Huang Kun. It was because the defense of the underground laboratory became very lax that Lin Kong was able to succeed easily. Seeing that the president's mood had fluctuated, Lin Kong took advantage of the situation and cursed, "You dog, aren't you awesome? Don't you like to take care of my dinosaurs, my girlfriend, and my family? Go take care of them. Please take care of them for a while, haha. If they lose even one toenail, I will let you know what poisonous corpses bursting all over the mountain means. I will let you experience what the real doomsday is. I will let you understand how crazy I am, haha. When the time comes, I will see how you can save the world." If it were someone else, Lin Kong's method would not have much effect. However, the president is different. Whether from the perspective of Murong Jing's fanatical worship or from the perspective of the accurate intelligence provided by Ma Wudi, Lin Kong can draw a very positive conclusion. This dog president has almost put all his energy into the dream of saving the world. In a sense, the dog president should be considered a great man, but this great man actually wants to sacrifice Lin Kong's mother's life. Only by absorbing the life and power of Lin Kong's mother can the president break through to the level 7 realm he has always dreamed of. It is said that at the level 7, one can move mountains and seas, call the wind and rain, and the strength is extremely terrifying, almost comparable to that of a god. Although the president is now invincible among the level 6. However, he must reach the level 7 to have the possibility of turning all the zombies in China back into humans. Yes, back into humans, instead of killing all the zombies, because the president has mastered the technology to turn ordinary zombies back into normal humans. Given time, he believes that he can research high-end technology to turn all zombies back into humans. The president feels that victory is just around the corner. He feels that he is about to fulfill his dream of saving the world, and Lin Kong just caught the president's obsession with saving the world and came up with a sinister strategy of prosperity together, loss together. Humphrey, Lin Kong doesn't care whether the president's dream is big or small. Anyway, if his mother is gone, the whole world will be ruined. What about the 7th level, turning from a zombie back into a human, and saving the world? Cut. You're not reaching level 7, you're not turning into a human. You're not saving the world. Wouldn't it be more fun if everyone is done? To be honest, Lin Kong is indeed a selfish person. He has never thought about saving the world, and he doesn't have any ambitions or revenge. He just wants his family to live in an orderly manner. At dinner time, the family will gather around the table and eat delicious meals happily. Even if he has dinosaurs with different abilities, Lin Kong's original intention has not changed. He just wants to take his mother back to Orange Village, and then the family will live a quiet life, nothing else, just this one request. But, the president wants to break Lin Kong's small request. This is something Lin Kong will never allow. Although Lin Kong's dream is small, his determination is great. At this moment, there was no overlord flame coming out of Lin Kong's left eye. However, his faith and determination were not shaken in the slightest. When it came to rescuing his mother, there was not a trace of fear in Lin Kong's eyes. At this moment, he did not need Overlord Flame to provide him with the spiritual power of fearless of everything. At this moment, Lin Kong himself was fearless of everything. Looking at Lin Kong's firm eyes, the president slowly narrowed his eyes. The president knew Lin Kong's character, and he knew that Lin Kong was not joking. Once he hurt Lin Kong's family or companions, then Lin Kong would definitely fall into a crazy rampage. Gao Linyan, who was sitting not far away, heard the conversation between Lin Kong and her brother. She suddenly had an idea and thought of a good way to deal with Lin Kong. Gao Linyan stood up, walked to the side of the president, pointed at Lin Kong's head proudly, and threatened arrogantly, "What are you so proud of, you loser? What qualifications do you have to be so proud? Now, we have your mother, your father, your girlfriend, your pet, your brothers and friends in our hands. If you dare to let the poisonous corpse virus spread, then I will kill your father, mother, sister, and girlfriend one after another." But, If you return the poisonous corpse virus now, maybe we can still show mercy and let your family go. Didn't you say that you are a person who values family, friendship, and companions? Then go and die by yourself. As long as you die, I promise that your whole family will not be harmed in any way, including your mother. We will not absorb your mother's life and power. How about it, filial son? Are you willing to give your life for your mother? The first half of Lin's sentence first gave Lin Kong a warning. He wanted to use Lin Kong's family and dinosaurs to suppress Lin Kong's idea of destroying the world. Then, the second half of Lin's sentence took a step back and gave Lin Kong a very generous condition. She promised to let Lin Kong's mother go and no longer absorb Lin Kong's mother's life and power. This condition went straight to Lin Kong's heart. Because Lin Kong's original wish was to save his mother, he could destroy the whole world for his mother. Then, just destroy yourself. Sacrifice Lin Kong and make everyone happy. Moreover, Lin finally gave Lin Kong a big hat of filial son. After saying this, Lin folded her arms with great satisfaction. She felt that this speech could definitely move Lin Kong's heart. After listening to Lin's words, the president was also surprised. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, his sister would suddenly become so smart, and could accurately grasp Lin Kong's character weaknesses, so as to induce him step by step. The original text is available at Liu number 9/. The president was about to continue to say what Lin said, and he also wanted to promise Lin Kong that he would not hurt Lin Kong's mother again. However, before the president could utter a word, Lin Kong raised his eyebrows and waved his hand in disdain at Lin. Go away. Adults are talking. Children, don't interrupt. Lin finally came up with a good plan, but it was ignored by Lin Kong so simply. I thought Lin Kong would be very entangled and hesitant after hearing what I said, but Lin really didn't expect that Lin Kong would behave so casually and rudely. Lin was very angry. She was so angry that her teeth itched. She decisively took out her mobile phone and quickly dialed the number of one of her subordinates. She ordered angrily, "Kill the father of this loser for me." Anyway, there are still many hostages in hand. Lin planned to kill Lin Kong's father to scare Lin Kong first. However, what Lin never expected was that facing the order to kill his father, Lin Kong actually did not change his face or heart. Lin Kong even smiled contemptuously, and, he said with extreme disdain, "Kill them, just go ahead and kill them. Let me give you a gentle reminder. My father, Lin Das-han, is a bricklayer who builds walls on a construction site. He is exposed to the sun all day long, and his clothes are wet from morning to night. He does the most work in the family. He also earns the most money in the family, but he has the lowest status in our family. As for you, you'd better start killing from my youngest sister who has the highest status in the family. First chop off my sister's feet, then chop off my sister's hands. Don't be polite, just torture her. Do it as cruelly as you can. Do it as bloody as you can. If I frown, I'm a dog. If I beg you for mercy, I'll shit a bunch of shit on the spot and eat it immediately." Lin was completely choked. She wanted to say a few harsh words to Lin Kong, but she never expected that what Lin Kong said was so shocking that it made the world weep. He even actively encouraged Lin to dismember his lovely sister, especially the last sentence in the words. Lin Kong said that he would take out a pile of shit and then eat it immediately. Such unbearable words even made Lin feel nauseous. Although she scolded Lin Kong as a loser one by one, it was obvious that Lin's dirty words were not as good as Lin Kong's weird ideas and witty words. The two were completely different levels of people. In terms of language, Lin could only lick Lin Kong's shoes. Facing Lin Kong, who didn't care about the death of his family, Lin blushed. She hesitated and wanted to say something, but couldn't say it. For a moment, she didn't know what measures to take next to counter Lin Kong. So far, Lin was completely defeated in this verbal confrontation. She had no choice but to bite the lollipop she had just eaten into pieces with her silver teeth. HMPH. Lin glared at Lin Kong unwillingly and turned back to the big rock where he had just sat. While Lin and Lin Kong were fighting with words, the president had been watching the battle quietly. The president had already drawn a conclusion from Lin Kong's attitude of reversely encouraging Lin to kill, It was obvious that the so-called sacrifice Lin Kong for my mother's life strategy was simply impossible to succeed. Lin Kong was a very greedy person. He was absolutely unwilling to sacrifice his life in exchange for his mother's life, because such a sacrifice was meaningless. From what Lin Kong had just said to Zhao Linyan, it can be concluded that in Lin Kong's family, his father Lin Dasan, who contributed the most to the family, was in the lowest position. Dad Lin Dasan was a person who could make sacrifices for the family at any time. The second largest contributor to the family was naturally Lin Kong's mother Liu Hong, but the status of mother Liu Hong was not high either. She is also a cannon fodder who can sacrifice for the family. The one who contributes the least to the family, who has always been a drag, and who has always been a useless burden. Sister Lin Kioqiao. But she is the most important and the one with the highest status in the whole family, according to the order of importance. That is, Lin Kioqiao is greater than Lin Kong, greater than mother, and greater than father. Therefore, it is easy to come up with a simple truth. Lin Kong's importance is greater than mother Liu Hong. If Lin Kong sacrifices for his mother, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? The truth is this. Anyway, it is impossible to want Lin Kong to die. It is absolutely impossible to kill Lin Kong's family or companions, even if they are dinosaurs. As long as one of them is hurt, Lin Kong will directly turn the table. Everyone, stop playing. Let's all die together. In Lin Kong's family, there is a clear rule that family members must never be abandoned. They all followed the principle of die together and live together. If a family can live in the world in an orderly manner, it is naturally the happiest thing. If a family dies, it doesn't matter. Anyway, when we reincarnate in the next life, our family will be together. The above is the house rules of Lin Kong's family. The chairman finally understood Lin Kong and his family's determination to die. Finally, he pressed the Bluetooth headset, connected his subordinates on the top floor of the mall, and issued a serious order. Without my order, no one is allowed to harm any people or dinosaurs. Once this order was issued, naturally no one dared to listen to Zhao Linyan and touch Lin Kong's father Lin Dasan. So far, the chairman and Lin Kong had their first head-on confrontation, and Lin Kong, who was transforming into a corpse, had the upper hand. It's just 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. 0. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. But, it's obviously the final time for the transformation. Why hasn't he completely turned into a zombie? Lin Kong was a little confused. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Oh no, I can't turn into a corpse. After being infected by the third-generation zombie virus, there will be a 10-minute transformation process. The general symptoms are, 1. The skin on the surface of your body will become hard and gradually lose its elasticity. 2. Your old teeth will all fall out and be replaced with new, white and sharp beast canine teeth. 3. The black pupils will turn into a turbid grayish-white. 4. Your brain begins to have a lot of irritability. Lin Kong's body showed the above 4 symptoms one after another in the expected order, but the 5th symptom, food hallucinations, has not appeared yet. When Lin Kong first turned into a giant hand zombie, he clearly had a lot of hallucinations about eating on time. For example, stir-fried meat with green peppers, stewed pork ribs with winter melon, dumplings stuffed with pork and chives, human arms, etc. But now 12 minutes have passed. This time has exceeded the 10-minute transformation time. However, Lin Kong was uneasy to find that in addition to the irritability in his mind, he did not have hallucinations or a very strong urge to eat meat. You might think that if the corpse didn't completely turn into a corpse, that's a good thing. Lin Kong can keep the zombie state and beat up the president. But it's not true. If the corpse didn't turn into a corpse completely, it means that Lin Kong can't die. If the corpse didn't turn into a corpse completely, he couldn't let the fire of life resurrect him in the set place. If the corpse didn't turn into a corpse completely, It means that the president can catch him and then implement the most cruel, terrible and painful punishment. Failure to turn into a corpse is a good thing for others, but for Lin Kong, it is definitely a terrible thing. This is the reason why Lin Kong is uneasy. The only good news is that the president didn't deliberately calculate the time of Lin Kong's corpse turning. He didn't know that Lin Kong's body had unpredictable abnormalities at this moment. Lin Kong grasped this key information error. The speed of his brain thinking was running fast. After a few seconds, Lin Kong had already come up with the current combat strategy: escape. Assuming that he really won't turn into a corpse, he has to run away quickly, and he can't be caught by the bastard president. Once he is caught, not only will he be finished, but his mom, dad, sister, brother, and teammates will all be finished. But the problem comes with it: how to escape. Since Lin Kong has no time to absorb more red energy, the strength of Lin Kong's body that is now turning into a corpse is only at the level of level 5. When fighting Huang Kun and the other 4, the reason why Lin Kong was able to succeed was that he had already upgraded to the late level 6 with the help of a large number of meteorite fragments. But now, the situation is different. The invincible president among the level 6, Lin Kong, who is only level 5, is definitely not defeated. The bad girl Lin, who is sitting not far away and eating a lollipop, is also at the late level 6, and her strength is quite amazing. Lin Kong can't beat her either. Moreover, according to the exploration of the 7 black balls that have turned into hair strands, there are also several strong men at the level 6 realm and a large number of new humans at level 5 ambushed outside the fortress base. To sum it up, it can be described in 4 words: a dragnet. It is almost impossible for Lin Kong to escape with his level 5 strength, unless he absorbs some more red energy from the meteorite fragments. At least he has to reach the late level 6 before he can successfully escape. Now, the red energy inside the meteorite fragments around Lin Kong's feet has been almost absorbed by Lin Kong. If he wants to absorb more red energy, he has to move to the side. So, Lin Kong quietly moved his feet while talking to the president. Let's sort it out. For me, I have only one goal, which is to save my mother. I don't want anything else. And you dog, forget it. I won't scold you. President, you killed me. One of the reasons is that you are afraid that I will hinder you from saving the world. The second reason is to avenge the deaths of Lang Qingfeng, Murongjing, Zhu Linyun, Ma Wudi and Mule, right? Lin Kong's analysis was indeed quite accurate, and the president nodded. Yes. Seeing that the president was listening to his analysis very seriously, Lin Kong quietly moved his feet next to a large piece of meteorite fragment. When absorbing red energy, you don't necessarily need to use your mouth to absorb it. Just let any part of the body touch the surface of the meteorite fragment. The original text is on Liu number 9/. Even a toe could absorb the essence of the red energy contained in the meteorite fragment. As soon as the energy entered Lin Kong's body, it began to strengthen Lin Kong's body at an extremely rapid speed. At the same time, Lin Kong's level also began to rise steadily. Early stage of level 5, mid stage of level 5. While Lin Kong happily absorbed the red energy, he continued to negotiate with the president. Since you want to save the world, you will definitely need the help of a powerful pet. Your men wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead. I don't think I did anything wrong in this matter. However, the dead are the greatest. After all, I killed 5 of you, and they have already lost their precious lives. So, in summary, I plan to give you a few dinosaur eggs as compensation. Let me count and see how many I can give you at most. First of all, I have a total of 18 dinosaur eggs in my hand. Now, the Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, forest pterosaur, and 7 black balls have been hatched. In addition, there is a book-seeking dragon that is hatching. Therefore, these 5 dinosaurs cannot be given to you. 18 minus 5. There are only 13 left. My parents don't need dinosaur eggs, but my girlfriend needs a dinosaur pet, and my sister needs 2, so I have to leave 3 more dinosaur eggs. Finally, I can give you 10 dinosaur eggs. You can see that each of my dinosaurs is a very awesome existence. Once grown up, Each of them is a super invincible and awesome pet that can fight 100 people. In order to buy more time to absorb the red energy that can be used for evolution, Lin Kong said as much as possible. After hearing such a generous condition, the president was also moved. Well, 10 dinosaur eggs, not bad. Not only 10 dinosaur eggs, but also those wind god pterosaurs, wind pterosaurs, these weak chicken dinosaurs. I can also give you 1 strand. And, if you feel sorry for your dead men, I can also chop off my hands and feet, and die 2 or 3 lives to compensate for the lives of your men. When Lin Kong said this, his expression was quite serious. If chopping off his hands and feet and giving up 2 or 3 lives can resolve the conflict between himself and the president, Lin Kong would be very happy. However, he was not sure whether the president agreed. Chapter 474 Escape Operation, Successful, 5 minutes. 5.5 minutes. 6 minutes. It has been more than 6 minutes. In other words, Lin Kong should have completely turned into a zombie 6 minutes ago. But now, he still has no signs of turning into a zombie. Once he cannot completely turn into a zombie, he cannot die. If he cannot die, he will be in danger of being caught alive by the president. Therefore, if he really cannot completely turn into a zombie, he must improve his strength as soon as possible and then escape from this fortress base. Therefore, Lin Kong is negotiating with the president while absorbing the red energy of the meteorite fragments on the ground as quickly as possible. In order to delay more time, Lin Kong keeps throwing out various favorable conditions. For example, 10 dinosaur eggs, such as all the flying mounts such as the wind god pterosaur, the wind pterosaur, and the giant eagle. Even Lin Kong is willing to compensate the president for 2 or 3 of his lives. In fact, if you sort out the cause and effect, you can find that it is the president who made the mistake first. It was the president who kidnapped Lin Kong's mother. It was Lin Kong, the subordinate of the president, who wanted to kill Lin Kong in Juzi village. It was Jing, the leader of the soldiers, who wanted to kill Lin Kong in the canteen of the gathering place in the county. It was Zhu Linyun, the leader of the car, who wanted to kill Lin Kong on the road. It was Ma Wudi who wanted to complete the assassination mission of the president and kill Lin Kong. And Lin Kong, from beginning to end, was just trying to save his life and save his mother. If the conflict between Lin Kong and the president was placed in peacetime, Lin Kong might be sentenced to legitimate defense. However, now is the end of the world. In the end of the world, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. The strength of the president and the president's men are too powerful. Therefore, Lin Kong had to choose to surrender and had to make concessions. Even if the president was wrong, Lin Kong still had to compensate for his feat and 2 or 3 lives. Hearing Lin Kong's concession, Linian also stood up suddenly. She stretched out 4 fingers to Lin Kong and said fiercely, 4 lives. If you are willing to let me kill your 4 lives, I will let you go. From now on, the grudges between us will be written off. How about it? This. Lin Kong's face showed embarrassment. He just said 2 or 3 lives. This Linian went straight to 4 lives. You know, the 1 life and 2 lives that Lin Kong said are not simply crossed out with a pen, and your life will disappear. Instead, it is a practice of chopping off your hands and feet first and then cruelly killing. This is very painful. Every death has to bear huge mental pressure. The 3 lives that Lin Kong can provide are already his limit. Now, Linian opened his mouth and said 4 lives. Moreover, Linian still said killing. Even the pain of killing 1 life may cause a person's spirit to completely collapse. But this Linian wants to kill Lin Kong's 4 lives. It's really the most vicious woman's heart. Faced with the horrible condition of killing 4 lives, Lin Kong's face naturally pretended to be very tangled and hesitant. Well, he was pretending. His previous conditions were of course lies. 1 dinosaur eggs? Dream on. Want to kill me? Dream on. Lin Kong's idea from beginning to end was to delay time and then raise his strength to level 6. So, in order to buy more time, he continued to bargain with Linian. While they were negotiating, Lin Kong's strength was steadily rising. Mid-level 5, late level 5, ready to break through to level 6. Just absorb some more red energy. Lin Kong's heart was stirring. However, just when he wanted to move his feet quietly again, A foot wearing cloth shoes had stepped on the instep of Lin Kong's foot. Looking up, it was the president. Lin Kong's heart was in trouble. It seemed that his little move had been discovered by the silent president. As expected, he only heard the president saying differently, "You don't want to upgrade to level 6 and then fight with me? I advise you to give up this idea. Just stand there, and wait until you completely turn into a zombie, so that I can slap you to death." As a supermaster of the late level 6, the president's perception ability is very sharp. It didn't take long for him to find the abnormality in Lin Kong's body. The spiritual energy in this guy's body is growing rapidly. Immediately, the president understood. It was the red energy in the meteorite fragments. The president is a human. Although he can't see the red energy that can make zombies evolve, he has known this information for a long time. The original text is in Liu number 9/. So, the president thought that Lin Kong wanted to plan a counterattack, just like he killed Huang Kun and 4 others at the same time with his own strength just now. The president is not stupid. He certainly won't give Lin Kong the chance to continue to absorb the red energy and continue to evolve. Therefore, he stepped on Lin Kong's instep. Once Lin Kong wants to take another step and continue to absorb the red energy, the president will kill Lin Kong in advance. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Seeing that the president has discovered his strengthening strategy, Lin Kong quickly put on a confused expression of "I don't know, I didn't do anything, and it has nothing to do with me." While pretending to be stupid, he quickly worked his brain. Since the strengthening strategy doesn't work, he has to think of a new strategy. Time is passing. More than 8 minutes. More than 8.5 minutes. More than 9 minutes. It's already more than 9 minutes. Add the previous 10 minutes. It's 19 minutes. Originally, he should have completely turned into a zombie in 10 minutes. But now it's 19 minutes, and Lin Kong hasn't completely turned into a zombie. He felt his brain, surprised to find that in his mind, there were still only some irritable emotions, and no meat-eating appetite hallucinations. This means that the corpse transformation process of his body may have been accidentally stopped by some unknown factors. In less than 3 or 4 seconds, Lin Kong thought of a new strategy. Since he could not continue to absorb meteorite fragments, he could not become stronger and escape. Since he could not escape, he had to die before the president could react. Seeking death is a very simple strategy. However, it is very difficult to implement it, because Lin Kong's current strength is already in the late stage of level 5. Moreover, he is still a zombie. If a zombie wants to die, its head must be smashed and its brain destroyed. What does this mean? This means that Lin Kong has to smash his hard zombie head, and the president and Zhao Linyan are watching covetously. So, can Lin Kong succeed in committing suicide? Too much time has passed. If he continues to think about it, the president will discover the changes in Lin Kong's body. Therefore, Lin Kong could not afford to hesitate any longer. Bang! His strong feet stomped heavily on the ground. Then, Lin Kong's body, like a cannonball, shot out rapidly. The target, the president. Although the distance between the two was only half a meter, but the president was known as invincible among level 6 inches. How could a mere level 5 zombie Lin Kong hit the president? The president turned around casually and easily avoided Lin Kong's attack. The attack failed, but Lin Kong's footsteps did not slow down at all. He continued to move forward with all his strength. Because the president was just a false target, the real target was Zhao Linyan. In an instant, Lin Kong rushed in front of Zhao Linyan. While shouting "Go to hell," he raised his fist and wanted to hammer Zhao Linyan to death. But the result, bang! Zhao Linyan, who was in the late stage of level 6, easily slapped Lin Kong's head with a slap. So, Lin Kong died again. At this point, Lin Kong's escape operation was a great success. Chapter 475 Remaining number of resurrections, 6 times. He must be crazy. He dared to hit me. He must be mentally ill. Zhao Linyan controlled her powerful spiritual energy and shook it hard, shaking off all the blood on her body. The blood on her body was splashed when Lin Kong died. The president looked at Lin Kong, who was slapped to death by Zhao Linyan, and he was a little dazed. He didn't quite understand why this Lin Kong, who was negotiating well, suddenly wanted to attack. According to normal circumstances, this Lin Kong should understand the gap between himself and Zhao Linyan. But, why did Lin Kong take the initiative to seek death? Could it be because… Yes. There is indeed a problem with the time. The president touched his chin and thought for a while, and then understood. He didn't pay much attention to calculating the time when Lin Kong turned into a corpse, but when Lin Kong took the initiative to seek death, the president naturally quickly discovered the abnormality in time. When Lin Kong dealt with Huang Kun and the other four, in less than 10 minutes, he had completely turned into giant hand zombie Lin Kong. Now, Lin Kong had been chatting with him for almost 15 minutes. The president quickly guessed that Lin Kong's corpse transformation time had been extended. He looked at Lin Kong's headless body on the ground and said to himself in confusion, "It's strange. Why did his corpse transformation time become so long? This is really unreasonable. He's dead, so what's unreasonable about it? Don't worry, he will be resurrected later. As long as we don't hurt this guy's family, he won't go crazy without authorization." Linian thought he knew Lin Kong's psychology very well, so he shook the strawberry lollipop in his hand and analyzed it triumphantly. Although Linian didn't think so much, the president was different. He quickly guessed Lin Kong's motive for suicide. The corpse transformation failed, and Lin Kong couldn't die. Therefore, in order to prevent himself from being caught alive, he decisively chose to commit suicide. Guessing this, the president couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is great." All along, what bothered the president the most about Lin Kong was the resurrection function of the fire of life. Under normal circumstances, if Lin Kong stood close to the president, Lin Kong would have no chance of dying. Even if Lin Kong pierced his heart, the president could use the powerful blue ocean pen to bring Lin Kong back to life from a serious injury. Lin Kong was too weak to beat the president. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Kong would definitely lose. However, Lin Kong drank the zombie virus, which was difficult to reverse. It was not easy for even the president to clear this zombie virus from Lin Kong's brain. It was because of the existence of the zombie virus that Lin Kong could ensure that he would die 100%. Only by death could Lin Kong ensure that he would not be caught alive by the president. In short, death was very important to Lin Kong. But now, the zombie virus seemed to have lost its effect on Lin Kong's body. In other words, Lin Kong could not be 100% sure of his own death. In this way, he would be at risk of being captured alive by the president. Thinking of this, the president finally breathed a sigh of relief. God is really helping me. Lin Kong, the game between us is over. The president, who had been troubled by the death prophecy, finally gained a little joy at this moment. As long as he captured Lin Kong alive, Lin Kong would not be able to make any more trouble. And Lin Kong's family, the president could kill them at will. As for Lin Kong's powerful dinosaurs, the president could naturally recruit them as his pets. Regarding the word negotiation, only when the strength of both parties is similar can negotiation be started on an equal footing. Now, the president no longer needs to negotiate. He pressed the Bluetooth headset and connected his subordinates. Wu Yuan, you catch that Triceratops back. Yes. Although Wu Yuan was a little afraid of Lin Kong, who killed Huang Kun and 4 others, since the president had spoken, he had no intention of refusing. After giving a brief answer, he immediately rushed to the Triceratops hidden in the corner of the fortress base. The location of this Triceratops was told to the president by Chen Ling. Before talking to Lin Kong, the president had already instructed Wu Yuan to prepare to capture the Triceratops alive. The Triceratops was only level 3, in front of Wu Yuan, who was level 6. It was just like a little chicken, without any danger. The Triceratops wanted to resist Wu Yuan's capture, but a feather-type suppression force covered it, and the Triceratops immediately lost the ability to run and collide. Its body, as big as a van, just floated in the air. Wu Yuan took out a special strong chain and a powerful remote-controlled bomb. Soon, the dishonest Triceratops was tied up tightly. When the Triceratops was captured alive by Wu Yuan, the original text is in Liu number 9/. The only dinosaur that Lin Kong could command was the mysterious 7 black balls. For Lin Kong, who had just been resurrected by the fire of life, this was like adding insult to injury. At this moment, Lin Kong was more than 30 kilometers away from the fortress base. Under his newly resurrected body, there was a squeaking black mouse. In order to set up more resurrection sites, Lin Kong tied one of his fingers to the black mouse. Because of the various explosions in the fortress base, the vibrations caused by large pieces of meteorite fragments hitting the ground, the little mouse was very scared. So, the mutated little mouse ran out frantically, running more than 30 kilometers in one breath. It was because the black mouse had mutated that Lin Kong's heavy body did not crush the little mouse to death after he was resurrected. Gently, Lin Kong took out the pressed black mouse, and thanked it. "Thank you, brother mouse." Then, he let it go. The black mouse was relieved of its burden, dragging its long tail and running away quickly. The little mouse can run away, but Lin Kong can't just run away. Now, he still has to rack his brains to think of ways to deal with the president. As mentioned earlier, Lin Kong prepared 3 sets of counterattack plans. The first set of plans, transformed into a zombie, was implemented very successfully, and achieved the amazing record of killing Huang Kun and 4 others. Now, Lin Kong is implementing the second set of giant plan. Although Lin Kong still has a third set of counterattack plans, the third set of plans requires certain special conditions, and Lin Kong cannot start it now. In short, because the corpse transformation process has appeared, Lin Kong's tactics have deviated greatly. His second giant plan can no longer be carried out normally. Lin Kong took out the live fire in his right eye. After this resurrection, the color of live fire became even dimmer. Lin Kong carefully experienced it and found that the remaining number of resurrections of live fire has changed from 7 times to 6 times. There are still 6 resurrection opportunities, and Lin Kong cannot be resurrected again. When Lin Kong was stunned, the Triceratops sent him a distress signal. However, Lin Kong could not rescue the Triceratops. In his current state, going to the fortress base would be like giving away heads, and would hardly play a big role. Although bad news came one after another. However, Lin Kong got a good news. His current location, away from the fossil egg of the book-seeking dragon, is only 100 meters away. He can feel that the hatching time of this book-seeking dragon has been greatly advanced. Now, it will be born in 3 minutes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.